I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Cheese, his name is Cheese.
They say they don't fuck with me, but I say they can't fuck with me. Just like the air, I'm everywhere. How you say it so
Shit, you would think I went to school for chiropractic. Looking good as hell today, just sent my nigga $5. Why'd you come from me about a nigga, man? You bitch back for that. Come at me about niggas who I don't even find attractive. I don't know that nigga, I just seen them on the town before. I can't be up in her face, I took her nigga down before. When I lose a nigga, I just pop out and go find some more. Soon as I feel like my time get wasted, then it's time to go. They say they don't fuck with me, but I say they can't fuck with me. Just like the air, I'm everywhere. How you say it so with me? Them bitches should've stayed down. They could've been up to me, but all they doing is talking down. Cause they can't get up with me. My ex fucking on my old friend. Both they had some fucking clowns. Thinking that she got one up on me, she got my hammer down. He thought he wasn't gon' have to stand on shit like he was handicapped. Made that nigga stand on it. Now his ass can't stand me now. High as fuck, I'm lit, yo. I don't smoke no sweet shots. Flying with my gang and them. Look at them like sisters. Them bitches be learning, they go outside about these niggas. I don't wanna hang with them. They don't have no business. They be going for anything, but I can't go for none of it. Why would I go chase you if I know you gon' come running back? Cut everybody off, they been feeling like the lumberjack. They really get me fucked up, and now I'm going for none of that. She the type of nigga make her mad, she going too soon. Me, I'm kinda ratchet still, so I'm the type of beast. I can't love you, baby, like your bitch do, so don't leave her. You gon' choose her every time, cause it's cheaper to keep her. Can't say your name up in my songs, might not fuck with you tomorrow. Can't get my feelings hurt today, I won't give a fuck tomorrow. Ain't fucked up by no credit score, I might be rich as fuck tomorrow. Every day the sun won't shine, but that's why I love tomorrow.
Riding with my twin and and we all look good fuck. She said she my eye, but I don't know her, had to look her up. I know that I'm rich, but I can help it, bitch, I'm good as fuck. I've been on these bitches next so long, sometimes I'm fucking stuck. I can put you in my bed, you might wish me dead tomorrow. Bitches be on thick today, sing every word of up tomorrow. Bitch, I still got kids open, keep your mouth shut tomorrow. Play with me today, then get some slip, you know it's up tomorrow. Fake bitch, that's what my friend fucked on your nigga. Both you bitches pussy, I think y'all should scissor. She bought a chain, I bought the same one, even bigger. She doing shots, that's how I know I got a trigger.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me? Somebody let me know. Who's in here? Hi, Free the Green, the Cynical One, Dr. Steele, UFO, Kamikaze. Good morning, people. Can somebody let me know if you guys can hear me? I'll change this music. I'm gonna have some music, but not that. I gotta get rid of this music. I didn't realize, turned over a new leaf. Okay, I can't have all the cursing and stuff in the back. Like, I'm trying to bring it down a little bit. Damn, I haven't streamed in a while. How y'all doing today? My laptop was having some issues, and so I couldn't stream, long story short. So it's finally fixed. So I'm going to have to be back outside, okay? Back outside. Dr. Steele says yes. So I'm not going to be here for long, probably like 15 minutes. I just wanted to do a test stream. I'm actually cleaning out my car right now, so I'm not going to be here long. But I just felt compelled, now that my computer's fixed and I could stream again, to do a little test stream and pop back outside. Yes, Dr. Steele. Is my sound okay? Because I'm on my phone actually right now. I don't know how I sound, but I ain't really have much to say. It's just been crazy on the YouTube streets. I And I just feel the need to like get back on my own channel because I be having a lot to say about a lot of these topics, and it's hard on panels because, you know, everybody want to get their turn, and I understand that. But it's just easier on your own show where you can like freely think and speak and get all your thoughts out, and have a little more control. So that's what I'm trying to do. Um, Hi, Candy Cane. This is just a little test stream, hon. I'm not going to be here for longer than 15 minutes. I just was having some computer issues. My computer's fixed. I'll be able to stream again. So I'll definitely stream a little bit later on today. But this was just my little test. Let me pop outside real quick and talk my ish. Okay. So there's a lot going on. There is a lot going on. What do you guys think about the Charlie Kirk situation? I honestly didn't know much about him until he got, unalived, which is unfortunate. Um, and I think it's kind of like I don't want to celebrate anybody's deletion. I'm gonna say that, that's just not the right thing to do. Um, I don't think we should do that because that kind of like publicly feeds the narrative about anything that people want to put on Black people that's negative, right? So this is what I was trying to say the other day. I was on Freezy's show. I think sometimes Black people would do themselves a favor by minding their goddamn business. Like, even every feeling is not meant to be expressed on the internet. And I think we've spent so much time on here that we get a little too comfortable, maybe myself included, right? But I've had some time away to think. Hi, April. It's just a test stream. I'm only going to be here a little while. But I'll be back later for sure. But yeah, I'm just thinking like with the Charlie Kirk thing, I was saying that I think Black people do themselves a disservice. Like anybody publicly celebrating, even if you feel that way, you don't need to get on the internet and say it. I truly feel like we kind of help perpetuate negative stereotypes about ourselves. Myself included sometimes, right? But I've had some time away to rethink a lot of things, and I think we've gotten a little too comfortable on this here internet because we want it meant to be expected from some thoughts you need to reserve for yourself or circle, and that's just when it comes to a lot of like people are just saying way too much tea. And hi PJ, hi True Bleed, hi guys. This is just a test stream. My computer's fixed, okay? So I'm gonna be streaming again later. I just wanted to pop in real quick, and I miss streaming. I miss talking to y'all, and I've been hitting a few panels lately, but nothing against those content creators. It's just not the same as being able to go on your own channel and speak freely. So nothing against them, but I like to be able to just sift through my thoughts because I'm the type of person that if you interrupt me too much, I really do forget what I was saying. And that's why we get so frustrated because I legit forget what I was talking about and be like, damn, what y'all doing? So yeah, the Charlie Kirk thing, I don't know, like it's just too much going on. The internet is going to really be the death of some of us, literally, right? Like the internet has created this new wave of everybody wants their voice heard, myself included, right? Nothing wrong with that, but everybody wants their voices heard. Everybody wants their opinions heard. Everybody thinks they're right. The problem is when that goes unchecked for too long, people become extremists, and people become like that could be detrimental for any side of the fence you're on. If you just become extreme, right? And what's happening is like people are being radicalized by listening to all this negativity all day, all night, all day, all night, whatever it is. Like if I got a bias against Black men and I want to listen to Black men bashing content all day, that is going to influence how my worldview at a certain point, right? If I got a bias against Black women and I want to listen to that all day, I'm going to be influenced. If I have a bias against Black people and I want to listen to content that just bashes Black people and highlights every negative aspect of Black culture and hyper focus on that, same thing. People are not protecting their minds, protecting their mental space. And we have to be very careful about that. We are not like superhuman. Any of us are susceptible to being influenced. If you listen to anything long enough, right? And so some of us are like signing up to brainwash ourselves by consuming too much of one particular type of rhetoric. Um, so I think we all, like I said, myself included, I've had some time to think. I think we all need to be very careful about what we're consuming, what we're feeding our mind. You know what I mean? Because we can see that it's like people are really becoming like radical in whatever stance they're in. And then that stuff's translating over to real life, is ruining relationships. It got people wanting to harm women in public at a like increased rate. Got people wanting to delete people because of their race or because of their political party. We gotta like really get outside and touch grass a little bit because this stuff is, think about, this is like technology, it's internet. We are human beings. We were meant to like be outside and be social and interact with each other. Um, we're not meant to be on digital apps all day, all night. And that is the totality of our human interaction, or majority of it. That's not, we done really got a little too far going with this shit right here. Candy Cane says, I feel like there are some parties who really want to make this a race war bad, and this was not our fight. No black people weren't involved. I said it the other day. Black people are suffering from main character syndrome. Some of them. It's to the point that they want to throw themselves in the middle of everything, anything. Okay, if a cat get hit by a car crossing the street, okay, by Asian man, somehow black men gonna be thrown in it, black women gonna be thrown in it. Like, leave us the fuck alone, please. PJ said this is a fact and it's all by design. There's a book on that. What's the book? We need to know. We have to brainwash ourselves and unprogram ourselves, okay? Because listen, we can't go down with the rest of the zombies. You know what I'm saying? We can't do it. Normal Nerd, M Mills, Sugar Bum. Oh my God, I just miss even seeing you guys' names. I'm so excited that I'm going to be streaming again. But I think sometimes breaks are necessary because this stuff can become toxic and make you toxic, you know? And I'm just trying to like be able to see things clearly. PJ says it's called Like War. Weaponization of social media. Okay, I'm going to screenshot this because I want to read it. And then I'm going to come back to y'all and I'm going to give y'all all the cliff notes, or if anybody wants it, I'm put on the screen. Because, listen, I'm not about to... They ain't going to take us down. All the ways. We need all the protection. Okay. Our stuff on. I gotta stop doing the blinking thing. So now, you guys know the ones who like really overly invested, suffering from characters. Everything's not a black issue. Everything's not about black people. Stop throwing black people in the middle of everything, because whether we like it or not, you are a representation of us. So when there's too many of us publicly throwing themselves in the middle of things that don't concern us, that makes it look like we stand for that and we're in agreement with you, and we are not. I'm breaking up bad. Is it good now? Let me know. Hey, Ray Midnight, is it good now? Okay. Yeah, that's why I'm not staying long. I'm in my car. I was doing a test stream. I'm outside, and the service is horrible where I am. But yeah, you guys can hear me now? Just want to know. Okay, Ray said, never mind, it's cool. I think I'm straight. Yeah, I was saying, like, whether we like it or not, when there's too many of you publicly throwing yourselves in the middle of something, you are representation of us, whether we want you to be or not. And so it makes it look publicly like we are in agreement with things that we are not in agreement with. And that's why it's a problem. And that's why I think sometimes black people need to learn to mind their goddamn business. Stop jumping in the middle of everything, because you guys forget that like we are the most vulnerable ones here. Okay, we are the super minority. We are disliked by a lot of different groups. We don't need any extra problems. Okay, I understand there's like a political grift going on right now where like I think some content creators have figured out that talking about politics is going to bring you a bigger broader audience, right? And more money, probably. So I get it as content strategy to discuss politics. But again, you guys are leaning into some extreme stuff and inviting certain types of energy that's like we are going to look like we're affiliated with, and we're not. And I'm sick and I'm tired and I'm tired and I'm sick. Okay, so I got like 15 more minutes. I'm going to drop the link real quick if anybody wants to come. But I think moving forward, I was thinking about how I want to do my shows. I don't think moving forward I want to do a lot of panel shows. I'm just going to be honest. Because they just tend to be too chaotic. And I like to be able to just get through my thoughts. So maybe there'll be like closed panels, like people I specifically want to do a show with. But I think overall, I don't want to be dropping the link too much because it just, when there's too many people on the panel, it gets out of control, you know. And it's easy for the topics to go left, right, up, and down. Wait, hold on one second, y'all. Can you guys hear me? What you laughing at, True Bleed? I'm so tired of you. What you laughing for? I told y'all it's ghetto outside. I told I'm not gonna be here for long. I just put a little I gotta stream when I'm in the house. Oh, we got a passport, bro. Hold on. Hi, passport, bro. What's going on?
I'm doing fine. I don't know if I'm a passport, bro, but anyway, all right. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I actually love what you were saying because I think there's a lot of times where people who are content creators really want to have authentic conversations and they do open panels and it ends up going completely left from what they were even trying to speak about.
I think some of that is content strategy, though. Just so you know, like every show is not the same. Every content creator is not trying to come up here and give you some grand message. Some of that is like it's for entertainment. So I get it. Just me personally, sometimes I just want to be able to stick to the point. So I notice the more people you add, it's harder to do that.
That's a great point. It seems like sometimes maybe like if the intent's to go viral and have people arguing, which for some reason on YouTube or in Instagram that gets more viewers, then that might be their end goal. But some people maybe like there's a few times on content creators I've seen who really just wanted to have authentic conversations and kind of had a closed panel and it didn't get argumentative. And because of that, it didn't go viral and didn't get seen a lot, you know?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to be very careful with my words because I understand that every content creator is not the same, right? And I understand that everybody has different intentions, and I don't want to knock some of the chaos stuff because I've been over there. A lot of us been over there. Sometimes we enjoy it, right? So I'm not trying to knock them. Just personally, I don't. When I'm trying to do a show, that's irritating to me sometimes. I ain't gonna lie. So I ain't mad at them, but I just don't want to do it over here.
It's irritating for the viewer sometimes, like when the conversation is going towards it, like okay, this is a good, and then it just gets sidelined because of name calling and arguing. It's just like you guys are actually on the point of a really great full circle conversation, but it got derailed because of our love of arguing, you know?
Content creators different. Some people really like the panel stuff. Some people look forward to conflict, believe it or not. And some audiences, let's be honest, when it's lit and people are fighting and saying the worst things in the world, that's when the super chats start flying. That's when the cash apps start coming. So I understand content creators wanting to have that going on. I just personally care more about my point being made, I guess. And maybe I'm the foolish one than making $1 because everybody over here is cursing each other out every day. I don't know. It's not my thing. No more.
I think I've seen you on panels. I think you'll be able to find the middle ground of that. You don't you're not trolling on the panels, but at the same time, like you're not quieter. So I think you have a nice circle of people. I think you'll be able to kind of create a good panel of closed panel people that will have the conversations and even argue a little bit, in the right ways. I hope so. Good luck with doing it. I think you'll do amazing at it.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to try to give this time around like 80% me by myself, and then like the other 20 is like people being on. So either do a whole show, either talking by myself or talking with specific people I invited, or doing the whole show talking by myself, and then maybe at the end let one person up at a time if they have something to say. But I just don't want to do 8 different people trying to talk. Just personally, I can't do it no more. Some people do it good.
You're
Like, I'm not
lucky,
gonna lie.
right?
Like, some people do it good. I've seen some moderators who they, for the most part, can keep it. But when you're a woman, I'm not gonna lie, it's harder. Because people already don't really respect what you're saying, and then it's hard to control anybody anyway. But it's even harder for women. So yeah.
You watch Lucky Marie's channel, right?
Yeah, I remember that. I like how she did that. At the end, she would do one at a time.
Yeah, that's kind of how, or even when she does panels and like opens it up, it's usually with people who've kind of already had previous conversations with her. So kind of already. So if you're kind of maybe looking for like a not a blueprint, but just like kind of a few examples, like she kind of had the same mentality that you're having. And I think that in the last year, she's kind of changed the way that she used to do it. And now is kind of doing it the way that maybe you're trying to do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna figure it out. This stuff is a lot. Flora says, eventually authenticity will bring the more. You will find your niche. Venus. Add open panels isn't bad. It just requires you to be a smart moderator, doing your own monologue first. Yeah, I don't know.
And don't be afraid. And don't be afraid of the mute. Don't be afraid of the mute button. Like, how Kevin Samuels used to like mute people like when they start before the argument even started to become. I think that sometimes the people, especially women in the space, they should not be afraid to use the mute button on people and to keep and if they get mad, then fuck it. Like, tell people ahead of time, like, no, if it's about to get whatever, I'm gonna mute you.
Yeah, I'm gonna see how it goes, because I just don't even have a desire to talk to a lot of these people. I'll be honest.
Wait, hold up, you can't. Okay.
Nah, like the people who like to be up on panels the most sometimes, it's just sometimes the intention was only to come argue with you so they can have a reason to disrespect you.
That is very true.
It just be a lot. So sometimes it's about removing that opportunity altogether. So we ain't even got to go through that, Damn.
Well, listen, I've seen you in the space for a long time, and I think that you'll do well at it, and you'll figure it out. And congratulations on your new pivot, and I think you'll do well. Okay.
Oh, I appreciate the kind words. Thank you.
No problem.
Sugar Bump says, "Child, I don't even watch them relationship shows anymore." Yes, it's getting so. We've been saying this, but it's bad. Like, it's getting so redundant. This is my issue with it. Men and women are always going to talk about each other. That's cool. That's reality. I get that. My issue right now is people are like getting stuck in the same as. There's no progression with the conversation. There's no new thinking, no forward thinking, no new ideology. It's like literally the same conversation driving me absolutely out of my goddamn mind. Okay? So at least some of the content creators done pivoted to politics or something else. And I get it, because nobody want to hear DMP every day, all night. Shit. Yeah. It's like, damn. Maybe you want to sing that Cameron song. I've been hugging the block. That's right. Hustling rock. I know I've been thugging a lot, but a nigga want to know, baby girl, you gonna touch it or not? It's like, are y'all gonna get it on or not? I'm tired of this. What's up, Flora?
I need you to make a parody of that song, of the whole video. I need you to get your friends and just make you did that off the cuff way too easily. Look, it's in your power. If you want to go viral, make a parody version of you rapping that song.
Like, it's like, oh my God, let me tell y'all what I figured out. Some of these men, especially the men who be chasing me around, I really, truly, in my heart of hearts, believe they get some level of like gratification and fulfillment from working women up and getting them aggravated at them. I think they have come to the conclusion that the only kind of attention I can get from women is when I upset them and they yell at me and they're like, hey, I'll take it. I'll take anything, you know? Because you're a man.
Okay.
So you tell me why
Okay.
you men, okay? Look, you in the lion's den now.
Okay. So
Flora,
so
Flora
it's
up
you,
here.
man, and I'm a passport bro. Apparently.
Yeah,
Okay.
too much.
All right.
Oh my God, wait. The
Okay.
passport bros are failing. Why is your boy Jay Rillo in Kenya causing chaos, getting kicked out of Airbnbs? I just seen another one stranded. He can't get home. Talking about he need to get his life together. And he ain't got no savings. He ain't got no job. He just in a whole nother country chasing for JJ. You know what I'm saying? And then calling all the women in Kenya ugly, right? And
Yeah.
then getting kicked out of Airbnbs. And then on video, putting his hands on people, not trying to pay them, video recording them while they don't have no clothes on. Just oh God, like y'all are so, dude. Y'all understand that y'all are embarrassing to the whole black race when y'all be going to these other countries.
Wait,
acting
why
a
are
damn
you
fool.
why do you keep saying, why do you keep lumping me in and saying y'all? I have left the country and been out the country for more than 10 years. I've been leaving outside of America when I was since 20 years old. I'm not a passport bro. I'm not coming back. I've relocated.
Oh,
feel
so the
like-
passport has consumed you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Flora.
Oh
The
no.
passport has consumed. Wait. Okay, the passport's consumed me. What do you mean?
You left. You said I'm out of here. I'm done. I ain't mad at you.
Yeah. So passport bros are people who are like visiting and coming back and going back and forth to have sexual relations.
No, that's
That's-
not necessarily true. They're going to another country to find a woman. Doesn't mean they're not coming back to the States.
Okay. Well, I didn't do. Okay. Let me. Why do you think that I'm a passport bro?
Didn't you just say that? I don't know.
No. No.
Am I-
She called me a passport bro. I'm just asking her why she thinks I'm a passport bro. Hello.
Venus?
Like-
You hear Venus? Oh, she might have audio issues.
Okay. No.
You have a
Well,
very
let me just ask this: is if any man leaves the country of America and like starts, he's a
can I
passport. Just go ahead. What's up?
Can I just say I don't Venus, we can't hear you. I know you're pressing stuff, but we can't hear you if you're talking.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yes,
Yeah.
now we can. I'm like, where is she?
Tell him how he's a passport bro, Flora.
Because he took his passport and he left the country to find love. Right? Isn't that why you did it, or did you do it for another reason?
Well, I guess so. I guess if that's what makes a passport bro, someone who leaves the country in order
To find love,
either
because
find love.
you can't find local love, so you have to go and search the globe. You have to do a more deep dive into the world to find your person.
No, that's not necessarily what it was. I found
That is what
affection.
passport bros is. It's men who are leaving the U.S.
Most
Men who
passport
are-
bros aren't looking for love. They're just looking for
Yeah,
affection.
they are. A lot of them
You-
are looking for love. They're looking for sex. Any access that they have to women is what it's all about. You know.
Okay, so women that go to Jamaica, would they be passport cis?
Sure, if they're picking up bandits over there, sure.
Okay, so if you're getting sexual gratification outside of America, you are technically a passport bro or a passport sis.
If that's why you're leaving, sorry.
I want to be a passport sis. I'm joining the flock.
Where you going, Venus? What country?
I don't know
I'm
yet.
just trying to get
I'm gonna do some
clarification. That's all.
research.
Okay. Venus, you might have accidentally muted yourself again.
No, I was done. I thought I heard Flora talking.
Okay.
Oh, it sounds like I think I have a little bit of like interference. Might be my new mic. But yeah, when you go overseas and your intention is to find love, or you're looking and seeking for love, then that's you being a passport person. You know, whatever
Okay.
that means for you.
Okay. All right. I always thought it was like I always thought, even people in the travel community, like brothers of like those guys who's military, right, who have left a long time ago, and or whatever. Like they usually try to separate themselves from the guys and call themselves passport bros, who are kind of going to places for a few weeks, then returning, then saving their money, then going out the country again, coming back to America, saving some money. That's kind of what we see passport bros as.
No,
But, okay.
I think you're trying to make it a specific definition because there's a negative connotation with it now. But I think when the initial idea of a passport bro or sis was somebody who was seeking love and affair, whatever, from outside the U.S. because they believed the culture of people here couldn't give them what they wanted. So if that's your specific purpose, then yeah, that will fall under the passport umbrella. But if you're just traveling and you happen to fall in love, that's different, I think.
Okay, before I leave,
Wait,
can I bring up my... Okay, go ahead, Vina.
Sorry, I want to address what Emil said because she's right. Miss Jilly, I'm sorry. She said if you want to review videos, it might be better to get through the entire video before bringing panels in. I saw one channel that took 3 days. That used to be this channel. Yo, it used to be. We used to.
Hey, she's calling you out without calling you out, right? Like she need to put like quotations around. I saw this one channel that took you know what I mean? Like,
because the damn show was this channel. Because sometimes I'm not gonna lie, it'd be so good that everybody's chiming in, and you done been up there 3 hours and only got through 20 minutes of the damn video. It'd be like.
There's this one channel that's named after I think it was planets in the solar system. I can't remember the name of the channel, but some channel that was always without calling you out. I love it. All right, she's petty.
I think that'll work for your channel, Venus, because I think a lot of the opinions that you have, some people in the space don't like it. So if you open up too soon and let people on, it's like they don't even want to let you get it off because it just bothers people. But I think if you get through a whole review like by yourself or with like a few people, and then you open up, you might even be able to get like that traction that people get sometimes from having like a messy panel, right? Because they want to hear your thoughts, and then when you let people up, having you being able to have those conversations to be a good moderator and stuff, that'll keep things going too. I think that would be good for you, for your style.
I'm so glad my computer is fixed because that's what I was coming to. I've been hitting a little bit of panels lately again. And like I said, I understand it. I do. It's not easy to run a panel. You can't control 9 random people you don't know or 6 random people. I understand it. So I'm not going to like complain, but
Oh, you stopped there. No, you stopped at an awkward time, like you were still talking. Okay, all right.
Oh, I think it's your audio. You went in and out, Venus, for like a couple seconds, maybe 10 seconds.
Damn, can you hear me now?
We hear you. Yes, it's always, they always hear you. We always hear you perfectly when it's that hear me now part, right? It's all, yeah.
No, it's just saying,
let me ask you. Let me ask you both, ladies, since you're here. Is there any positive aspect of the passport bros that you guys think, or do you guys see all passport bros and sis as negative?
Only honestly, what I've seen is negative. So I don't know about the entire culture of it. So I'm not gonna pretend like I do. You know, obviously what we see is the highlighted, like, I left because Black women are bad. I think if they had just gone on their way and did their travel content, no one would care. But when you keep using Black women as an, like, you keep, what I don't understand is this: once you're around your preference,
so you put me in that category? You think I speak about Black women in a bad way in America, and I left America because I didn't like Black women or something?
Well, I have here talking some, you know, some things. I want to say you bash Black women, but you don't always have the best opinions, which is fine, right? I don't always have
the main thing I always
Black
try to
women.
do is like what Neely Fuller does, is I'm just trying to speak on the culture in general. That's so I bash us and our inability to check thug culture or call it out, or our love of I call out the Black men as well. The same thing that we grew up in and programmed with.
So
we both got
like, what is the problem that you have with Black women or the culture that Black women follow?
I don't have a problem with Black women at all.
Well, Venus just said she sometimes heard you say like not positive things about Black people or Black women. So I'm just curious.
Usually I'm speaking about. Have you guys ever heard of Neely Fuller Jr. or no?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I usually
No.
try to stay along with that's why on panels I don't like to even argue. I try to stick to the code and try to stick to the overall picture of who taught us to act this way. Who taught like not we, and I think when you break it down that way, you see that us as black men and black women shouldn't be arguing with each other. We need to look at who programmed us and then analyze that and then reshape the culture that we're in. That's what I say in most cases. I'm never bashing, oh, black women are wrong. I never do that. Or do you disagree, Venus?
Oh snap! Hold on, let me acknowledge this. We got PJ back because PJ used to be like, "Yo, drop them Venus." He said, "Look, start out with your monologue, get your thoughts out, lay the ground rules. If people violate, issue one warning, and that's it. After that, you're gone." What was your question? I'm sorry.
Well, first off, PJ is absolutely right. Again, that is absolutely true. If for you to try to maintain your panels, and my question was, you keep saying y'all, and you kind of put me in the category of passport bros. Have you seen me or heard me say anything that made you think that I was not being equal to black men's perspective part in this fucked up culture we're in as far as the black women? Or do you think you've heard me, you think that I'm a black woman basher or whatever, like that you think that most passport bros are?
No, I don't think you're a black woman basher. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just like kind of messing with you a little bit. I haven't heard you do too much of talking bad about anybody, really.
Okay, I just wanted to see how, because I really do try to stick to what Millie Fuller. Some men found Kevin Samuels, and I also heard him during the pandemic, but then they never evolved and started listening to other points of view. And when he passed away, they just started listening to reactions of him, and their train of thought never kind of evolved. It's the same thing that you kind of see in this Black Massacre now, where it's like we're not having different conversations. Now we're just reacting to skits and reacting to shit that lets us kind of keep having the same conversations. That's why go ahead.
Yeah, or rebranding and pretending like they did. Like I seen Angry Man changing up a bunch of his talking points, trying to act like he's more balanced than he is. And that's where the confusion comes in for a lot of these bandits who follow them, because they're married to certain ideology. And then when those characters, do their grifting and shift, they have no place. They don't even know where to go anymore. They just keep seeking out that negative reinforcement that they get from, these toxic spaces.
I just have to bandits. Where is that?
Wait, hold on. I just. Oh, yeah, let me say this before.
Cool.
Let me say this before I get off of here too.
Okay.
Moving forward, the things I care about right now are Black women issues, okay, Black people issues, okay, and FBA conversations I want to have. So I just want to put that out there. It's a lot of lies being told about Black women and Black people. I want to spend my time debunking all of it. I'm tired of people lying on us. I'm tired of people using us for content and not even having the decency to at least research the information that they are putting out about a group. Because again, these people think this shit is online and it's entertainment. They don't understand that at this point, the world is online. You are influencing thought. You are shaping perspectives about groups of people, and those perspectives translate over into real life. I'm done with the Black women are the scum of the earth shit and Black women are the problem for every single thing. So I'm about to start coming up here and highlighting people who want to highlight Black women in a negative way and get into their ass, okay? And debunk the shit that they're saying about Black women, because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of everyone looking at Black women like we're their property. We're here to be their content. We're here to be their little test dummies. We're here to be their science experiments. They think they're going to pick us apart from head to toe and be overly critical about everything about us. But the Bible says, take the speck out of thine own eye first, right? I'm paraphrasing, but the point of that is you need to be worrying about your own stuff before you up here highlighting someone else's problems. And you're lying on top of it, right? I'm just sick of people are trying to take away Black women's identity, and they're trying to do that by making everything about us a negative thing, right? It's like this public shaming going on of every single action we take, every perspective we have, every idea, every way we want to dress, wear our hair, wear our nails, whatever the hell we decide to do, because we have a right. they're going to make it negative publicly in order to get you to stop. And I'm here to tell Black women, you continue to be great and do what the fuck you want. You want to wear a yellow weave today? That's your right. That's how you want to express yourself. You fucking do it. Some random ass man who does nothing for you, doesn't have to wake up next to you, his opinion should not fucking matter. Who is he? I'm sick and I'm tired and I'm tired and I'm sick. Leave Black women the fuck alone. Let them express and live the way they want to live. If they're not doing anything that's harmful to the group, leave them alone. Okay? What happened, Flora?
No, I was just saying amen. You know, I love that. And I think that you had that presence here. I know it's exhausting because when you're a positive person, I think intaking a lot of negative can be like draining. But I think, you know, what you had going on, trying to bring like a positive message every day, I think you had a good thing going. So hopefully, you know, you've got a little, you know, fire under your tush and you're feeling motivated, you know, to keep streaming and keep putting out positive. Besides just like the stuff like that's on the opposite side of what Black men do online, because they definitely work overtime to disparage Black women. But I think with like your positivity too was nice.
Oh, I appreciate you. That's why I want to have all you ladies here, because I think we all have something. We have different walks of life, different perspectives, and different things to bring to the conversation. And yeah, nothing is going to be too much of anything, because there's a lot of other things outside of these conversations that I just want us to talk about anyway. But mainly, I think I was listening to something. It might have been DJ Witch Doctor last night, and I remember I heard a certain part where they were talking about mental health being a problem in the community. And I think a little bit more than what we know, because we still don't fully understand it. But we think if you have a certain diagnosis on paper, that's the only time something's wrong with you. No, I think a lot of us have a lot of mental health issues, and that is influencing a lot of this BS. And I want to talk about what we can do to help protect ourselves mentally, especially as Black women. I'm not trying to make it seem like Black men or other people don't have issues in life, but I don't know. I know our perspectives and what we go through and what we experience and how that affects us internally. And I want to talk about some of that also.
And you have every right to it. You're allowed to come to the YouTube and create the space that you want to create. You don't have to make it all inclusive, or, well, what about these issues? Or no, this is YouTube.
Or what about being balanced?
What's up?
Or when they tell you, Venus, oh, you have to be balanced. F all of that. Like, I think a lot of that was to control how you put your message out there. Like, I think it's perfectly okay for you to center women and women's issues on a channel like this, because it's your channel, right? They can go and center men and their gripes that they have with women on their channels. And if there's
if you really want to be balanced, just have a guy friend and make a male version of you, the book with something tomorrow, you know, because it is Venus. Like, you're not going to have equal male representation. Like, literally, your name is Venus. Like, it's the second. It's come on, right?
We don't need to always hear from men. Is the point I was trying.
You got to do. Yeah. So if someone comes to this space and expects that, then they're coming in already kind of wanting to control the way you speak. And men, we hate that too. We hate when we're speaking and women come in our space and kind of start policing how we speak. So we can't do the inverse. We can't come to your space, something Venus, and then start trying to tell you how you should be speaking, how you should be talking, and what you should be talking about.
But you can. But you can also
you can get muted and kicked out.
Well, no,
you can get modded out too.
This is what I want to do. Remember I was saying, like, I don't know if I want to have like these big panels, but I want to do this. Like, let's say I come up here and I lay something out and this is my view, my perspective, whatever. If you disagree, that's fine. But I want you up here by yourself with me. I don't want, because then we could really have the debate. What I realize for me personally, what I don't like is when you're on a panel and let's say me and Flora disagree, but now Berlin is here, PJ is here, whoever else, right? And let's say you all disagree. By the time I can answer one, 3 of you have interjected with 3 different questions at one time. There's no way for me to like cohesively really have that debate. It becomes very difficult. Too many ad hominems at one time. Too many different random ass things being thrown at me. So just me personally, I don't mind anyone coming to disagree, but you are going to have to stand on your own. You ain't going to have no help. You disagree with Venus? Come up here by yourself and state what you let's do it. That's the only way. I can't do the 6 versus 1. It's annoying. I like it. I like to see it, but just personally over here, I can't. I'm not doing it.
It's like martial arts. You gotta try it every now and again. Every now and again, you gotta try. You know you're gonna lose, but you know sometimes. But I'm just making a joke. But look, Venus, you've been doing this for a while. What you're trying to create and what you're trying to build, I think you will have not too many issues doing it, and you have a pretty loyal and pretty dope ass subbing and following, and I think you'll do great. So,
and my
great
people are
test that you're
thinkers
doing
over here. What I like about my people, even though my channel is smaller, but my people are like smart, like they're thinkers, and they'll tell me when I'm wrong too. They don't always agree with me either. Like, so if I'm up here with a one-on-one and they feel like I'm wrong, they're gonna tell me. That's why I'm gonna just have to have integrity. Like if you came up here and you legit disprove my point, I'm gonna hold it to the chat, to be honest, and myself, and just be able to kind of see, like, damn, you know what, Flora, you right about that, and that's okay. Like that's my issue. People don't know how to do that. Like, none of us are gonna be right all the time.
Yep. They have too much pride, or they get embarrassed to be like, actually, I was wrong. Because I've seen it. I've seen people like in live, they walk through a topic with somebody, and then when they realize they were wrong, they just still want to keep fighting. And you know, it's a lot nicer if people can come to that like, oh, okay, you know what, you were right, or you really sold me on that argument.
I think too is because what else I find problematic, but so many people do it. It's normal. When you prove them wrong and they don't have nowhere else to go, they just start insulting you because they want to fight now.
Yep. Now you ugly. Now you're funky.
That's yesterday. We was on Sharon's show yesterday. It was me, PhD, Sharon, Chicago Rilla, and Hood Conservative. Very cordial conversation. Very cordial the whole time. We were not agreeing, but it was cordial as hell. This man came out of nowhere to me and PhD with you bitches.
Oh Lord.
And so Chicago was like, who are you calling a bitch? Like, what? Where did that even come from? And it's just like, but that's every time. It's like they just can't not be right. So once they're not right, it's I want to fight. I want to disrespect people because I want to deflect everyone's attention away from the fact that I have been proven to not know what the hell I'm talking about, as always. You know? Hi, Vaughn. Hi, April. I don't know if I said
whenever you start to lose the argument, a lot of times, that's when it starts to turn to the roast. If you're starting to get like, oh shit, you're starting to lose the argument, then let me pivot and just try to roast you in the funniest way, and then that will make the crowd side with me. You know?
Sometimes the roast isn't bad, but it's when it starts to get mean spirited, like, oh, I know your daddy hated your mama, like, or something evil like that, like.
Right? Yeah.
That's why I don't want to do panels no more like that too, because I get mean spirited if you play too much, and I don't want to do that no more. I'm trying to turn over.
That's that New York shit. They get real ugly.
No, that's that Philly shit.
And no, I'm from New York, but no, it's problematic even for me. It's just a problem. I don't want to. I'm trying my best not to like represent myself like that anymore. So I have to just try to minimize environments that would cause me to do that, because it's not cool either. But yeah, I will definitely go to hell with you, and I want to not be going to hell. Okay, I'm trying to get right with the Lord. Y'all got me messed up. I can't be doing it.
Are you over 35?
Yes.
Then we gotta start taking care of our blood pressure, people. You can't be on these panels getting your blood pressure all the hell worked up.
It's not polite to ask a lady her age, sir.
I didn't ask her age. I said, is she over 35? I didn't ask her how old she was. That would have been disrespectful.
That's the same thing.
It's the same.
It's not the same. If I'm speaking, okay, never mind. If I'm trying to do it in a respectful way, I didn't say, "Hey, Venus, how old are you?" That would have been disrespectful.
In a respectful way, but the goal, you did do it. It's okay. I answered. It's okay. But just
I was just saying, for people who are above 35, we got to start taking care. Okay, never mind. I'm just all right. I was just trying to say, people who are above 35 who get on these panels and get their blood pressure all the way worked up, it's a bad idea. That's
my blood
all.
pressure is just fine. Thank goodness.
Yeah, my blood pressure is fine, but I understand your message. I'm not that old where I got blood pressure going on and shit.
No, we all have blood pressure. It's not an old thing or young thing. You can fuck your okay. Okay,
Okay,
no
no, I
problem.
understand what you're saying. You're right. That was ignorant. But typically, people who struggle from high blood pressure,
It's
that shows
diet
up
related.
later. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Um,
diet related. It's alcohol related. Stress. So
Yeah. Okay.
but no,
All right.
listen, I want to Liberated Soul. I don't know when you came in. He said, damn that, I got some pushback as long as it's on the up and up. There's no malice, even if it's critique. The opinion of the opposite side does matter. This is in regards to you alluding to you. Yeah, I don't know what part you heard or when you came, but I was saying like I'm holding the chat accountable to be honest with me. Like if you guys disagree, that's okay. I don't need it to be like you better agree with everything I say. Now if I don't agree, we gonna have a back and forth. But my thing was I'm not against pushback. I just want people to come one on one. I don't want to do a panel with me and 7 other people trying to fight. I want you to come because this is what people do too. They fall back on other people's arguments. If you want to challenge an idea, you got to come up here and stand on your own and state your case. If you can't do that, which a lot of you can't, yeah, that's your fault. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to have to slaughter you. But if you can, do your best. Bring your best. Sing your best. Okay? Right, Flora?
No, exactly. You should need a posse to get your point across. You should be able, whatever your point is, or whatever your argument is, whatever perspective you're trying to share. You don't need to have backup to do it. It's the same thing as if you're trying to have a fight with somebody. You shouldn't need your whole group and posse with you if you really want to have a fight with somebody. If you do need that posse, then more than likely you don't have the heart that you think you have. And it's the same thing with these arguments. If you need to have a whole bunch of yes men around you or a whole bunch of yes women around you to get your point across or to defend your point, then more than likely your point is you haven't done the work to explain your point or articulate your point the way that you want to.
The sad thing is most of the time it's men. That's the most pathetic part about it is men having to gang up on one woman.
yeah, I was gonna say with Venus, it was like always her and then 7 dudes want to hit the link.
Well, okay. Well, also, it's rare to find that many women who want to engage with a man. You know what I mean? Like when men are saying stupid shit or even having their point, you might get 1 or 2 women who are actually willing to go on a panel and have the conversation.
The problem, though,
okay,
is
go ahead.
The problem is men on here, and I think I'm not trying to insult you, but I do think to some degree even you do it, right? Men come on here and they want themselves to be heard. So sometimes a woman will struggle to even get her point across because it's like men like they like to hear the bass of their own voice sometimes.
Haven't I stopped talking anytime one of you has tried to talk? And haven't I?
I was just.
She said men. She didn't.
Yeah.
No, she said even you. She just said even you. That's why I was.
I said sometimes, but I was saying not in an insulting way. Like sometimes I think just like the fact that you're a man, sometimes like you hear the bass of your own voice and you just want to keep talking. Like, and so women feel like small next to that, and they're afraid to speak up.
Wait, I just want to say thank you, PJ. I'm not on my computer, so I can't play the music. I could, but it's a lot. So I want to say thank you for the $9.99. He says, happy to see you back. Looking forward to this. PJ's just been like my biggest supporter ever. Okay, I really appreciate you. Of course, it would be you to send the first super chat. Thank you, sir. But yeah, go ahead, y'all. Keep on squabbling. I'll be right back. I'm just putting some stuff in my trunk, but I'm listening.
I'm not trying to squabble. Wait, hold up. I'm not trying to squabble.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to squabble.
Okay.
I just meant like even like you just have like a loud, domineering voice, and like sometimes for women, it's hard to like speak up in a conversation and be like, "Oh, I want to speak and give my point too," because you just hear men just being loud and dominating a conversation.
Oh, let me address this real quick, y'all. Candy Cane says, Venus, what happened when Ruthless guy yesterday started talking crazy? Yeah, Ruthless, I just can't. Oh my God, these men are disgusting and sick. And that's also why I'm so happy to have my computer working again, where I could just come to my channel. This is what I was talking about to you earlier, Berlin, when I said some of them I have no desire to speak to. So let me tell you what happened. Nightish was live. I said hi to Nightish in the chat, and I made a comment about whatever the topic was. And then Chicago Rilla was on the panel. He was like, what's up, Venus? Just hearing my name, you got to see how some of these men start foaming at the mouth. It is sick. Long story short, Ruthless, Toothless, starts talking about how he wants to sodomize me. He wants to suck my vagina. Disgusting disrespectful.
Yeah, that's how these men get online. Oh my goodness, Venus, that is
It
so
was
bad.
sick. Like I just was like, you know what? I don't think I need to come over here no more. That's just the end. Like, I just can't even do it. I can't do it. It was just ridiculous. I went up there and like told him about himself, and he just thought it was like funny. And it's like, you're disgusting. You're sick. And why are you talking like that? Calling me a hoe, all this weird stuff. And they basically shamed him off the panel because Chicago Rilla was on his ass. Like, what is wrong with you? What the
But
fuck?
you know, at least at least that happened for you in that moment. But you know how many times I will be joke trolling, not even being serious, because I could really drag some of these dusty necrophiliac bandits, right? I could definitely go hard, but I usually don't. But you know how many times these guys will use a little disagreement on a panel as an excuse to start making like vile threats and start calling people names and stuff like that. Nightish be doing that too. You can go there, you can support him, he will turn on you just because you say one thing against him. And it's like, why would you guys men expect women to want to have conversations with you if you're willing to become violent, like verbally aggressive, which is a level of violence, just because you have a difference of opinion with somebody?
So that's what I was gonna say. It's just we just gotta not talk to them. Like bottom line, like
We
I'm not
don't.
even
I'm not
gonna
talking
try to figure any of it out anymore. It is
Yeah.
sick. They're disgusting. Our energy is too valuable and too important, and some people just don't deserve access to it. Bottom
Yeah.
line, because they're. But I seen what you're saying too. It's like they're a lot of them just want to go off on you anyway. So even because that happened to me too, like you would make the slightest little joke, they're gonna blow it up into the most extreme thing, so they can justify being a piece of shit that they just wanted to be anyway.
Yeah, it's just who they wanted to be. It's
Right.
not that you said anything crazy, disrespectful. They just wanted to be a foul individual, and they have that in them. That's in their spirit, anyways. You know, but as time goes on in some of these spaces, people start to shift through. You get new crowds, and people start to forget who some of these people are. You know, so. But yeah, I'm not gonna be in none of those dusty spaces. That's why I was like, I'm so happy you're going back live, because some of these spaces, that's where everybody be, but then you're like, I don't want to go there because that's what's happening there.
Yeah, we not having that over here. This is the super biased, super protect women environment. I don't give a damn. I'm a black woman. We not going for the black woman disrespect or the degradation or the lying on black women. If you come up here and you got an issue with black women, I don't have a problem with you stating it, but you better come in truth, is what I'm saying. Don't just think you about to spread lies on black women around black women. We're not going for it. And the other thing is, some of them are just so dumb, they don't understand sarcasm, Flora. That's the real truth. Sometimes when you're making a joke, no, I'm dead serious. Sometimes when you're just genuinely making a joke, they don't understand sarcasm. They don't understand satire.
That's fact.
So they just
I
wait. We got
think most
another
I think most
supporter.
men have a wait. I think most men have a hard time catching women's versions of so-called sarcasm. I mean,
What?
Damn.
Our version of it, satire is satire.
am I wrong on that? You think that
Yes.
most men? There's so many times that I've seen. Look, there's so many times that people have come into relationships and I've been bartending, and like so many arguments have come from the woman saying I was being sarcastic, and the guy, we're simple and we're very logical. Most men. So I think most men have a hard
That's
time.
not even remotely true. That's not even remotely true. And other
Really?
generations,
You don't think that?
other generations of men are saying that that's different too. That the men today are way more emotional. They have less social skills. They're not able to relate to women. And I'm not trying to man bash. I'm talking about what's
I'm
called
just talking about the sarcasm part.
I'm
You
just
think men
saying
in the
in
past?
general. I think you're because you're
Just give
trying
me a
to act
second. You
like.
think men in the? Just
Hold
give me a
on.
second.
Wait,
I'm
let her
trying
let
to.
Okay.
her finish because
Let me
it's
just
all gonna
finish.
make sense.
I didn't
Let her
even get to
finish.
finish my point before. That's
Okay,
why. Okay.
okay.
Because you're trying to say what I was trying to say, and the point that I was trying to make is that sometimes I feel like because you said women are always saying that they're being sarcastic, and that's why there's a lot of arguments between men and women in public. That is not
That's
true.
not what I said. I said
That is
most
what you
men
said.
I said most men have a hard time understanding women's version of sarcasm. That's what I said. I don't think men in the past were
But
better at
listen,
this, though.
but what she
Okay.
said is most of you right now, because of where you are socially, social skills, that's is transferring over in a lot of different areas of your life. Basically, you don't have the social skills, so a lot of things you guys do not understand.
Okay. When did men understand women's sarcasm?
A lot
It's
of
not
times in my
even.
life. A lot of times they have. I
Yeah,
don't know. The
like
internet is new. I don't know.
You think men in the past understood women's sarcasm better
men
than
in
men
the past
now?
were less volatile to
Uh,
communicate with.
I actually disagree. I think most men now actually have grown up with women longer and actually understand your guys' humor and your guys' sarcasm much more than they did in the early 2000s, way more than in the 80s, way more than in the 1960s. I don't think that men in the
There's
past.
no women that will agree with
Okay,
that right now.
again, I
Right.
can't even
We're
say. I
women
haven't
and
even.
we're saying no, no, no. You guys
Okay,
actually works now, and I don't even want to say generationally because there are men in my life today. I'm sure like Flora too, who we don't have these issues with at all. So
Yeah.
it's but
I'm just speaking in general and saying most. I know there might be men in your lives who are not. I get that, but as a whole, I think that men are way better at understanding women's sarcasm than they have been in the past. That's all I'm saying.
You just keep
okay.
drifting all over the place.
I'm not drifting all over the place. I'm staying.
No,
Okay,
which is
you
fine.
ladies got it.
We can
I'm just
agree
trying
to
to have the
disagree.
conversation. And again, if you
Yeah,
think
we
that I'm
can
wrong, then fine, I'm wrong. But
we
I
can
definitely know in the 1980s, men didn't deal with women's sarcasm the way that they do now. They
How
were
do
way
you
more.
know? Wait. This is what I'm like. How do you know that? How do you know?
You're asking me how do I
no,
know?
just like men are more logical.
Are you asking me
Because
the
most
question
of
for
the
me to
80s,
answer
I
it?
wasn't even alive. So unless you know something, are you older than? How old are you? How where are you
I'm
getting
four,
that
I'm
from?
four, I'm 42. I'm
So when
42
were
years
you?
old.
Okay, so you were born when?
Okay, like 1982.
So you would not have had the cognitive ability to understand anybody's sarcasm when you for 8 years to know what the adults understood. So what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the culture of how men and women interacted with each other in the 80s. It was not like it was. It was way more like
You don't have a
abrasive. Okay,
unless you're
it was.
60, you don't have an understanding of that to speak on.
Wait,
Wait,
Flora. This
wait,
is great.
wait,
This
wait.
is
I
great.
don't.
Wait.
Okay, wait,
This
wait.
is great. Hold on, Berlin. You're kind of confirming our argument because what you were about to say was men and women got along better back then, right?
No, I don't think they did
Yes,
back then.
they did. This is like the worst state that black women and black men have ever been in. In the 80s and
Okay?
90s, even if we look at, I know it's TV, but I'm just saying, even if we look at the film and stuff, like there was a way better culture amongst black men and black
Oh my
women.
goodness, yes.
They
They knew how
love
to
to
take
be,
women on dates. They were
yeah.
romantic. I mean, this what we got today is just a cesspool of dust. Really? Sorry, not to you in general, but just men. Like what we have.
No, but look, they used to be like together more. They used to like to hang around each other. There were a lot more social clubs, poetry clubs, jazz
True.
clubs, social events where they like to be around each other. Right now, clubs are going out of business. Women are staying in the house. They don't want to be around you. I think they got along better with men back in the day.
I think men are not going to those places because they're tired of being finessed, and they want. That's what's
No, but you
happening.
guys
That's why
don't
the
have
men are
the
not.
money to be finessed. There's not like this is what bothered.
Wait, you saying men don't have money to be finessed? Is that what
No,
you're saying?
not the guys who are not going to clubs
So
anymore.
now all men are just broke now.
I'm
Yes.
not saying you're broke, but you're not
You
millionaires
just
and nobody's trying to finesse you. Like this is the delusion. You're average.
wait.
Just like women
That
are
our
average as
culture is all
well.
about finessing on both sides.
Wait,
Oh my
On
whoa,
both
whoa, whoa,
sides.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
The men.
Hold
Wait, okay.
on,
The
hold
men are
on.
lying, and the women. Our entire dating
You
culture
here?
now is so capitalistic that it's full
See,
of
I don't
finessing and
like
lies.
when people
You
want to
don't think that our
disparage.
capitalistic?
So
You
this
don't
is
think that our
what people.
capitalistic?
Can you stop, please?
Okay.
I
You
want to
don't
say
think that the
thank
nature of
you.
dating now
Can you?
is
Can you? You
capital?
see what I was saying earlier about how it's hard for women to control panels? To ask you several times. Can you
Especially
stop?
with men on them.
Okay. All
I
right.
asked
Oh,
you
you
like
ladies
5
have a nice
times.
day.
Can you stop? Can you stop for 1 second?
Sure.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to Marvelous Opinion for the $5. Says buy a coffee on me, Venus. Peace and love. Thank you for the support, Marvelous. Um, the other thing is when you say things, this is why I'm coming back on some harsh ass FBA shit. I don't like that. When you say our culture is entirely about finessing, you see what you just did to black culture when
You
you
should
make
drop the link
statements
again as
like
well.
that?
Yes, I did.
Why are you speaking on black culture that our entire culture is not about finessing?
I said the dating culture.
That's what the
I said
dating culture
I
that you
said the dating. I said the dating culture. Did I not say that?
You
you
said that
don't
at some point, yes.
Okay. So
that the average black man have to be finessed? Like, this is so delusional. Who told you that we wanted your money? Who?
The problem is I want money, but I can't get it from y'all because y'all don't have enough. So who's finessing y'all?
At least if they were as
Did
well.
I not say we're finessing on both sides? Did I not say that as well?
In the club. I'm gonna defend black men too when it's necessary because I actually care about my culture. You just shitted on everybody, the men and the women, when you say our entire dating culture is about finessing. No, don't put that on, because there's black men who are not on that shit, and there's black women who are not on that shit. So when you
of course, but I'm speaking about the majority. Okay, if I'm speaking about the majority of our culture, it's the same thing you might see when you speak about the majority of black churches. Okay, a lot of it is a pimp hoe culture of finessing, and that's with capitalistic system. That doesn't mean that I'm talking bad about all black churches. I'm saying that the way that a lot of black churches operate now is in a very capitalistic pimp hoe culture, where the guy is the preacher's dressed up like a pimp. He's this elevated man. Everybody look at me, and then and give me money. So if I'm speaking about the overall culture,
then don't use words like our entire is all I'm saying. When you say our entire culture is about finessing, that's a problem. This is what I was talking about earlier.
It wouldn't have been a problem. So if I didn't say entire, then it would have been okay.
That women are finessing out of relationships with black men. What are women finessing out of relationships with you? Just to get one example.
Wait, first of all, Flora, most of these men are complaining about paying child support. We did a Google of what the average child support payment in this country was a month. Do you know what that number came back as?
Isn't it like $40?
No, it was $400 to $500, somewhere between $4 and $5 a month. So if men are crying about $125 a week for their seed, their actual little human that erupted, that came out of them, their little spawn of their own Satan. Okay, they had a little baby demon that they put on the earth that nobody asked them for. They just put it. They just put the demon here.
You ladies got this. If that's how you refer, you ladies got this. Thank you for your time. Jesus Christ. Bye.
So yes,
demons.
So like I was saying. So because they have to come off on average $125 per week for an actual human that they help create.
Right.
They're mad about that. You mean to tell me those are the men who are just getting finessed for all this money when they won't even pay $500 a month for their own little picnic?
But Venus, the whole thing started his mentality being a man who ran from whatever country he's originally from. Sounds like it's America. To go find love, it sounds like. His whole thing is that relationships in the black community, which he ran out of to go into whatever other culture he went to, is people finessing. What does he think is happening when he goes and becomes a passport bro? You know what I'm saying? What are those women trying to do? Every culture, relationships are give and take, right? But I think that there is kind of an extreme mindset right now where men think like him that women want their money and want to steal from them, when really women want your 100% effort. But to men, it translates like, oh, you want our money. If we want you to take us on dates, it's because we want to be spoiled and we want your money.
Let me say something, because I'm so sick. Girl, we're going to have a lot of things to talk about. I've been hearing so many things. So we're going to briefly touch on some of them today, and we're going to expound throughout these shows. One of the conclusions I've come to about men today is that they want all of the reward without any effort. They don't want to put the effort forth. And guess what? Sometimes that effort requires spending some money. Yes, it does. And guess what? And that's how it's always been. But the new men want to be women, okay? They don't want to spend money. They don't feel, why should I spend money on you? Because that's how it goes. Get the fuck over it.
They want you to sign a contract that you're going to give them kitty cat on the third date before they do anything for you.
But Flora, this is my thing. This is why they're full of shit, and I'm going to unbrainwash these women one by one. Because check this out. When a woman is a hoe, a 304, she don't require nothing to get through the dough, and she give you some mo, they want to shame her. So the woman who don't require nothing and is giving the vagina out like free Skittles, you mad at her. Then the woman who say, hey, you got to spend some coin on me, baby, you're mad at her. There's no winning, okay? Exactly. What's up, Marvelous?
What's going on, Venus? Good to see you. Well, hear you, I should say, really.
I'm here in spirit. You see me, honey. You see me. So,
Oh, I know. I like the conversation. You know me, I'm very patient. I listen to what y'all talking about and stuff. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of hypocrisy. You're gonna see on both ends. When it comes to certain topics, because people get emotional, charge first before they start to process things. Like you, honestly, are a critical thinker. I know that much about you. You actually will take the time, listen very closely, and then dissect and then ask questions. You're inquisitive. You're very inquisitive. That's a good trait. Some people they just look at to react to shit. You know what I'm saying? And you already know that about you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got to tell you about you. You know you. But as far as the conversation's going, I feel bad for men who feel like they've been finessed. I personally never been finessed. It's never been a thing for me because like even the club scene, like when I was way younger, like I'm almost 40 now, man. But when I was way young, went to clubs. I just went out there, go dance, have a few drinks. If I met a girl, cool. You know what I'm saying? But like it wasn't like that was my whole mission. I gotta get some draws tonight or something like that. Like it wasn't a thing. Like did it happen? Yeah, of course. But it wasn't like I don't know. I feel like dudes go out there and put too much pressure and emphasis on trying to just get the draws a lot. And it's like, yeah, we all kind of want to have fun, but there's more to it. I mean, there's more you can do than just go to the club and look for a hookup real quick. But I think that's kind of where it's kind of been in a sense of hookup culture in general. I think it's just like, okay, let's just make this exchange real quick. You know what I want, I know what you want, let's get this over with type stuff.
so my thing is this: the men are running around like little dogs with a pink thing hanging out, trying to hump. The women are running around with the vajayjays on fire. Somebody gotta get a goddamn fire extinguisher and beat it with a bat. They dragging it across the carpet like a horny ass cat in heat. Okay. So at this point, they just need to have each other. I don't want to hear no more about this finesse stuff unless you actually got finessed. Because a lot of what they're calling finessing is not finessing. So I'm trying to understand what's finessing.
Well, finessing for me would be something like what Cardi B did. Technically, she robbed the dude, but that's kind of the only example I can think of being finesse. Like when you come in expecting something, you get robbed, and it's like, oh damn, and yeah, you got finessed. You know what I mean? That's the only way I could see it really happening is you actually are getting taken advantage or robbed of something, and something's taken from you without you even realizing it.
I'm just being honest. Nobody wants to put the effort in anymore. I'm gonna speak about some women too, right? The same way the men, they don't want to do what's required. You gotta invest a little bit of time. You gotta invest a little bit of money. Or, like I said, because they sit up and talk about these women all day. There's a lot of women who are going for free. Absolutely nothing. You look good enough, you talk good enough, she's going to be staring up at her ankles in 20 minutes. Okay? Those women are always around. Go be with them, but you don't. You want to criticize them, but then the women who have high standards, you criticize her. There is no winning for women with these men because some of them just want men or want to be women. Just go live your truth, homeboy, because it makes no sense. When a woman comes on the internet every time, right, and it's like, oh, my baby daddy this, or my ex-husband, or my ex-boyfriend, what do they say? You should have chose better. So now when the new batch of women come around and say, hey, my standards are up here, now it's, oh, you doing too much. Ain't nobody doing that for no used vagina. So you can't win. If you got low standards, they're going to talk shit about you. If you got high standards, they're going to talk shit about you. So at this point, women, do what the fuck y'all want to do. I don't care. I'm here for it, okay? Feel free.
You know what's funny? Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry. I was gonna say, you know what's funny though? Those who do have high standards, low standards, whatever. If I was single right now, right? I'm not really concerned about the standards of the individual because I know personally those standards. If that person's interested in me, you know what I'm saying? There's gonna be compromising in a way. And I'm not talking about they're going to just like completely, go the opposite end or something like that. No, they're going to want to adjust. Just like I would want to adjust to that person I'm with. I'm willing to take certain things in consideration if I really want to be that person.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like if you really want to be with them, you're going to do certain things. You don't have to force to talk it. It will naturally happen as long as you guys build chemistry and rapport with each other. It would happen. So, like I don't have to tell people what my standards are. Once I'm with the person, they see my demeanor, they see my standards, and see how I conduct myself. It's kind of like, okay, I can see where he's moving, and vice versa. I see how she's moving. I'm probably gonna want to adopt certain things that she's doing because I lack in those areas. I'm gonna be like, you know what? I like that. I'm gonna add that to my life in a sense, and vice versa for her too. Like people are making this way more than what it has to be, honestly.
Yeah. And I think where women mess up, and like everyone hates when people say this. Oh, the biggest mistake she was let the man take advantage of her. But it's so true, right? When women go and they lower themselves too much to be with a man, that's where the loss comes in, right? Because why? Why did you lower your value? Why did you lower who you were to accept a man, to make it easy for a man to come in and claim that he wants you, right? Or claim that he's a good man. A lot of the times, women's worst mistake is lowering the barrier to entry in terms of dating, relationships, having children, is that they lower what it is that they should expect out of men. And I think consistently over the last 60 years, women have been lowering and lowering and lowering and lowering and lowering their standards. And to some degree, we gatekeep the progression of a relationship. That's why there's so many people now who are childless, right? Because women said we're going to stop having kids. And so there's so much less women with kids. Nowadays, women are making it to 45 without having like a child, right? Before, by 45, every woman had children, right? So there are things that are happening, but I think when women lowered what they accepted out of a man or from a man is when things got bad. That's the role that we play as women, is setting the standard for what allows, how we open ourselves up to men.
I agree, because that definitely go both ways. When both parties, honestly, I think what happens is that we get caught up in the feelings at times. You know, they say about feelings will cloud your judgment, and you're not really looking at things the right way. Because me and my story, my testimony, I got played like that one time. One girl got me because she was the first girl I've actually considered even making my girlfriend. And it was my first huge crush. And because I was in that mental state, my mindset wasn't right. I let everything just go wayside. Certain things I didn't even see, no red flags or nothing. They were always there. But because of my mindset and what I was willing to take, because I really wanted her, in the sense of the sentiment of it all, yeah. And I had to chalk it up later on, not lesson, but don't carry it on every other woman. Like every woman's like this. Like, no, check yourself first. You know what I'm saying? What was your mindset going into this? Did you not value yourself before you approach this woman? No, I didn't value myself. I didn't even know who I was. So how can you love someone when you don't even love yourself? That's where it starts first. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why, like right now, if I know I can't say I know my relationship is not gonna end, but let's just say if it did, right? I know for a fact that going forward, I'm still gonna be fine. I'm gonna be all right. You know what I'm saying? It's not to be like, oh, there's no one for me. It's like, nah, it's not even about if it is or isn't. I know when I'm approached and I can see that person, like I can actually see that person because I can see myself in that person, then I'll know. But that comes to you knowing yourself first. That's why, like for me, whoever comes into my life, you know, as friends or whatever, if I can see a reflection of myself in them, I know they're there for a reason.
Yep, definitely. I think Venus kind of got knocked down, it seems like, but we'll keep the show going. Liberated said, damn, good point for women throughout history have definitely gotten accustomed to lowering their standards. Yeah, I think historically it was like these men wouldn't even be able to have impregnate you before, you know. Now I'm seeing, and we're seeing a lot more people having kids before they ever have any other type of commitment. I know that's the easiest one that people bring up all the time, but that's a child is a very big commitment. You know, it's interesting to see so many people now open to having children with just anybody, you know, versus before it was like you had to meet the woman's family, you had to court her, you know, you had to do, even like as early as the 90s and early 2000s, I think that was still kind of customary. You know, you meet the woman, you know, you date her, you ask for her hand in marriage and all that. Now it's just kind of people do whatever. Even marriages don't have value because now people, you know, they believe that marriages and relationships are expendable. You can find another husband, you can find another wife. You know, all of that that plays into why people aren't having healthy relationships right now too.
Yeah, not being intentional. Even right now, like my little brother, I'm glad. Like I'm glad I'm the role model for my little brother. I really am, because I tell him all the time, you know, like you're gonna have fun. I'm not gonna tell you not to do a thing I ain't do, but I'm gonna at least give you the right mindset going in, so you can at least not make this. I ain't making real mistakes. Don't be wrong, but you still can prevent making mistakes know what I'm saying? Because that type of decision making is going to lead to making a mistake at one point. So it's like be more intentional and have a plan for your family. Like we already had a good discussion about we got to have boundaries within our family. Like legit, we don't. The thing is, we don't have any boundaries established. Like we just accept people into our fold. You give people your name, and that name should have weight to it. Like you know what I'm saying. There's other people who carry that name. You can't just let people come in off of just like, oh, because I know she's a good person. Like, no, what does she stand for? What does her family stand for? You know what I'm saying? What do they believe in? What do they value? You know what I'm saying? Because like if they don't have the same values, how are we going to depend on each other? If we don't have the same principles, how can we hold ourselves accountable? So I need bonding in that sense. We have to be more incentive. We have to incentivize each other in some way to protect ourselves for the better interests of how we can grow and go forward. Rather than being looking at just like how I can be an individual and grow, because that's kind of what the theme is of America. What can you do for yourself? You know what I'm saying? Rather than what can I do for others? You say to yourself, what can I do for me? It's always about my name first. My name comes first. I come first. But so what about your family? You know what I'm saying? Like you represent something bigger than yourself, but no one thinks about that last name, that family, in a sense.
But you got to think about how many people, and I'm sure like there's probably a balance of this, but you have to think about how many people never had a family or a line or a name that they were proud of, right? Maybe they come from a broken home. I think like people have carried that toxicity into how they move in relationships and friendships and things like that. So yeah, a man who doesn't value his name, he's gonna go and he's gonna bust raw up in a bunch of different women, and he's not gonna care, and he's not gonna raise those kids, and he's not gonna be a good father because he has no value for who he is or where he comes from, right? This is where we go back to the mental health conversation. Who are you? Where do you come from? Do you love yourself? Do you value yourself, right? Enough for you to be a good father, enough for you to care about who you impregnate and the life of the child that you have with that person. I think the problem is when you say some things like that is that if you have a person who doesn't even care about who they are or their bloodline, like you're saying, it kind of just you kind of just have a person who's out there doing whatever, treating people however, sleeping with whoever, leaving people where like not having anything, not having a family, not having so part of the issue. I wanted to address something Maya Reed said in the chat. She said the standards have gone up online, but not in reality. I think if there was more women having children and things like that, and being like single mothers and all that, I'm not shaming that, but I'm saying if there was more of that, then I would probably agree with you. But I do think even if women are still dealing with men, I definitely think that they're moving a little bit smarter with their womb. Like if you were to put me in a room with 10 of my peers around my age, there wouldn't be as many of us that were pregnant or had children. It would be a much smaller number. I think that's something that like maybe we're still dating some Dusties and still kind of wasting some time with Dusties, but I do think women are moving a little bit smarter in terms of having career, education, not just having a bunch of, sorry for using this word, bastards, right? Not just creating people who don't value their name and their bloodline.
I agree. I think that on both sides, people are way more informed than ever before, but it goes back to the mindset. And I think on both sides, they end up compromising themselves. It's more of it's not so much the standard, it's the discipline aspect we're looking at. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's the decisions. We know they know better, but it's more of the decisions they're willing to make based on what they know. So basically, people being stupid, to put it shortly. You know what I'm saying? That's my definition of stupidity. I say if you know something, right, but you say forget that, I'm gonna go by how I feel, you're being stupid. And I believe men and women alike are being very stupid sometimes because they know better. But they will rather, because sometimes moments come up that you didn't expect. It's an opportunity that you can capitalize off of, or the temptation of, well, this person did it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't seen nothing wrong. Consequences haven't hit you yet. I think that's kind of what drives us. It's just human nature sometimes.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. Oh, where did my read said online they believe women only want 6 feet men and six figures. Yeah, definitely that's not true. Women are getting with men that are chubby, men who will have a lot less than six figures, right? I don't think that's where women are changing their standards. I think in terms of like making permanent decisions like having a child, those types of things. I think that's what women are doing less. I definitely see women still settling for men who are not on their intellectual playing field, like who are below them intellectually. Maybe their prowess, their ambition. I'm still seeing like an imbalance. One thing someone else said here, and I'm curious how you feel about this, Marvelous, that women have adjusted to and changed and adjusted to the changes in society, and men have not.
I believe, honestly, that might be a natural thing. I'm not gonna lie, men are more stubborn when it comes to change. I'm just being real. Men don't like to change.
Yeah.
Women are more fluid in that because this kind of goes with the mindset of women. Women are more emotional, but emotions in itself is all about change. You know what I'm saying? It's all about intensity, the range, and all that stuff like that. So women like because that's how y'all approach things in such detail. It moves you in a way. Like you guys are kind of curious and more inviting to that, more so than men are. Men are more like it's kind of weird. Like you say that men are more cautious. It's more like men are not cautious. That's what I want to use. Like I said, stubborn is a good word, but it's another word I could say on top of stubborn. Because it's like when men like use logic, it's like they know something. You have to change that knowledge, what they know, in order for them to move on something new. You know what I'm saying? You have to really convince them, like, oh, this is a good move. Okay, because I know this. You know what I'm saying? Other than like I feel or I'm curious, they rather just know to know. And I think that's why they don't move so much.
Yeah, I mean, men are definitely left brainers, right? They don't have the same emotional maturity. It takes a little bit longer to become emotionally mature, right? For everybody, it's still 25 when your brain's fully developed. But like maturity wise, it does take men a lot longer. And here's another thing, really quickly to add on to the point you made, is that women aren't just more emotional, right? Because we actually emote very similarly. Women are just more linguistically capable of expressing themselves. We spend a lot of time talking as women compared to men, right? Because there is this idea that men just have to be quiet and strong, and that's you guys' own stereotypes, right? But I do think women are better at expressing themselves and expressing what they have a problem with and being direct about it versus men who they don't want to rock the boat so much so that like things kind of get piled on until they're really, really upset, and then it becomes like kind of a blow up versus like men being able to communicate the things that they dislike or the issues that they have linguistically. Like I just don't think men have the same sophistication to have EQ in relationships.
That's fair enough. Yeah, it's fair enough to assess that. Because honestly, it's kind of sound kind of I don't want to say cliche, but it's more like with men learning about women through men. I think that's an issue, just like the same thing you would say about women learning about men through other women. I think that's a disconnect in some way because you're only going to get a filtered story through that person's perspective, and it's going to be based on some knowledge, but it's going to be really pushed on how they feel. You know what I'm saying? So like they end up becoming compromised because they took one person's perspective, not realizing that's going to only narrow your own perspective because you don't have your own experience, your own knowledge, and your own personal interactions with the group that you're curious about. You're just going word of mouth without even testing it for yourself. Or better yet, when someone told you what this was, you actually go and look for what that is. So you're not even really being open in a sense of seeing what things are for they are. You're focused on what you were told. So you're going to only focus and only have that come to your attention because that's what you were told. But that's not the reality.
Okay. It's a different perspective.
Appreciate it. I wish Venus was here.
I don't know where she is.
Because I don't want to leave. I'm only here for the moment because I actually had to get ready to go. I just came up to Jersey, coming from Virginia and stuff, facing my family, and my sister just texted me, so I'm about to hop off. But I don't want to leave you by yourself neither.
I don't know what happened to Venus. She just disappeared. Let me text her and see where she's at.
Yeah, do that. I'll stay on for a little bit just so she can contact or let me know what's going on with her.
Yeah, let me text her.
Shoot, let's see what the comments say real quick. Let's see. Comments. That's what we got. All right, from Liberated Soul Rebel. If there's something I don't like, you generally want to know because I come from a mind frame of closed mouths. Don't get fed. That don't get fed. Hmm. Okay. And then you got this person, True B. Lee. Most issues in the black community come from feminism.
No, we know where he's coming from.
Oh boy. Men have to be strong and supportive. I agree. I think everyone has to be strong and supportive of each other. We know we're a village. Everyone needs to, do what they can for each other. Again, it's not about it's about us. If it's really about us. Black men don't want to believe black women and accept no and no accept no. Okay.
Kasim,
Okay.
did you see Kasim comment? He said, without emotional maturity, even someone with great values, reliability, or shared goals will struggle to navigate the inevitable challenges that come with building a life together. That's so true.
Yeah.
So true.
That's true. Very true. Let's see. That's always here. Yes, oh yes, women still settling. That's why I said this a second ago. Women talk a good game in present day, but they still going for BS. Again, that's just the mindset, and that's men and women alike. To tell you the truth, I tell you right now. And that's another thing too. I actually have a point of contention of that word settling, because it's been used in such a way to where if someone uses that word, they take it in a negative context. But I tell people all the time, the moment you choose anything, you settled. But that's not a bad thing. I mean, that's what satisfies you. That's actually a good thing to be satisfied with something. On the other hand, when you says you don't settle, meaning nothing can really satisfy you, because you always in the mindset it can always be better. It can always be better.
Can you
Like
guys
yes, of
hear
course.
me?
Yes,
Oh,
you Venus. There you go. I was
I'm
like,
in the
where'd
house.
you go?
I'm in the house now. We can rock out. It just was too much going on outside. I had to come to my computer, so I should be good now.
Oh, okay, good. I was like, where'd she go? And then I saw the screen change. So
yeah, Venus. We kept it entertained for a little bit, but I have to get ready to go. I got to meet up with my sister. I'm up here in Jersey right now for the time being for this weekend, see my family and stuff. But I appreciate you having me on the show.
Thank you for coming up. Thank you guys for holding it down when I had my little technical difficulty. But what we
Sure.
talking about, Flora? Kasim is here. Hi, Kasim.
yes, it was fun. Marvelous was being fun. I don't know who that other guy was.
We really ran him off because we called the little kids demons. It's okay. He'll be back. Some of y'all having little demons. I'm sorry. Like that boy who just deleted that man. He's a little demon. Okay. Kasim says, without emotional maturity, even some with great values, reliability, or shared goals will struggle to navigate the inevitable challenges that come with building a life. Yes, I've had this issue before, like not being emotionally there at the right time. And I think a lot of people, he's right, do struggle with emotional maturity. That's not spoken about enough. And the problem is when you even try to bring some of these concepts up to these men, they'll dismiss it. Like, I'll never forget this day. It was years ago, but I couldn't believe it. I'll remember this. I was on Aaron O show, and I was like talking about. I'm first of all, I'm taking credit for bringing the words emotional intelligence to the space. It was me. So I brought that up on Aaron O's channel, and Angry Man was like, "That's some made up stuff that women said to make men feel bad. That's not a real thing." And so many men will like do that though. Like they'll dismiss a concept simply because they don't understand it. So if you say something like emotional maturity, they're gonna look at you like, oh, that's something you just, trying to bring up to shame men. I heard that a lot.
Emotional maturity is to shame men. Yeah, that sounds like something these men would definitely
No,
say.
emotionally, I said emotional intelligence, and they said that's a made up thing to shame men.
Oh, yep. What panels? I remember you saying something about.
Oh, I remember that.
Oh, weren't you talking about that recently somewhere where they said EQ, emotional intelligence, was fake? That's not a real thing. I think it was a Dusty.
This is what the lesser intelligent do when they don't understand something and they just refuse to even try. They just try to like do this fake ass reverse psychology. Oh, you made that up. No, you just don't. You never heard of it, and you don't understand it, and you don't care to. So you're gonna act like somebody made it up. Angry Man, Sugar Bum. It was Angry Man.
Oh, yeah. Until like the guy that left, the thing that bothers me about what he was trying to say, which is against what a lot of other men are saying, is that he was trying to imply that men just don't like understand sarcasm, but this like men are the most understanding of women as they've ever been. That is not even remotely true, right? There's a lot of men today who don't even believe women have a place in society because of what they hear online. You know, they want women back in the kitchen, things like that. You know, I think if you really were to get online and listen to what scholars are saying about how men are right now, right? There was some two old white dudes. They talked about the biggest issue that men have today is there's lack of friendships and lack of social skills.
I wonder if you could, you know, you could share a screen, like you know who they are, because we could show them.
Yeah. Let me Google it.
Hi, Foolish Scholar. I'm so happy to see everybody again. Hi, M. Mills, Travel One, Foolish Scholar, Liberated Soul. Okay, who else? Sugar Bum in the building. I think I said hi to everybody else who was in the chat. Yep, I'm seeing the same names. Okay, True Bleed. Hey, how you doing? Oh my God. He says the black community was united until feminism. I don't really know. Kasim, I saw in here somewhere. Hi, Kasim, if you're still here. Men have to be strong and supportive. Absolutely. Listen, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Maybe all hope is gone, but I've given up. The public display that I've seen, and even in my real life, it just seems like we're too far apart most of the time when it comes to mentality and when it comes to like emotions. And I don't know how you can build and connect with someone when you are like mentally and emotionally on two completely different planets. Okay. Lena says, how is EQ fake when men came up? Men came up with most of the stuff that other men are going to say is fake because the smarter men who created those concepts, they feel insulted. So they're going to say, oh, that's just some made up stuff and blame women when it wasn't even us, to be honest. Half of the things they have an issue with, if you dig deep enough, there's a man behind it, but they will blame the women's. I don't understand it. But like y'all, I've been getting back into I'm just stalling because Flora's gonna find a clip for us.
Yeah, I got it. I'm about to you want me to just like share my screen and then you'll click it or whatever?
Or you can, I don't know how to do, however you know how to do it, because I don't really know. You put it in the back or something, right? Or
let me see. Does this come to you? If not, I'll yeah.
Perfect.
Yes.
Will we get a copyright for this or
no, not generally, but again, I can't guarantee. I'll just tell you that when I covered news and things like that, because this is like when it's news, it's considered like a primary source, so it's not like copywriting. As long as we talk instead of just play it, we should be good.
Okay.
Yeah. You want me to play it or?
Because I can't control it, right? As you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I see what you mean about just giving you the link. All right, I'll just play it, and then if you want to like be able to stop it and stuff like that, I can just send it to you, and you could project it like from your computer.
Or just pause it at the points where you feel like we probably need to chime in.
Okay, feel free to just tell me too.
Okay.
Hey, Dr. Steele. All right, let me play the video.
At the Brookings Institute and president of the American
Can you turn it
Institute
up?
for Boys and Men. Reeves is also the author of the book Of Boys and Men. In it, he says the modern male is struggling and talks about why it matters and what to do about it. The book
Is it loud enough, or should I send you the link? Because my computer is a little funky sometimes.
I don't know if it'll make a difference, but it does sound low. Can you guys hear it?
Here, I'm gonna
in the chat.
I'm gonna send it. I think it's because like sometimes when like the person who's not the primary streamer is doing it, it comes across lower. So I'm gonna send it to you. Yeah, sometimes StreamYard is so weird. That's why I like some of the other ones. But I did send it to you if you want to try and
All right,
project.
I'm gonna try it on my end to see if it makes a difference.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you now. Were you saying something before?
No, I'm waiting for these ads to disappear. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're gonna get to the bottom of why you men are socially awkward as hell, don't have no sense, don't know nothing, don't want to do nothing. Okay. Let's go to skip. I'm gonna try to turn it all the way up. Okay, audience, let me know if you can hear it okay. So look. Okay, it says, is there a male loneliness epidemic? Let's play the video.
Male malaise. We're talking to Richard Reeves, senior Brookings Institute and president of the American Institute for Boys and Men. Reeves is also the author of the book Of Boys and Men. In it, he says the modern male is struggling and talks about why it matters and what to do about it. The book takes a look at how males are doing in many areas, including education, wages, and socially.
Okay, audience, can you guys hear it? It's the video, it's low. Okay, they said they can hear it. Okay. Going back a little bit.
And talks about why it matters and what to do about it. The book takes a look at how males are doing in many areas, including education, wages, and socially, and how a lot of men are feeling isolated, lost, and defeated. Richard Reeves joins me now in studio. Richard, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you coming in. I think it's going to be an interesting conversation. The first question is a simple one, but it might be complex. In 2024, what does masculinity mean?
Well, that's the million-dollar question that millions of boys are Googling. I think a lot of young men are actually looking for the answer to that question. They're very often looking for...
Can you pause it right there real quick? That's the issue. And I know we're going to let the video go and all that, but I think that's the main problem that men have right now. They're going to the internet to find out what it means to be a man.
Well, to be fair, if they're going to the internet, it's because maybe in real life they don't have a place to go.
But sometimes, do you think that's not the case though? Because like some of these men have fathers, uncles, brothers, and stuff, but their attention is on the internet.
No, you're right, because they do have, but they don't deem the father cool or the uncle cool or this person is not cool. Or what I hear them say to older people a lot is, "You don't understand," right? So you're right. They a lot of times, like they do with women, they have an answer in front of their face, but they don't see it because they don't want to see it. So they're going to the internet to get advice from strangers who mean them no well, instead of people in real life who probably love them and care about them and actually will have better. It's not the cool answers, but they're the best answers.
Yeah. They don't even value, and I think it depends. Obviously, like we can't generalize all men, obviously, and I hate that we have to say this, but I do think a lot of men now have already gotten their concept of manhood from whatever man they like listening to online. You know, they don't have a clear image of what a real man is anymore.
Hi, F&M. I'm glad you made it over. Yes, I did a test stream, but we chilling now. We just got to talking and we here. Sugar Bun being toxic. Why is this so funny? It's not funny, Sugar Bun.
They're finding all kinds of influences there. I think what's happened is that we're clear what it shouldn't mean now. Right? The old idea of masculinity is kind of dominance, of privilege, of there being something about being a man giving you some sort of inherent advantage in the world. That has been significantly moved away from. But what worries me is like we haven't replaced it with anything. To me, and this is probably reflecting my own upbringing, right? And I've got 3 sons too. It's about giving more than you get. I think there's something about the idea of masculinity being about for other people. It's about being relational. So there is this idea sometimes of like Lone Ranger, you know, somehow being a man is to be on your own.
Right.
I think that's the opposite of the truth. I think actually being truly masculine is to be there for others.
Ooh, he said it's about basically being selfless. Being truly masculine is about being there for
Giving. Yeah.
being of service and whatever, and duty. They say these words right around here a lot, these buzzwords: duty, service, but they don't actually enact these things. They just kind of say them. They're like these empty titles that they know they're supposed to say, but they don't embody. Because I've heard also people on the contrary say, we don't want to do that. I don't want to do that, right? I'm not trying to give and be self-sacrificing and all of this and all of that. And I want to, this might go somewhere else, but I just want to say this. All of this and this whole increase in like trans stuff and this increase in like the gender fluidity, the gender norms getting switched around so much. All of this encompasses, to me, what I'm hearing is I don't want to be a man because it's too hard for me to be a man.
Yeah.
That's why you hear like, well, the women get to do this. As a man, why would you ever be setting your standard based on what a woman is doing? That's crazy to me.
Yeah, or wanting to be on an equal plane. So this is what the thing people don't understand. Like, there's waves of feminism. So when men talk about, and I know the most extreme bandits are the ones who usually say things like this, but I do think that there's this idea that feminism wants men and women to be, to be the same. And I don't think that's necessarily true. I think we want an even playing field, which essentially would just involve women having autonomy, which is what they didn't have before, or having a space for women, in the workforce and things like that. I think that's the main issue, is that men are trying to bring themselves to whatever level they feel like women are at. And in some ways they feel like that means they're taking something from women. Like, oh, if you're a woman in this day and age and you want rights, then, you should be working like me. You should be, lifting, you should be struggling like how men do.
Fear No Mortal says, I agree with that. The competition is ridiculous. PJ says, lack of identity. That's what I'm seeing all across the board. It's true, because if you are really rooted in your manhood and who you are, what your core values are, what your principles are as a man, what you are supposed to represent, you would not be comparing yourself to the women, you would be taking pride in being a man. Like I would. I'm just saying. I don't know.
I like that he said it, and being a man was about self, like in some ways giving. And when women say they want a man to bring certain things nowadays, the first thing men say is, what do you bring to excuse me, what do you bring to the table? Sorry, I'm over here chiefing over here.
Bring some water. Oh, you're smoking. Okay. Well, I don't smoke weed. Is that a good sign when y'all almost like choke and die? A lot of y'all be happy.
Oh Lord. It's definitely not a bad thing. No, but
see? Y'all be like, yo, this one.
You know.
So Foolish Scholar says it's a fear of being a tool without love, for real. Okay, Flora, so to be fair, is some of it warranted because they do not want to be taken advantage of?
So that's the thing that's confusing, right? If we're just coming out of a time when women were expected to, and let's be real, how is a man today a tool when nowadays women work the same way men do, but then they also come home and take over all of the load at home. They take care of the children, they take care of the homekeeping. And I'm not making this racial, because if you talk to other groups of women, they say the same thing, right? They've taken on more than the women before them, because not only are they homemakers, raising the children, keeping the home balanced, but they're also bringing in a paycheck now. So, I mean, this is where I'm talking about, where I think men are hyper focused on being used, quote unquote. That idea of being used goes along with a man that doesn't even exist today anymore.
Okay, so this is how. When a woman knows that she does not find this man attractive, she has no desire to really be with him, but he provides some level of benefit to her. So she'll stay around him and string him along because he strokes her ego, or because maybe he pays for little stuff here, or maybe he just comes and picks her up from work, or he does little things. There's some benefit in it for her, and she knows what he wants, but she knows that she does not want what he wants, but she won't be honest and say that. She'll kind of just use him.
Yeah, I definitely think that still happens, but I'm talking about the greater group. Do you really think that's what most women are doing when they get with these men? I think there's a level of scum in both genders. You know, there is. There's those women out there who they got the BBL bodies. They're all lipoed out. You know, they look good from sun up to sundown, which is not normal for any woman, right? Some days we're gonna have bad hair days. We might have pimples. You know, we might be on our cycle, and therefore our skin is all greasy, right? Women don't look perfect 24/7, but some women who put that effort into their body, they feel like they can go around being transactional with men. So I'm willing to call out the scum in both, you know, but I don't think the majority of women out here are moving in a way where they're using men like tools. I don't think so.
Okay. And it's oh my god, yo, you're making me think of so many things. I gotta get my notebook so I can write these things down for like show ideas. Okay, you just said something about women don't look perfect all the time, right? So I want to talk about how social media has corrupted everybody's idea of what a woman is and what she is supposed to exist like, right? So because the only thing most of us are going to put on the internet is very polished, very well put together, right? Now let's say you're a man and you're not around women a lot, and you're now starting to shape your view of women and your expectations of women off of all of these perfect Photoshop or well polished, or only when I'm dressed up and here and everything is done. All of these perfect images is what you see all the time. So now you get around a real woman, and God forbid her nail broke or her hair is not done this week. You're shaming her because you and your imagination think that women just wake up glammed up from sun up to sundown every day, all day, and they don't have any imperfections. It's like it's becoming very diluted out here.
Or when she's puffy during the week of her cycle, you know, you're shaming her about it. You're asking her why she gained weight, right? Or you're putting attention on her body. This is the delusion that's coming from men, that I think it does stem to what Richard Reeves said, is that, you know, they're just not understanding the idea of a man. When you're moving in the position of wanting to give, a lot of critiques and the things that they say about women wouldn't even be applicable, right? Because when you're moving that way, you're getting a different response from women.
I'm telling you, it's I think it's a combination of porn, watching a lot of porn, and no, I'm dead serious, watching a lot of porn, following a lot of these Instagram pages or whatever pages where you just see women looking beautiful, right? You start to develop this delusion that women are never waking up not looking well put together, not like they don't understand. A lot of that is altered to look great, right? Women don't wake up looking like that every day. They don't all day, all night. It's just not realistic. But again, when you spend more of your time with women on the internet than you do in real life, then that's you come into the world really thinking women are going to be perfect, and because you're comparing them to some porn stars and some Instagram, like,
right?
You know what I'm saying? Where like,
or have even like sex. You know, you make a good point. If you're comparing the women that you're with to porn stars, I'm sorry. If you're comparing them when you're having intercourse, when you're relating and things like that to those women, yeah, you're going to look at an average woman with a regular body and think that you deserve better and go after that IG model. But when that IG model uses you like a dirty tampon, you know, it's now it's all women are like this.
Foolish Scholar says it's also a lack of appreciation overall. I agree. I think women, for the men who actually do add value, they have expressed that they don't feel acknowledged and appreciated enough, right? And the women have said the same thing. So it's just like a whole generation of selfish individuals. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
So let's play some more.
Yep.
Is to be a provider, but not in that narrow sense, but in the kind of broader sense.
Yeah, we have heard that there is a loneliness epidemic now when it comes to men, single men. So, you know, what you're saying kind of is counter to that. Why do you think we are seeing so many men single and alone?
Yeah, so in the US, that's the data I know best, 15% of men under 30 say they don't have a single close friend now.
Right.
Oh no. So this goes beyond women, Flora, because he didn't just say women, he said not a single close friend.
Yeah.
So just in general, like not having close connection or bonding,
Brotherhood.
with any sense of community with anybody.
Yeah. 15% is a lot too. Like, it really is. It's not a little bit.
And then I heard him earlier. He said millions of people, millions of men or boys, whatever, have Googled what is masculinity. So they don't know. Okay, so let's continue.
1 in 7, up from 3%. It's shocking.
Yeah.
What I think has happened is
single men. So, you know, what you're saying kind of is counter to that. Why do you think we are seeing so many men single and alone?
Yeah, so in the US, that's the data I know best, 15% of men under 30 say they don't have a single close friend now.
Right.
That's 1 in 7, up from 3%. It's shocking.
Yeah.
What I think has happened is that in the past, the ways in which men connected relationally, those institutions, they had clear roles in the family, in the workplace, maybe through their religious institutions. So the role for men was kind of prescribed, as it was for women, but it was deeply unfair. Those roles were restrictive and sexist in many ways. We've taken that away. But I think absent those props, if you like, that we used to have and those scripts for how to be relational as a man, I think a lot of men are really struggling to figure out what kind of relationship should I be in.
Oh, he made a good point. So look, he said historically, even though it was sexist, which it was a clear defined role for like, this is what men do in the family, in the home, in the workplace, etc. And this is what women do in the family, in the home, in the workplace, etc. Right?
Yep.
So he's saying that now that has been taken away, it hasn't really been replaced with any clear defined role, and this is why men are struggling, is what he's saying.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear the last part of what you said. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, he's saying that because they took away the past, this where it was very clear on this is what men do in the home, this is what women do in the home, this is what men do in society, in the workplace, etc., and this is what women do in society, etc., in the home, etc. Everybody's roles were clearly defined. He's saying before. He's saying the reason men are struggling today is because those things have been taken away, but they haven't been replaced with anything. So this is why men are struggling on like what their role and positions are.
Yeah,
because,
you know.
Yeah.
You know, the thing too is that men don't like one thing that women naturally do, and I'm not trying to bring like nature into this to like call men creatures and to call women civilized, but I do think that men don't naturally look for community among each other. And so when he says prescribed, he's talking about the fact that these institutions of like, oh, men, once they get to a certain age, they have to go work so they can provide for their family. And, so the family was the institution where they were the husband, father, the leader of the home. At work, they had friendships because, they had to be friends with their coworkers and things. Those things were given to them versus women sometimes, whether there's an institution or not, they're going to collect and gather and try to accomplish things as a group because they tend to work a lot more in harmony. Whether it's able to be stable over time depends on the women, but I do think men don't naturally like try to come together and give each other game. I think that's something that they've been given like from an outside institution.
Sorry, I went to sneak and drink some water. I heard you. Okay, Liberated Soul said we're lying about something. And he's threatening to come up if we get too biased. So I want us to get too biased so he can come up, okay? So let's continue the video.
Yeah, men don't know. Men hate each other. They're always in competition with each
Yes,
other.
they
They
can't.
don't like each other. That's the problem.
Now, at this day and age, just the whole new homosocial vibe where they love each other. Okay, they cannot stand to be without one another. It's almost like, ew, women, get them out of here.
Yeah,
Um,
but the love, but love before was friendship love. Now the love is like romantic. They want to be together. They want to penetrate each other's pussies and stuff. Was that a little too thick, liberated? You ready to come off?
The weed is kicking in. Okay, look, Fear No Mortal. Fear No Mortal says it could also be the technology era. Times have changed. Men used to have to get outside and socialize and make authentic connection. Oh my God, we're gonna have so many shows because I went on a rant about this on somebody's show, and I want to get more into how I think the internet and social media has kind of like, it's good, but it kind of has a lot of negative effects on humans in general.
Yeah.
We don't socialize as much. We don't physically get up and go as much. We used to have to, if you wanted something from the store, you had to get your lazy ass up and go get it. If you wanted to talk to that girl, you had to get your ass up and walk over there. And this was good for you, right? Because it exposed you to rejection. It made you be a person who has to think on the spot. It made you be a person who had to develop your personality because you're in front of people doing this. All of that went out the window. This is why everybody's dumb. My
You know
favorite
what?
was dumb because
Yeah.
everybody. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, what were you gonna say? Sorry, I thought I interrupted. There's some
It's
feedback.
okay. It's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I think honestly we should go back to a time where people had limited data and minutes. Because now that we can run the internet on our phones, like, so I saw someone say that in the chat. Now that we can run the internet on our phones, like, people feel like, I'm out here, I don't care, I'm not talking to nobody. I'm gonna hang out in this corner by myself in my phone. I'm gonna take selfies. I'm gonna live in my parasocial life. Forget the people around me. And I think, you know, when communication was limited and like, oh, in order for you to have conversations with somebody on the phone, right, you had to pay for minutes. You remember how rare it was? You would wait until Thursday or whatever day at 9 o'clock to call your friends. Like, you remember how rare it was to like talk to somebody?
Yes, and you know why that's a good thing? I'm gonna tell you, even for me, I've come to realize if we're not careful, I think we've all been affected. Maybe some to a higher degree than others, but I think we've all become very dependent on our devices.
Yeah.
Very dependent and addicted to the internet, very addicted to constant stimulation, right? Because that's what we get from these internet devices, everything at the touch of a button, whatever we want to hear, see,
Instant
or
gratification. Yep.
Because I've become conscious of this lately, I've been trying to implement times in my day, even if it's just 1 hour, where it's no phone, no internet, no none of that. Like, completely remove it, because I feel like this is not good for us. Low key, it's really not. Not at this like level of consumption. It's like killing our brains, like our abilities to think for self, figure things out, quiet our minds.
You know, like, some young people are like afraid to talk on the phone. Like, afraid.
Have you heard some of these people when they hit a panel, they should be.
But I'm saying, like, afraid to like communicate. Like, you know, one friend was telling me that her daughter like doesn't like to order takeout on the phone. Like, she only likes to do it through apps because like talking, she has anxiety. And I was like, damn, you can't even order a pizza, bro? Like, what if you couldn't do a digital app? How are you gonna eat?
This is why I said that was good for us, because guess what? There's always been people who struggle with confidence issues, who struggle with we all have different issues, right? But let's say you struggle with confidence, or you struggle with talking to people, or you struggle with whatever. We were forced back then you had to deal with it. You had to still expose yourself to certain situations, as uncomfortable as it was, but that helped like develop you. Now you took that away so people feel more comfortable, but what it does is keep them stagnant, or maybe they digress sometimes. That's not really helping.
That's so true. Even the nerds had to talk to each other and build community among each other. Remember those groups?
Exactly. And we got kind of cool with the nerds. They were nerds, but they weren't like uncomfortable around us. We seen them in school. We cracked jokes. We just weren't with them all the time, but they weren't like so far away from. No. So it's like the having to talk to each other was actually helpful for everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, it was helpful. And I think people had deeper friendships too. Like that's what I'm talking about, where I feel like men aren't even friends with each other anymore. Like before, you would spend all summer with the people on your on your street, because that's the only kids you could play with. You couldn't go online and make a bunch of digital friends and play video games with each other all night. You know, like you couldn't do that before. Now you had to, before you had to like actually go outside, make your friends, be a good friend to them, spend your summers together and build those relationships. Now people literally have people that they've met through Xbox, and that's the only person they talk to all day. Like imagine that.
You know what I like? Remember earlier when I came on, I was on my phone and I was like, oh, I'm cleaning out my trunk. There was a woman, she was cleaning her house, so she was sweeping the front porch and everything. She and I had a whole conversation just now. She invited me to her church, all type of stuff, because like we're not afraid to talk to people. You know what I'm saying? Like it can't be a bunch of people who are scared to talk to people. That can't work.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem with men too. They have a special role, and they can't live that role if they don't have social skills. But you want to keep playing the video? Is that what you're gonna do?
Okay, no problem.
How do I sustain my friendships? What does it mean to be in community? In a way, those questions were answered for us under the previous regime of patriarchy, or whatever you want to call it. Now it's a question as to what it means to be a man. And it's great. That's simultaneously wonderfully liberating, but also very disorienting. And I think for a lot of men, they're just ending up somewhat lost and retreating, and sometimes online, and the result of that is real life loneliness.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of confusion. I want to pick up on some of those points, but first I kind of want to jump back to the beginning of all of this. What piqued your interest in this subject?
Well, first thing is I'm a recovering father, in the sense that my sons are all in their 20s now.
Okay,
of course, it's a lifelong glorious mission, and so just in the UK and the US, just their experiences in the education system, what dating looked like.
Yeah.
I realized that even in the time since I was growing up, there'd been a really big shift in a lot of the expectations that were placed upon them. And then in my day job, looking at issues around education, inequality, social mobility, racial justice, I just kept seeing a bunch of trends that were actually not the way we'd normally think about them. When we think about gender equality, gender gaps, we think women, girls. And that's still very often true. Look at politics, look at senior leadership in business, look at the many issues that women and girls still face in society. But in education now, 60% of Canadian college students are now women. That's the reversal of the 70s. There's a 3 times higher suicide risk for men now than for women. And in fact, suicide's the second cause of death for men under the age of 40 in Canada.
Why do you think suicide is such a high thing for men?
I think because men are more willing to be lethal, and that goes back to like men being more violent, having a higher propensity to violence. If you think about self-deletion ideology, the ones who do it more, the ones who are more willing to be lethal and violent about it, for lack of better words. And that lives with men, being more violent or aggressive.
That makes sense, because a lot of what was discovered was a lot of women want to do it too. Women just don't have the courage a lot of times to finish it.
Yeah. Definitely not willing to go to the same lethal means as well, And I don't know if it's just about women's access to even having, because like, if you think about Second Amendment rights, I'm not saying that women don't have gun ownership, but I feel like it's definitely more common among men.
But back in the days, women used to just take you ever seen the movies when they just find a lady with a bottle of pills in her hand?
Yeah.
So they had ways if they really wanted to do it. Okay. I just think women don't have the courage, or whatever I don't know what the word is, but men are a lot more likely to, if they want to do it, they'll do it most of the time. unfortunately.
True.
Okay.
And so this mental health crisis that we talk a lot about, which we should talk a lot about, is playing out differently for young men and young women. And what I felt was that if those statistics were getting attention, they weren't getting the right kind of attention. They weren't getting attention from policymakers and think tanks and government. They were getting attention from online figures who are using the real problems of boys and men and weaponizing them for reactionary.
Oh my, yes, I said this. He said the online content creators are using the real problems of men and boys and weaponizing it. So they don't have these issues. They don't have these problems, but they're getting up grifting, pretending that they do so they can attract the people who actually do. And the reason that is an issue is because those people who actually have those problems, they need help. They don't need you inviting them over to trauma bond and keep them ruminating in negativity and radicalizing them against whatever the opposition is. Like that.
Their money. Yeah, taking their money too.
Oh my God, I gotta play this again. Hold up.
Attention from policymakers and think tanks and government. They were getting attention from online figures who are using the real problems of boys and men and weaponizing them for reactionary ends.
Do you think
using the real problems of boys and men and weaponizing them for reactionary and I want to say monetary benefit? Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna if you think about some of the biggest content creators in the internet space, I'll say, right? Some of for lack of a better word, like the Anton Daniels, the divested zealots, people who have those bigger platforms, they're weaponizing the true trauma that people have in relationships in order to make money, right? People are consuming that content thinking that this content creator really cares about, for example, let's say Black women who have been degraded by Black men, and so they decided to date out, right? They're taking that pain, that struggle that those women feel, and they're using it to make money by kind of just giving them a warped perspective and kind of making them feel whatever ragey emotions they need to keep spilling out their money.
Oh, this is how I know you're correct, because whenever there's a topic that comes up that may not make men look so great, right? If men speak on it, somebody will make it personal, like, hey, have you ever such and such? Oh, no, not me. Not me. Not me. How are you the expert on all the things? And then when somebody asks you about your experience, it's always not me. So whose experience are you grifting, sir? Because it's not yours.
Right.
Oh, my gosh. Not me though. These bitches ain't shit and they be finessing. Also, tell us about the time you got finessed. Well, I ain't never get finessed. So then
I got a real woman. It's all them other bitches, not my woman, not my sisters.
A panel full of 25,000 members and nobody is always not me.
has been politicized in a way.
Some of my kids are top of their class, and I fully attribute.
Oh, hell no. Don't y'all start dragging me in the chat. Y'all know I'm not paying. So just don't even say nothing to me because y'all do
It's expensive now. It's expensive.
They going to drag me every time. You need to get, I forget what it's called, when you don't have ads.
About it. Sure. And it's good to think about it. What I see happening is that, and I'll be unfair to both sides, sure, to be balanced. On the left, the political left, there's a sense of, yes, we should talk about masculinity and how toxic it can be and how difficult it is and patriarch and privilege, etc. Mm-hmm. So there's a long list of don'ts going to men from the left who problematize masculinity. But on the right, there's a sense of, hell yeah, you need to be a real man again. Yeah. Go back. And so what I feel a lot of young men I talk to feel as if they feel like the progressive voices aren't hearing them and seeing them except as problems to be solved. And the reactionary voices are saying, you're right to be angry, and it's because of those feminists and leftists. And so we need to go back to the 50s when real men were real men. Right. And and very few young men are attracted to either of those, right? They're trying to figure out how to be a good man in a modern world, which is more gender equal. And that.
Okay, Flora, is he right? He's saying politics have a lot to do with this. Like the left is one extreme and the right is one extreme. And then he said the younger guys are like not really attracted to either one of those extremes.
Yeah, and you know, like part of the issue too is like you were talking about fluidity a little while ago. You remember that part of the conversation?
Yes.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the issue too, is that there is sort of like a fluidity now that's being pushed out there of like, oh, you know, well, masculine men can wear dresses and thongs and um, you know, so it's like, what are men supposed to fall back on? Whether it's this hyper masculine or it's this like men just become very passive, don't have any type of like, you know, standard per se of their own in terms of like what masculinity means to them. Like basically that being a man is fluid. And I don't think that's even true. I think there is a balance. I just think only a real capable man can kind of teach that to somebody else.
Okay, and let me say this too. A lot of people are anti-religion, right? But one thing I appreciate about religion is that the roles are very clear. Now, some can say that some of these Abrahamic religions are sexist, right? Which I understand. I understand that criticism. I do. However, it's not confusion. You people are out here confused. Nobody knows what a man is supposed to do. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what a woman is supposed to do. But at least in certain religions, there's a clear, defined role on what your role is and what a man's role is. There's some type of guidance and leadership. Now, when we get into those different perspectives and ideologies, you know, some people might agree or disagree, but I like things better than confusion. Like the men wearing skirts trying to tell us it's masculinity and cross body bags.
It's too fluid.
It is way too fluid. It's getting, but this is what happens when you lack God. You lack any sense of any like, spiritual rooting. I'm dead. Flora, look at what's happening. I'm serious about this.
I just don't like. To me, I don't like the box that even religion puts men and women in. I think that like when men and women are just their natural selves, right? They before even, you know, the other side started trying to weaponize heterosexuality, right? The idea that women and girls like certain types of things and boys and girls like certain types of things. Some things it's just natural, right? Like certain things certain genders just want to do, and it's not necessarily bad that they want to do that.
Here's why it's bad. And this is why I'm gonna defend religion, because it's natural for me to want to have sex with an attractive man. Doesn't mean I should do it, right? It's natural for me to want to take your bike because Flora got the shiny bike and I don't have a bike. I want that bike. It's natural for me to want that bike, even though it's not mine, right? It's natural. You see how a lot of things that are natural are not morally correct?
I don't know, because like, is it natural for you to want something that's not yours? Yes, but are you gonna go? It's natural, yes, but are you gonna go and take it just because you want it? That's where
this is where I'm introducing religion into the conversation, because you said natural. You know that
morality is not exclusive to religion.
Wait, hold. You're correct, but hold on. You know, my best way to know what's natural, I look at what babies do. I look at what children do. They are being their purest selves. A baby will snatch your food right out of your mouth if you let them. I've seen it. You know, they don't care. There's no boundary. They want that apple that you have. They're snatching it. They'll rush to try to bite it before you do. They want breast milk. They will reach in their mom's shirt and grab her boob right out the shirt. Babies don't give a damn. So what I'm saying to you is we want to talk about what's natural. Yeah, if you let humans do what was natural for them, this shit would be a wreck. That's why there are laws.
It's just what I'm saying is, though, people get morality from other places other than religion. You know, is what I'm trying to say.
Where they get it from?
From the world, right? Because so in order for you to have balance, yin and yang, right, there has to be enough good and bad out there. That's why sometimes people don't like the world, because they're like, well, bad things happen. Yes, because the world needs to be balanced. This is not a perfect world where every day it's going to be sunshines and rainbows and butterflies. No, sometimes people are going to be deleted. Some people are going to self-delete, right? That's the bad that comes with the beauty of the world and the autonomy that we have. But I just feel like when you assign a religion to it, like that's where you lose a lot of people, because you can have that with or without religion.
So whether Americans know it or not, a lot of your laws are a result of a religious doctrine. A lot of the laws, I'm not gonna say every single law, but a lot of the core basic right and wrong came from religious doctrines.
Yeah, but you know that if you go over to, for example, because I'll talk about a part of the world that has very little Christianity, right? If you go to certain parts of the world and you ask them, how do you treat thieves? How do you treat liars? How do you treat certain people that like we condemn a certain way where we come from, right? They'll have those same beliefs, right? Because there's certain things that are universal truths, right? They're universal moral part of a universal moral code that, yeah, there might be little things that are only applied to this or that, but I do think there are universal truths, universal right and wrongs that are very general that can be applied to everybody.
So even those other groups, I didn't say Christianity. I just want to make that clear. I said
no. I'm just saying.
But I said religion. And I said that for a reason, right? So even in those other countries you speak of that will handle, liars or thieves or whatever a certain way, that is rooted in some type of shared belief, some type of moral standpoint, usually again from some sort of religion. I know a lot of people who aren't religious don't like to acknowledge that, but a lot of you are following.
No, I feel like religious people want to take credit for everything that's beautiful and lovely with the universe, and that is not yours to take, religious people.
Well,
part of the world. That's the morality and the beauty that was here before anybody ever, took some scriptures and put them in gold on gold plates or anything like that.
So it's not for religious people to take credit for, it's for God to take credit for. That's for any religious person truly will tell you that. Well, depending on what you believe.
I agree too with that though, and I'm not religious.
Wait. So it's not for us to take credit for. I'm just speaking what I've seen. Prior to, I don't even know, maybe like medieval times when there was not any religious or religion group mixed in. I don't know enough about that time. But listen to those words, medieval, and what was going on. So when you say what's natural for humans, when humans do not have any morals set in stone for them, any laws, any consequences, naturally they are horrible. A lot of the times they're destructive to each other and the group.
But the problem with medieval is you're describing how a particular region of the world was described. Because if you go to medieval times in other places in the world, right, which is why we should get deeper into history and the context of civilizations, much like way prior to colonization and everything that brought, right? If you see how they were living, their codes and their morals were etched in their tribes, etched in their genetic, where they came by the transatlantic strip. They have their own.
You're breaking up.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, my mic is like a little bit on the other side of my desk. But the point that I'm trying to make is that if you go far enough into those civilizations prior to any of these quote unquote religions, like historical information is very important because a lot of places were civilized way prior to when religion came into it. Now, we might not agree with the way that those places live, but if you go right now to North Sentinel Islands and you go and see some of the stuff that they do, you might think that, oh, that's barbaric or that's whatever, but those were that's their moral code. Where are they getting it from if they don't have religion out there, if they have their own spiritual systems and customs? Same goes for Native American people, right? The way they relate to the earth and the world is their quote unquote religion, but it's not classified as a traditional religion.
Okay. Can you, because I don't know enough, can you point me to like a nation where there is a complete absence of God and a belief in God? Where's that place?
I never said, so why am I being ascribed to the absence of God? I never said absence of God. I simply separated religion from that, right? Because I think that a person can know and have God in them, in their life, without being attached to a religion. That's the distinction I've been making.
Okay, so I guess maybe I'm not using the word religion right? Because I'm thinking any shared set of beliefs that are rooted in a deity and a god. Is that a fair statement?
So now, are you saying that you're going to replace that for the way you've been using religion in this discussion? Because if you are, then it's going to make it difficult for me to stand on the things that I was saying, because that changes the whole framework of your argument. You know what I'm saying? Like if you turn it into religion as being your connection to God versus religion being what it means in the world today.
I said shared beliefs rooted in God, right? So because you threw Christianity in there, I purposefully didn't use any specific religion because I understand that depending on where you are, that's going to be a different thing.
Yeah, right? That was smart. I'm going to agree with your definition. I'm okay with that definition.
Okay, so we agree that most places are being governed by some sort of, I don't know, God-based doctrine in one way or the other.
Doctrine, I'll say doctrine loosely, but yes.
Because I feel like whether they realize it or not, like Americans, a lot of people here are not quote unquote religious, but they don't understand that a lot of the laws that they have to abide by and a lot of the things that are morally okay here are rooted in religious doctrine. So are you directly religious? No. Are you submitting to a lot of the beliefs? Yeah, kind of.
I want to look more into the definition of this word religion, because I think that's the problem that we're having right now, or that I'm having with how it's being used. Because again, religion in the context of how we viewed in America tends to have the church, the culture of the church, the roles within the church, the power and influence that certain people have within the church. I think that is the problem. Is the religion that people are talking about generally tends to be rooted around a social structure, versus I think that like my or another person's belief in God is rooted in my experience in the world, how I've been received in the world, whether that's by people, whether that's by the environment. Like I think it goes deeper than like the way we use religion in this societal context.
Okay, me too. I think we should do a whole show on it because I want to do some research too on like you said, the history, and maybe what was going on before. Now, honestly, I don't know, but I just, from what I can see, I don't agree with like let humans do what they naturally want to do. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Hell no. I can't. This is why we are where we are, right? Men think they're women and women think that they're men. And I think I can identify as a cat today, and all type of sexual deviant stuff going on because these are people doing what they want to do. I don't believe humans should always do every single thing they want to do. I'm sorry, I don't.
Look at M. Mill's comment, right? And this is kind of how I feel. He said religion and a personal relationship with God are not the same.
Okay, so maybe I gotta stop saying the word religion.
Yeah,
but that's what when I said a shared belief rooted in God, usually with the guidance of some doctrine. Is that fair? I gotta get the doctrine out because most of y'all don't read nobody's Bible or nothing. So maybe it's a shared belief rooted in some type of belief in a God, in a deity.
Because look at the definition, and you don't have to put this up or anything because it's not like it's just chat GPT, but it says the belief in. What was that?
Oh, I was just saying hi to Tiff for Tag.
But it says like the belief in and worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. Like I believe there is a part of religion that includes worship. And sometimes when when people hear the word worship and things like that, this is where you have people who start idealizing political figures and leaders in religious communities. That's why some of these pastors kind of like become celebrities.
Yeah, but can you read it one more time?
Which one?
The definition you just read.
Oh, yeah. It says the belief in and worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. This is kind of a loose definition.
Right, but even in that loose definition you gave, it didn't mention people. So if people are idolizing pastors, that's a them issue.
But you see how it says belief in and worship of a superhuman power, right?
Yes.
So let's say that you believe that this particular church has the power of God in it, right? And that everyone ordained in that church has God with them, right? We've seen how people abuse that power that they feel like this institution gives them, because were it not for that religion or that whatever, right, that person wouldn't believe that they were quote unquote close to God or in a place of God, right? And a lot of the times, yes, people do it, right? But when you have concepts that become part of they become a way where others can delineate themselves from the average human. Like most of these pastors who have all this power, they're not saying, "Oh, I'm not," you know. How can I explain this?
I understand. You're saying that people will end up, which a lot of times people do, end up worshiping the people instead of the God they're supposed to be.
Yeah, they're worshiping the people is the problem. Like some of these pastors, like for example, Peter Popoff, he was getting people to send him hundreds of dollars a month with the promise that he was going to be the intercedent between a people and God and bring them abundance. Right? Oh, send me, $30 6 times a month, and by May you're gonna be a millionaire.
That's not funny because I know people really get taken advantage of.
They do. Religion has been a tool that has really taken advantage of people. It's really manipulated whatever power that people give to these deities.
I understand. The reason I'm always gonna be in agreement with some sort of connection with a higher power and shared beliefs that are rooted in God is because, like I said, we see what the alternative is now, right? Men don't know what they are, what they're supposed to be. Women don't know what they are, what they're supposed to be. I want to be a man. He want to be a woman. We want to all type of things that are kind of not natural. Well, but let me take that back. Actually, are natural, right? These are things people want to do, but when there's a lack of guidance and leadership, people are just able to do whatever the hell they want to do. This is what it looks like. That's why I'm not for it. Other countries are not as loose as America is, which I think some people are grateful for. I get it, because the alternative, it could be really bad, right? So we don't want that. But I think because it's so loose, we've been able to run a little too free. Now people are comfortable enough to advocate. There's a group I forgot what it's called, but it's for minor attracted adults, right? Listen to the word I said. Listen to the word I said. Minor attracted. The fact that we exist in a place where it's even okay to even suggest, and that there's a group who are minor attracted, right? But think about that. Again, I get the pushback with religion, but just my view is people need something, because when left to their own, they are out of their freaking mind.
Yeah, but even before minor attracted, there was NAMBLA, which I was mentioning a second ago, of where there were these these European concepts. I'm sure they existed in other places, but there were these European concepts of how men pass over manhood to boys, and having this weird fascination with taking the innocence from males as well. So it's, I think you can, just as deviant as people are today, they were back then too. They were with religion around.
Hi, PhD Diva. I want to read this for people who don't know, because I never heard of it before. So NAMBLA stands for North American Man-Boy Love Association. It's a PDF organization that advocates for the normalization and legalization of sexual relationships between adult males and minor males. Okay? And the sad thing too, when I bring up religion, the saddest thing, the easiest argument somebody can make is how much homosexuality is taking place in these religious groups.
Yeah. I mean, but also if you look at like the way the fluidity is becoming as well, right? That fluidity is telling boys, you know, the reason why the establishment is wrong is because it wants you to believe that you have to like girls and fall into these heterosexual categories when, you know, love is fluid. You can love men and you can love these alternative weird things that we want you to love too. So that's like kind of a weird thing that's coming up now in society, is that like this idea of fluidity is kind of being pushed on boys and girls.
Okay, I'm gonna play some more of the video because I'm gonna look for something real quick. Hold on, y'all.
That's great.
No, it's interesting that you have three young men in their 20s who are probably in that time where they're trying to figure out all of this. So what is your advice to your sons about navigating this?
Well, the most important thing is to develop relational skills, right? I think whatever you want to call them, soft skills, interpersonal skills, is just to be better communicators, etc. But mostly to figure out who they want to be, to have the wind in their sails, to have purpose, and to be willing to make a few mistakes. What I've noticed is that a lot of young men now, particularly when it comes to things like dating or just speaking their mind about things, they're kind of afraid. They're afraid to speak up. They're afraid to take a risk. They're afraid to go out on a limb. They're afraid of saying or doing something wrong. And actually, as long as they do it in good faith and with grace, no one's going to call them out for...
Okay, so he's speaking to a confidence issue.
Yeah.
And like PJ saying, lack of identity. Because he's saying, first of all, I encourage my boys to try to figure out who they are, first and foremost. And not be afraid to speak up and not be afraid to making mistakes, which means like having the confidence to do it and understanding that, hey, I might not be good at it, but I need to do it anyway. I might fail, but I need to do it anyway. But this generation is like very fearful and they don't have confidence and they can't tolerate any level of failure or rejection. So they avoid it altogether.
He also talked about lack of relational skills too. That was part of what he said, is like in not having the social, like the soft skills, or like they call it bedside manner, right? Like not knowing how to talk to women or how to be kind so that a woman is attracted to you, or to how to show like genuine attraction in a soft way. Like soft skills is a really big part of communication that men don't have. Like I don't know who they're supposed to learn it from, but they generally don't have it because they're not practicing it as much either.
Well, some of them are outright refusing it. This is how I know. Like we talked about earlier when we said they're Googling. He said millions of people are Googling how to be masculine instead of listening to men in their real life, right? And I know they're rejecting people in real life because, look, I'm going to give you a panel example. There have been conversations on panels where the women have tried to express to the men, and even some men try to tell other men, like, yo, when you talk to women like that, she's not going to hear you. She's not going to respect that. You can't talk like that. And they'll give pushback and say, like, you can't control how I talk. I'm not talking like a girl. Tone don't matter. They'll make all these excuses when the answer was right in front of their face. What they're trying to tell you is this: hey, if you want to be able to communicate with these women, there is a certain way for you to effectively go about that so that your message can be received and you can be heard. And then they will fight you on why they want to stay the same. So some of them are stagnating their own growth. It's not that the guidance isn't there. They don't want it. They reject it.
Yeah, they are rejecting it. They're rejecting it for the internet information, right? They rather ask Google, right? Google is more knowledgeable than the men and women that they know in their real life, because, you know, the internet was, you know, given to us as this amazing thing. It was handed to us as like this place where we can get every piece of information that we want. But that wasn't supposed to apply to relationships and, you know, love.
Because there are certain things that are so nuanced, right? Let's just say for any of us, anybody in any profession, right? There's only so much you can explain to me as an outsider of your profession. You could explain to me as many things as you could think of, right, Flora? But if you put me in your job today, there's still going to be so many nuanced things that I am not going to have the understanding unless I do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're trying to get all your research about women through gathering data is never going to equip you the same as dealing with women. It's just not going to be the same.
or from listening to a bunch of black lonely bandits online who hate the women who birthed them and the women who left them when they mistreated them, right? That's not helpful either. And so just like men are Googling, they're also clicking on these video links and sitting there in these panels for 10, 12 hours listening to men disparage women, have disingenuous conversations with them, and just all around feed them a bunch of BS that makes them feel good, but it doesn't really give them any tools for how to have real successful relationships.
Damn. PJ said COVID expedited our dependence on social media, and we are seeing the aftermath. This is a fact. People don't realize how detrimental, how much COVID being in the house for those 2 years has set humans back mentally, emotionally, and a lot of other ways, right? There's a nursing shortage right now as a result of that. There's a teacher shortage right now as a result of that. Children are performing horrible in education right now as a result of that. I have a lot of teachers who come to get waxed because where I do it, I work by like 2 schools. So a lot of my clients are teachers and nurses for whatever reason. So they talk to me about these things. The kids are not where they're supposed to be a lot of times. I ain't gonna hold you. And a lot of them have told me it's started with COVID.
Yeah. I mean, and the problem with COVID too is that they try, like, if you take what kids were learning when they were sitting in school and being passed along and things like that versus what teachers were trying to put in these digital curriculums that they've never utilized, it was like night and day. You know, it's
also that the parents were not, and I get it, this is out of the norm for everybody. The parents are probably used to working or doing whatever. The parents are not to be as attentive for 8 hours straight as different teachers throughout the day who are focused on getting the lesson plan across. It's just different. Because actually, kids who are homeschooled tend to perform better. So it wasn't about the homeschool. It was about like the parent participation and.
Yeah, but I'm saying like those teachers who homeschool, they're specifically experts in delivering education through media. These teachers that are in the schools are not prepared for. They weren't prepared for that. And I think that's the issue is when you take people who are used to using institutions like schools and structures of schools and tell them that you have to take everything and make it inside, and now you have to try and teach kids in a way that you never teach them. I think that was part of the problem too, you know, because I do think, you know, it's easy to try to put everything back on parents, but, you know, we're talking about a lot of parents who had to give up jobs because they couldn't work from home, right? And now who's going to take care of their kid in the house? Right, versus teachers who are used to dealing with kids a special way in the classroom. Now they have to try to keep their attention over a computer screen while they're at home and have their cell phones and technology and friend groups and other things that they can be doing.
And a lot of times parents were just trusting their kids to be honest. You know, kids do what kids do. They're going to tell you they did homework they didn't do. They're going to tell you they did things. You know, there's a lot going on with that. UFO Kamikaze says, beards, tattoos, and working out has never been a true indicator of masculinity. This shit has become a circus, right? Because what's happening is you have men who don't know themselves giving advice to other men who also don't know. So they're saying the most cliche things. Go to the gym, bro, and get your bag up. Yeah. Which, like, yeah, those are great qualities as a man to have in your whatever. But they make it like those are like the end or be all. Well, how the hell? This is what I understand about none of these dumbass men. I'm sorry. How do you put such little emphasis on social skills when that's one of the most important skills you have to have? Like to navigate the world. Like I don't understand like how they minimize the most important things in this online world. It's weird.
Yeah.
Saying what they think or asking a girl out, right?
Well, some people might,
well, but those people are the ones that can be safely ignored in life. As long as they do it respectfully and well, but just go for it. Lead your life, have purpose. Because it turns out that actually men want women with purpose and women want men with purpose.
Well, let me push you a bit on this because there will be folks that are watching this segment and say, listen, men have been ahead for most of human history. This again goes to kind of the point that men have privilege, and even to be having this conversation is ridiculous. What is your response to folks like that, and why there is a legitimate reason to be having this conversation right now at this particular time?
Well,
we're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing.
Take a commercial break, guys. We'll be back in 10 seconds. Oh.
Let me thank baby girl Robin M for the $20. I appreciate you. I love you. Hold on.
I like that. That was cute.
Yes, I didn't hear that video in so long. Feels good to be back. Thank you, Robin. So what were you saying now? I'm sorry.
No, I was just you were about to play the video, but I was just wondering, like, I don't know if men like are receptive to even have conversations like this. 'Cause, like, in all honesty, away from trolling, this is a serious issue. Like, it really is. Like, imagine having a son in this day and age and having to, you know, try to help him navigate the world that we currently live in.
Well, you know, you can't give people what they don't want. You see what happens. A lot of times we try to have these conversations on panels. We get rejected. We get overtalked, and everything under the sun. So I don't care anymore. Like, we can have these conversations on your platform, on my platform, on Lauren's platform. The people who want to hear it will hear it. But I'm not about to, like, keep trying to fight with people for their own benefit. Like, whatever.
Yeah, definitely. No, I just meant, like, from a greater world perspective. You know, because, like, I think about even some of the women that might come in here and listen to these conversations that have children, that have sons or brothers or men in their life too. You know, like, how does anybody advise men to live in this current climate that we have right now?
Okay. Well, we just helped them out a little bit, right? One thing is to buy that guy's book. He wrote a whole book. He did research on it. The guy that we're reacting to right now. Kasim says, men don't have privilege. We have to acquire value through achievements. Always have been that way. Always will be. I disagree a little bit with that. Especially if you're from the South. Like, I just remember watching my grandma, and the way it was in her culture to do that. She's from South Carolina. She's from an older generation, but the way she kind of always prioritized the boys, it was a privilege. Like, when she makes the table for Thanksgiving, literally she made the plates and only men sat at the table. They made their food first and they sat around the table, and the rest of us was like, well, find a spot where you find a spot on the couch, on the floor, nobody cares. But we're going to feed these men first and foremost. Like, that was just the culture. So there are privileges. Some men, it's like when I say in this house is the final say, right? One could call that a privilege. I mean, you know, guys get to, like, kind of dominate and exert their dominance over women, whether they're being fair or not, a lot of times. So I do think men have it's a privilege to be a man. Kasim, you could walk into a room and the men will respect you and want to hear you just the way you. I see how you present yourself. You know, you're very professional, but you're a man. So send you in a room to tell a bunch of men what to do, and then send me and see who gets respect just because of how they exist. So men do have privileges. I don't agree with men don't have privileges.
Yeah. And I think that's a very male thing to say, right? Oh, we don't have privileges, but then goes out and dominates and makes choices about what women and children can do with their bodies. And, you know, it's a lot that men have always had the privilege of doing that's sort of been like natural to them.
Hey,
Kasim.
Damn it, Venus. You done had me to summon up. Had to stop me from doing my work to come up here with you.
Uh-oh. What'd I say? Wait, before you go, I want to add this in. Women have privileges too. They're just different. We all have privileges. Okay, but go ahead, Kasi.
All right. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. No, but I just meant that from a different standpoint as far as men being able to be valuable, right? We have to do certain things. We have to acquire certain things in order for us to be valuable in the eyes of women and also in the eyes of society. And when you made that relation to me going in rooms and men, you know, respecting me and having privileges and things like that, that's only because I have acquired value and they can see that and they respect it, you know, but I just can't go in just as any old body and, you know, I get those same type of accolades.
That's kind of true. That's kind of true. But I will say too, if a woman's, let's talk about the value that men always claim women have, right? Their wombs. Now imagine a woman can't have a child, right? Where's her value? Does she gain value at any other point in her life based off of, you know, that principle that some men will go with?
Yes. Even though she may not be able to bear children, she still has value, right? That's just one aspect of her life that, you know, she can't control. But however, she can add value through her insight, through her way of thinking, through her different perspective that may help him to see things in a different scope in order to form a better opinion to make that success. So yes, just because she can't bear children, there's other ways she can absolutely add value to a man.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I'm just saying that like some of these perspectives that are based off of like simple things like that, like, oh, the woman's born with her value, a lot of the time they take those things and can weaponize it, right? That's why men have made it so if a woman chooses to delete a baby, right, she can end up in jail, right? I do think in some ways they will weaponize those things that are like the things that men claim give us privilege and that we're born with our value, you know?
It's just talking points, I think.
Yeah, sure.
Men definitely have privilege. Just most of the time, just being a man, if you have the same job I have, you're going to get paid more. Is that fair, Kasim?
Yes.
So that's a privilege, right? Just because you exist as somebody without a vagina, hey, we want to pay you more. I think that's a privilege, right?
Yeah, it's a construction where you know, men see, you know, other men as more valuable over women, and that could be a thinking process. You know, why do they think that, you know, this particular person has more value than the other when their skills haven't even been tested? You know, I work with some really, really smart women here in this company, and they have some really good thoughts, some very good insights, and I can see why they're in the positions that they're in. And they not necessarily challenge the men, but they make the men want to be better by having conversations with them, having different strategies with them, and those minds coming together, it works out better as a whole. So I don't look at women as not having value and things like that. There's some very smart women, you know, out here, and I truly believe that.
Do you think men as a whole are taught that women have value outside of those traditional things, though? Because I think like it's great to hear a man who has like some EQ and gets it, but do you think that's a principle that men have passed along, you know, the many generations of men that have gone, because I do think like the reason why men make more money is because it was based on the principle that a man has to protect or provide for his family. So that's why the man needs to make more, right? Versus a woman, she's just trying to make extra income, or maybe she wants to be independent, right? Where today, a lot of those men that are getting more income than women based off their gender, they're not even fathers, right? They're not even supporting a family. They're not doing anything.
Oh my God. Another
Men will.
is men get to be promiscuous and it's not a problem for them. But if a woman's promiscuous, it's a problem. Men get to have 3 children coming into a relationship and it's not a problem. Women don't get to do that. Men have a lot of privileges. I'm just saying.
In regards to your statement, Flora, men will say that if they've had good, healthy relationships with the women in their lives and they can see the value that woman brought to them. Honestly, most men have not been in those situations. So they will say that women don't bring any value. Women don't do anything for them. And it will spread that amongst other men until those men get in healthy relationships and see the opposite.
And I personally feel like at that point, they don't deserve a healthy relationship because they done tarnished so many damn people. Right in that rhetoric. Genesis says, yes, please clear this up because I have been told so many times that I have no value because I am childless. Well, let me see. I'm doing the Lord's work. Let me help unindoctrinate my sisters like I said I was going to do. Sweetheart, have you seen the way they're treating the women with the children? Are they treating them like they have value? Like I told y'all earlier, these men are liars and manipulators and deceivers. They're going to find a problem with everything you do. So they told you you have no value because you're childless. And then they get up daily and bash the women who have children and tell them they have no value. See what I'm saying? Do not listen to anything these people say. Do not.
And also, sorry, we
no. I would say this to Genesis. Yes, you do have value because you're childless. It doesn't necessarily have to be a biological thing. You could just be at a certain point in your life where you choose not to have a child, right? You could be going to school or have certain priorities in your life where you're saying, hey, right now I choose not to have a child, right? Meaning you're childless. Or it could be a biological thing where you're unable to have that, but that doesn't take away anything from your value. I wouldn't dare tell that to my nieces and cousins that are out here. I wouldn't tell them that they don't have no value because they can't have a child or they don't have a child. That's crazy.
And can I add something? Because I should have acknowledged that first. You're right, Kasim. You absolutely do have value, Genesis. The problem is we're seeking validation from people who don't have value. We should be seeking God's validation. First of all, if you want to seek validation, seek it from God. Seek it from yourself. Or is God okay with what I'm doing? If not, maybe I need to change some things. Am I okay with what I'm doing? If not, maybe I need to change some things. Are the people I love and directly affect okay with what I'm doing? Right? Like there's so many other things we need to consider before we consider some idiots on the internet. Girl, do not listen to this BS. You're not of value, but God put you here. You have people in your family who love you. You have friends who love you. You go to work, you contribute to people. You play your role in society. So I don't understand how strangers are going to tell you you have no value. But what value do they have to you? There's people who add no value to your life calling you valueless. Absolutely not. We're going to get these women's minds right and put things back into its proper perspective. Think about that. People who add no value to you are not qualified to call you valueless. They don't offer you any value.
You know what, Venus? You made me think about something when earlier in my early 20s, when I got out of the military, and I was quite rebellious actually, because I had gotten to the point where I got anybody of a higher rank than me can tell me what to do, and I just got tired of that. So when I got out of the military, nobody couldn't tell me nothing. And it was one of those points where I had to really sit down. The pastor sat me down and he gave me this book called Search for Significance. And I'll never forget that book. That book basically said where we get our significance from, and the power of God and what God can do in your life. And he holds the key to everything. And once I have gotten that understanding of what he can do in my life, it shifts my priorities. I didn't worry about people saying certain things about me. It just kind of bounced off because I knew where my value, my intrinsic value was, and where my significance, came from. And that had helped me to springboard and a lot of better decisions, in my life. So you're absolutely right, Venus. Who we listen to in reference to what they say about us and where we get our significance from really, really is going to help our trajectory in life.
And that's why we're here. And I appreciate you coming. And I love it. I want the women to speak more because I really meant what I said earlier. We need to unindoctrinate and unbrainwash each other. We have been consuming a lot of BS. And I know people say it's just the internet, but no. Whatever you consume, you become. So if you listen to anything enough, it will start to resonate with you and become some sort of reality to you. And I'm here to undo it. Can't no stranger on the internet tell you you don't have value because you don't have children. That man didn't create you. That man is not in your life. That man does not contribute to your life. That man does not add any value to your life. But he's telling you you are of no value. That's crazy. God decided that. That's why you're here. I don't understand. But this is the book Kasim is talking about for anyone who wants it. Right, Kasim? This is the book?
Yeah, that's it. It's really, really good. I will honestly say it was one of the books, besides the Bible, that has really changed my thought process and my perspective around for the better.
Yes, look at us. I'm going to read this book too. Thank you, Kasim, because I want to know. I'm always searching too. But I just know if I'm seeking anybody's approval, it's God's, okay? And then it's my own. And then it's the people I actually love and directly affect. So those are the three pillars for me. God's approval, my own approval, people I directly affect. Right? Not so
Yeah, it's a really good book.
I mean, so
Yeah.
I hope that helped you because I don't like that. You feeling that way because some weird ass stranger said it. Where is she? Hi, Tommy B. Are we going back to the video, y'all, or were you guys done with the value conversation?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
The video was good because we had to get with what's wrong with these men and why they're so lonely. I think that was the main conversation. I love how Kasim, you're so you're such an anomaly in this space that we still have to have this conversation,
You want to know why, Flora? Because the same, I don't switch up. The same way I am in my regular life, I try to be here on the internet because I know these things, they correlate in some kind of way, right? And I don't have to worry about, being exposed to anything like that for the rhetoric that I say. I just speak from, my experience. And my life is pretty good. My relationships are pretty good, with my girl, with my sons, with my family. So I'm just here to let men know that it can be possible to have a really healthy relationship, and women are amazing. They really are, and they really do add value to our lives, and they have significance because we need each other. We complement one another, and that's just my take on it.
Yeah, I don't think men are telling each other that. So that's, I definitely agree with Kasim, in terms of yeah, that's true. There's probably men out there that are very similar to you, but this video, and he does talk about it a little bit. There's another one with some two older gentlemen, but they talked about men online have been really manipulating these young men, right? They know that these young men are listening to them. They're waiting, they're hanging on to every word, and they've been leading them astray. So, and that's I think what we need to inform women about so that they don't go out here.
Do a whole show. I got the title. Are men ruining men? Yes.
Ooh, I like that.
Yes. Yeah, they are in mass.
Yeah, they
in
are.
mass. Yeah.
So Flora, you and I, if you don't mind, because I know you wanted to do a show, we need to really get our research and everything so we could really shine a light on this.
Oh yeah, I got you.
Okay, I'm gonna play a little bit more.
To some extent, this is an uncomfortable conversation because of this long history of patriarchy and sexism, and because there's still so much more to do for women and girls. But two things can be true at once. It can be simultaneously true that there's still a lot more to do on lots of fronts for women and girls, and to notice that there are many areas where we really need to be paying more attention to boys and men. It's not a zero-sum game. We can think two thoughts at once. We can do two things at once. So when I was backstage getting ready to come out here and talk to you, the lady that tried to make my hair look a little bit better, not as good as yours, I think, but she has a son and a daughter.
Right.
And she's equally worried about both of them. And right now it feels like we're constraining it in such a way as like we're not allowed to worry equally about both sons and daughters. And the truth is we can do both. And anyone that says we have to choose between the two, either those on the left saying even to discuss the problems of boys and men is to somehow diminish the problems of women and girls, or the other way around, is nobody's friend.
What kind of male role models do you think young men need right now? Because, you know, there are the Joe Rogans, the Jordan Petersons, Andrew Tates, and they have very large audiences when it comes to young men. Why do you think folks are gravitating towards them? And also, what kind of role models do we need right now for young men?
I think young men are gravitating to those online figures because those people they're having conversations about what does it mean to be a man today, and they're having honest conversations. They're having conversations where they grapple with really difficult issues.
No.
Venus. Young men feel.
What happened?
I was cool with him until he just started lying.
What did he lie about?
Men are having honest conversations online.
I think he's talking about the recipients. Does that make sense? Like the people who are the ones who are like the ones who are Googling what is masculinity, or the ones who are actually being. Well, let's hear what he says. Let's hear.
Play it back. Can you go back like 30 seconds?
Like they can't speak to those online figures because those people they're having conversations about what does it mean to be a man today, and they're having honest conversations.
Wait, let me go back some more.
Why do you think folks are gravitating towards them? And also, what kind of role models do we need right now for young men?
I think young men are gravitating to those online figures because those people they're having conversations about what does it mean to be a man today. And they're having honest conversations. They're having conversations where they grapple with really difficult issues. Whereas I think a lot of young men feel like they can't speak up in some of these spaces, that they'll be criticized even for raising it, right? If they raise their hand and say, well, I'm struggling with
pause this there real quick?
Someone will maybe.
Yeah.
So they're not having honest. So this is what bothers me, and what also bothers me is that they panned over to a picture of Andrew Tate. Did you see that?
And who was the other one? I forgot his name. They showed another guy too. I like the other guy they showed. I can't remember his name right now. Damn.
But you see the two screens?
Yes. That's why I want to see where he's going with that. Let me just play a little bit more. Let me see.
Roll their eyes at them and say, are you kidding? And so that creates the demand for those online figures. So I think it's kind of our fault as a culture for not creating spaces, safe spaces, if I can use that term, for boys and men to have this conversation. And as to who they should turn to, well, obviously, people like you and me. But more seriously, it's like, I think it's teachers in the classroom, it's coaches, it's the best antidote to online influencers is not other online influence. It's real men in real life, in your classroom.
Well, we said this, didn't we? Say they have figures around them.
Yes.
Yeah, that they don't listen to. Yeah.
I think when he's saying honest, I think he means like the brutally honest. But earlier he said they're weaponizing people's pain, so he confused me a little bit just now. I ain't lying.
He's all over the place because he's like, I'm not trying to be male bashing. Sorry, Liberated. But I think this is the problem. Men are not willing to tell the truth about how there's a lot of what we call shock jock going on, right? Where men are having these extreme conversations. The problem is you're talking to men whose brains aren't fully developed and you're giving them concepts that are not real.
In what way, Flora, that they're not real?
Okay, so here's one of the ones, right, where that women are to look perfect throughout the entire day. This was something Venus had mentioned, right? They're expecting these Instagram IG model women to be their wives and girlfriends, right? And so when their partner isn't presenting like a perfect IG model, right, now they use that as an excuse to go out and find an exterior relationship. I think people are using the internet and they're trying to compare that to real life to decide if they have what's something that's good or worthwhile versus accepting the nuances of having a woman, right? A woman is once a month, she's going to be puffy and mean.
Oh, I have an example. The idea that if a woman is not speaking in a soft tone 24/7 hours a day and being docile, that she is no longer feminine, right? They have very unrealistic expectations of women because they're listening to men who have very unrealistic expectations of women.
Yeah, I can agree on both of those points. I don't know whether men have truly accepted, how women are, and instead of accepting how women are, they're using that energy, to look for reasons what's so wrong with them instead of saying, "Hey, this is how women are. If I want to get, the best out of them because I benefit from that, what are the steps that I can take or what are the things that I can do to make this thing better for the whole?" And I don't think they want to look at it that way because they've never been taught that, or they just don't know. And at the end of the day, they just haven't accepted it. And people tell me all the time, "Well, Jesus, Tasmin, like, how come you don't get mad?" Because they said, "Because I accept that's just how they are. That's what they do." And now that I have accepted it, I learned. I take my foresight to learn how to navigate through it and benefit from it.
Yeah. And Kasim, the part that's frustrating though, right? Women have to accept bald, flaccid penis men.
Oh my God.
Acne, beer guts, bad breath, funky booty, dingleberries in their butt.
Wow. Wow.
I'm just trying to illustrate that women make a lot of concessions, right? They don't expect men to look 6 feet, 6-pack, 6 figures. They don't expect that, right? But you have this unrealistic expectation that men want to pick up a regular woman and expect her to have perfectly perky breasts, her coochie not smelling funky, even if she hasn't showered for a day and a half, right? They want her to be.
Wait, hold the fuck on. Why didn't she shower for a day and a half?
A day and a half. Yeah, that's crazy, fucking Florida. Damn it. Please explain.
No, I'm just saying they think women smell like roses and flowers just because they're a woman. Like, some women are funky. Like, there's some funky ass women out there.
Well, I can't get on board with that one because I'm going to promote women to do whatever you need to do to make sure you're not. Okay.
Yeah, I promote that too, but I'm just saying, like, to say that women are naturally just sweet and smell good all the time would be a lie, right? Mm-hmm. Women don't do that. A lot of women do, sure, because they don't like the social stigma. But to say that women naturally wake up and they just want to smell good, no, some of these funky assholes, they're going to work stinking. So you think
wow, Flora.
You think they just wake up thinking about smelling good? No, some of these funky people don't care.
Yo.
Yeah, but there are, there are a lot of women that put in the work, to make sure that they're seen in the most positive way as possible. I know my girl takes the extra effort.
But that's not true. Every woman, there's some women that wake up funky out the bed, put a bonnet on, and go to the store, and that's her right. If that's who she is, no, we can't. Yeah. Women are expected to just be these. That's just some women. Some women just do that. They're comfortable going. I can't. But I'm saying some people are comfortable doing that, and to act like that's outside of our nature, that's not even giving women grace to be women. Like, some women just do shit, and it has nothing to do with their gender. Maybe she just woke up. She don't want to brush her teeth. She don't want to put on a new outfit. All she wants is to go to the corner store, get herself a bag of hot Cheetos and a bottle of water, and come back home. And that's her right. Right? But when we put these expectations that, if she's not a woman, if she don't do that, and now you have the police and people in public treating women who have bonnets on, who are going to the store a little funky, like they're not human beings, right? That's the problem that I really have, is how we dehumanize people for not presenting feminine or masculine or whatever is traditionally feminine or masculine. That was not me supporting people not showering. I'm just saying.
We think that those people that see those women in the store with bonnets and stuff like that haven't brushed their teeth. I think it's mainly about how much they value themselves. Like, how could you come out of the house, looking that way and smelling that way? Have some self pride in yourself, when you present yourself to the world.
Yeah, but have you seen how the police treat some women that present like that? Right? Like, do I believe that they should be roughed up by the cops because they put a bonnet on? No.
No, I don't think so either. No.
I don't want to get too into this because you're talking to two New Yorkers, and I do know New Yorkers are shallow as hell. I'm not gonna lie. New Yorkers are materialistic, so I don't want to jump on you with this too much. But that's why I had that reaction, like, "Whoa, why would you be?" And Kasim's gonna be so we're gonna leave it alone, okay? We want women to, at the very least, for your own self. Like, I understand what you're saying, Flora. And I think if you are in that state, because that sounds like depression, when women are moving like that, they're depressed. That is probably not the time to be dating anyway. You know what I'm saying? That's usually a depressed person. That's the only time I could think of when you don't even have the motivation to do your basic stuff. You're probably depressed somewhere.
I remember when my wife was pregnant with my boys, she went through a little postpartum, where there was a couple of days where, she wasn't smelling, absolutely, like lilies and roses. I had to tell her, like, listen, you need to handle that, and I did it in a soft way where she wasn't, offended. What I would do is I would even initiate. I would go ahead and run the bath water for her and put the stuff in there and say, hey, I got a nice bath for you. And she would say thank you and go in there and take a bath and do what she has to do. So there are ways that we can support people like that, get a little bit of funk or rut.
See, that was sweet. Oh, this part too, Kasim. What you just mentioned about, right, the expectations of women. You knew this is a human, this is a person going through something. This is not the time to judge her or overly criticize her or shame her. Let me step in and help her. There's none of that.
Somebody had to bring that to my attention, though, Venus. I was not, my mom and dad didn't teach me none of that. I had to learn that through counseling and stuff like that. And they're saying, hey, Kasim, what she's going through is sometimes she can't help it. She's going through what we call postpartum depression. And they explained to me exactly what it is and what it did. So when I recognized that behavior, I didn't get offended to it. Like, oh, okay, she's going through these things right here. What is it that I can do to be supportive and helping her to go through those things? So I didn't know that intrinsically. Somebody had to teach me that.
I understand.
Yeah. I don't know what you guys were just talking about, but again, I wasn't trying to normalize people being funky. I was just saying, sometimes these stereotypes, they dehumanize people. And that's my biggest issue with it. It's it's fine. Okay. Yes. It's nasty to be outside funky, but now are women who go outside with bonnets or whatever, are they going to be treated like less than human? Like they're not real biological women who, deserve some sort of protection in society. I think that's these things always carry over into places that they're not meant to. So it might sound extreme, but that's the issue that I have. Black men in the media will portray black women as not being feminine, right? And what does that translate to? Harsher treatment in public when we're giving birth, right? A lot of things are related to slavery as well, but expecting that black women have a higher pain threshold, right? Those stereotypes have a very negative effect on women. That's
I love that you said that, harsher treatment in public, which is what they want, by the way. I truly believe some of these men who have these extreme perspectives about women, they want you to suffer. They want you to be punished. And they do want things to affect your real life. How do I know? Whenever we see somebody I'm going to use celebrity, right? Like a Ciara Russell Wilson, they'll use language like, nah, why would somebody step in and save her? The idea is that she was in some sort of a deficit and she should be left in it. They want you to have harsher treatment in real life. That's why I think these people are actually the enemy to black women. Propaganda is weapon of war. It's not a game. Why? Because um those things do transfer over into real life and how people get treated. And these people don't care. So when I look up and I see a bunch of people who have dehumanized black women, what do you think that existence is going to be like for black women in the earth? When other groups have been listening to all of these negative things about black women. Then when they see black women in real life, what does that look like? What is that treatment like?
Yeah. Think about Ginga J. We should react to that video when we do have the conversation. You know that ginger man who was screaming about black women? You seen that video?
Yeah, I've seen them. The ginger snap.
Yeah. Like, think about
No, I didn't see that one.
Imagine being a black woman, because maybe we'll get to review it, but imagine being a black woman in public around him, dealing with his temperament. Like, that would be so scary to know that's how he feels, you know. And he admitted to coming from the womb of a black woman. That was what was even scarier for me, you know. Like, what type of trauma did you experience that now this is the rage that you feel towards black women?
Can I tell you a secret? And a lot of people ain't gonna like this take, and it ain't no offense, because I know some of my chat are people who are not from this country or their family is not, and that's fine. But I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of those perspectives are coming from people who are not like either their first generation in the country, or they are like,
which ones?
A lot of these negative stereotypes about black women, I've come to understand through research. A lot of that is coming from people who are not FBA. And I'm gonna tell you what my theory is. When they first came here, a lot of them trying to get, like, you know, assimilated in school were rejected by a lot of the black girls, and they grew up with a serious hatred for black American women. A lot of them. Because I just try to find commonalities between the people who are speaking this way. And it's not, a lot of those men are not FBA men. Like, most of them are not. If you get into most of them, by the time you get to the grandparent, you're going to hear they come from somewhere else, if they're being honest with you. So what I have come, this is why tethers, and we call them tethers, are extremely dangerous, because they get to pass as African American. When they speak, you think they're speaking for African Americans. So they're putting all these different perspectives and ideologies out as representation of us, but things that are detrimental. Because most black American men do not share those perspectives. Now they have some.
Hold on. Which one's Venus? Because now I'm gonna have to push back. Because the way black American men talk about women in their music, in the media, how they paint a lot of you guys as people who are trying to you know, use the system to get welfare, or to just, you know, hurt them in general, right? It would be interesting to me that, like, sometimes this is where I think the blind spot comes in for a lot of black women in terms of, like, womanhood, is that, like, there's this division that's happening. Because I do agree, right? A lot of tether men have become very anti-black women, right? Yeah. But I don't think that's something that's exclusive to American, to tether men, right? These black men, way before black tethers came to this country and even had a place here, black men were being negative about black women in the media, in the world, going against them during the civil rights movement, believe it or not. I mean, this had nothing to do with tethers.
So I think there's always been, like, gripes between black American men and black American women, right? And we have our own cultural issues, right, with the music, certain things. But I'm saying this public propaganda run, that's not mainly black American men. 1000% not them.
So who's are the rappers? Hold on, Venus. Come on. Who are the rappers? Who are the NBA players? Or what about the NFL players who are toasting to more light-skinned babies?
Wait, listen to what I'm saying about the propaganda run. I'm speaking specifically to those who publicly disparage and spread lies about black American women.
Right. That's coming from your own men, black American men, if we want to delineate or
I think I'm just being honest with you. Most of the major content creators who are making black women centered content that's negative are not FBA.
Where is Tariq Nasheed from?
Tariq Nasheed doesn't do that, and he's the FBA.
What? Hair-headed hooligans is not. Oh, hold on. Okay, it's fine. We can disagree.
Wait,
I'm not gonna. I'm not.
Listen to what I'm. I don't think you understand what I'm saying at all.
When
listen to
Tariq Nasheed gets when Tariq Nasheed gets on YouTube and calls black women hair-hatted hooligans, even if we as black people as a culture understand that, what that does to the rest of the world about us, that is why there are issues in the world with how people receive black women.
I think again, culturally for us, right? There's a difference between us roasting each other in a back and forth, right? We're gonna say shit amongst each other in a back and forth if it's heated. There's a difference between doing that and then getting online and spreading propaganda about a group. So let me explain what I mean. The shade room, like PJ says, it has shown the most like ratchet, ghetto, most horrible display of black people. Who runs that? Africans do, right? Myron Gaines, whatever his name is, from Fresh and Fit, and that other dude, who runs that? Tethers. When I'm telling you what I know, the people who have been putting out the most negative. Wait, hold on.
Tommy Sotomayor, where is he from?
Tommy Sotomayor is a tether. He's
not.
Yes, he is, Flora.
He presents as a black American man. He is not from no African country. He doesn't come here and call himself an African.
Stop right there. This is what you don't do you understand what a tether means? Because maybe you don't.
No, I don't, because a tether.
So hold on.
The concept, tether is a concept from a Black Tethers movie. Ryan Coogler would technically be a tether, right? Because he's attached to people from the Caribbean, where you guys get the Wakanda, supposedly only Black American ideology, right?
So when we were just saying this about the men, when you can identify that you don't know a thing, this is the time to listen and not talk. So I love that you
insulting me, though. Don't discount my opinion, because I'm not insulting you at all. I'm just disagreeing.
When did I insult you?
No, I'm saying like you're saying about the men. I'm telling you that when women disagree, I don't have to insult you. I just have a difference of opinion with you. So I'm not doing what men typically do in these type of conversations. I'm just saying, like, you're trying to act like it's just tethers who act like this about black women.
But you're kind of doing what they do, right? Because I'm trying to tell you what I know, and you're getting in your feelings. I understand that you are of African descent of some sort, right? That where, like, so I want to make sure you understand, being like an immigrant or a first generation or second generation is not what a tether is. Okay, I want you to understand that. You being an immigrant or a foreigner is not a tether. So we're clear. What you just described as Tommy Sotomayor is exactly what a tether is. I'm gonna tell you. You said he presents as African American. This is why they're dangerous. They present as African American, but their rhetoric is very anti-African American. But they can cosplay as one of us, so they get to infiltrate the group and then go in public and look like they're speaking on behalf of African Americans.
I need to hear more than just this is,
Wait, the fact that you're so emotional, I'm not saying.
No, I'm not emotional. I just think like you're making a very specific argument, and I think you have to have more merit to make that argument.
Do you see? Apparently, the FBA and the chat understand me, and you don't, because you are from you have a different lineage, and this is the issue. I'm not telling you nothing wrong, and it's not a personal attack against you. You said you didn't know what a tether is. I'm telling you what it is, and I'm gonna say it again. Most of the black, quote unquote, black men who are spewing anti-black women rhetoric are tethers. Tommy Sotomayor, tether. Fresh and Fit, tethers. Okay, if we get into most of these big concepts, I'm pretty sure, I can't prove it, but I believe Anton Daniels is a tether. Angry Man, tether. I'm not making shit up. I'm telling you, these people who pass as African American get up, and you think that it's just blacks talking about their own group. No, it's foreigners, or it's people who are descendants of foreigners doing that shit. I'm just saying.
Okay, so hold on. Here, I have a question. Is Malcolm X a tether?
No, because Malcolm X did not negatively. That's the
So
part.
you're only saying that the ones who speak for African Americans who speak negatively are specifically a tether. I just want to confirm.
Yes, it's a derogatory term on purpose, Flora. It's about a certain group who do a certain thing.
But that's not how people use tether online. They use any black person who comes here and speaks about black issues, and they call them tethers. I like your definition. I don't think you're wrong.
No, that's
right? I'm not going to disagree.
No, that's the definition. It's not my definition.
No, but what I'm telling you is that if you go into spaces of people who have platforms who talk about these issues, big platforms where a lot of people in black culture experience and listen to these conversations, those people don't describe tethers as people who only say negative things about black people. They say any person who comes here and doesn't have the lineage, right, of being directly connected to this soil, which is the argument, the delineation that they make a lot of the times, that those are tethers. So I think like this is where the verbiage and language that we hear online, when you have so many different definitions and different concepts and ideologies that people are holding on to, right? That is where I would have confusion.
So this is what I'm trying to explain. I understand you. Okay, so this is what culturally would be the difference, right? So there is a legit definition that I just gave to you, and then there's just people who are like gonna weaponize something because they can. Does that make sense? Even the people who are saying calling people tethers who are not tethers, they're doing it on purpose. They know what they're doing. They know what a tether really is. They're being derogatory on purpose. Does that make sense? But there's not many definitions. There is only one.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, that's why I'm confused.
I understand the confusion, but hopefully that cleared it up. Everyone who comes from a foreign place or descendants of a foreigner is not a tether. That's not what that is. That never meant that.
I'll take that. That's a win for me. I'll take that.
Yeah, but so I'm gonna say it to you again, and maybe you'll start to really see it now. 90% of these quote unquote black male content creators who get up and disparage black women are tethers. 1000%. You know why? They don't have any connection to black American women. They don't care about the well-being of black American women. They don't care about our lineage. They don't care about our culture. That's why if you pay attention, they'll say things like, what culture? They'll get up and they'll disrespect our civil rights leaders, right? They have shown every ounce of disrespect for every part of our culture. They disrespect Malcolm X. They disrespect Martin Luther King. They disrespected Rosa Parks. They try to minimize the contributions of black people in this country. And then they get up and slander black American women all day long and nights. Those are not black American men. 9 times out of 10, they're tethers.
You know what? I'll give you, at the very least, I'll give you that. Yes, there seems to be a theme in the names and the biggest figures online who make the most noise. I'll definitely give you that.
And these are people who were rejected by young black American girls when they were young, and they have a fucking hatred for him. So they're getting up passing as an FBA because he speaks English enough. He sounds like one of us, but he is not one of us at all. And I'm gonna spread the word on this. This is not talked about enough. I want to do shows on it. I want to inform all of the women, and we're going to start really calling them out one by one. I'm telling you, Flora, 90% of them are tethers. They're not black American men, but they're sitting up talking about black American women, spreading propaganda, all because they're in their little hurt feelings about junior high school when they didn't want them.
Yeah, I like that. I think if somebody can lay it out, then it definitely, I can't, like, no one's going to argue with that. But I definitely don't think it's being laid out that way. And when you have so many people weaponizing these new concepts and ideologies that they're getting from online, that becomes part of the issue.
No, absolutely, I get it. It's too much confusion in it. And I've even done it, to be honest with you. I'll call somebody a tether just because I feel like it. I get it. It is confusing, but we're doing that under the assumption that people know what it means. I didn't know that people legit didn't know what it meant. So I understand. But like, those are legit tethers, and we got to get them out of here. How are they cosplaying our culture while trashing our culture and making money? How?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I never forget, I seen this dude who did street interviews, right? And he was in the UK somewhere, and he was asking the little street kids about like American culture. And he was like, they have no culture. They have no culture. And then the camera, like, he showed their whole outfit and everything they had on was like legit a carbon copy of how black people in America dress. Everything. Even the way like their like drill music was a thing here. And then I seen like some videos from like these rappers from the UK trying to do drill music. It's like the disrespect for black culture. Everybody has their hand in it. They'll take the pieces of it that they like, and then they'll look dead in our face and tell us we don't have culture while you're dressing like a black American, while you're trying to speak like a black American, while you're trying to use certain slang, certain words, certain things that we made cool. Everything about our existence.
I do have a question though. What about Shahrazad Ali?
I don't know much about that lady.
She was a big figure at some point, you know, maybe not well liked, you know, because obviously she says very stupid things about women not aging mentally, which is ridiculous. But what if, because I can totally see it, right? A lot of these people going mainstream, and some can even say it was the white man, right? That would prop up these people on YouTube or whatever platforms and make them tethers. Oh, she was a tether, Robin? Robin said Shahrazad Ali was a tether too. That's what I'm saying. If you guys can literally show us that all of these negative figures aren't even black Americans, I mean, I think that could change the perspective a lot of people have about the conversation too. Because you know, the whole FBA, non-FBA tether conversation has gone kind of viral lately because of what people believe about it. Like people believe, oh, if you're not from, like if your parents weren't born here, then you're a tether or whatever, like that type of thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. I'm trying to look into it now and see, like what her lineage is. Cause I ain't gonna front. It got to the point now. That's the first thing I think about when I hear people speak a certain way. Cause I'm almost always right. It's always a tether. Nationality. Let's see. Cause it says here she's an American author.
Yeah, because Robin said I can tell by her name, but if you knew anything about NOI or any of those organizations, they took on Muslim names.
Yeah,
they changed their actual names, their government names to names that fit the culture. So when you hear a Shahrazad Ali, you're not hearing somebody's true given name. You're hearing what they changed their name to, after they converted.
So this is the thing about people like her. When I say most of the rhetoric being spewed negatively about black women are coming from tethers, that doesn't mean that we don't have people within our own group who are just we don't agree with. Like, what does she do? I don't really know a lot about her.
She was just a figure in the, I believe she was part of like the NOI type situation or whatever, but she would speak about the role of women and things like that. And things like that. She would talk about how women, like, she is a man, yeah, but how women aren't like fit to like think properly and how they don't age past 15 years old. Like, she was just kind of very flamboyant in her male worship.
So that's a whole separate issue from being a tether. Yeah, I don't like to use this word, but Chalk said it. She was just one of them old school, black women who've got indoctrinated, and those are our older generation of women were just a whole different breed. Okay.
Yeah, they definitely, unfortunately, were around during the times of bean pies and all the grassroots organizations that were like black centered. Like New Jersey was a mecca for the NOI. At one point they had millions of members, like literally millions, so compared to now where these organizations, they still have a lot of members, but if you compare it to like the general population, not a lot of black people are actually involved in these organizations like they were back then.
So I want to do some research on Shahrazad Ali because I honestly don't know enough about her to really say much. That's why I know who she is. I just don't know a lot of her rhetoric. Hi, Freezy. Oh, snap. Freezy, are we having Bible studies today? I got to get off of here soon. Freezy, let me know because you didn't come last week. I was about to cry. I thought something happened to you. I don't know what was going on. But let me know if Bible study is still happening today. It better be happening because you missed last week and you never do that. Okay. Okay, they're saying she is super male identified. Uh-oh, Robin says she don't like her. PJ sounds like he likes her. He said, I recommend you do your own research and having your own thoughts on Shahrazad Ali versus hearsay. Okay, I will.
Oh, wow, PJ. Really? Shahrazad Ali was very, very flagrant in some of the anti-women talking points that she had. So, yeah.
And as much as we love PJ, he's still a man. Okay,
Yeah.
This is what I figured out, Flora. Even the men that we like, okay, they're still men. So there's still going to be a little bit of misogynist and sexist. I don't care what nobody say. All of them, they got a little bit of that in there somewhere. Just saying.
That's true.
So I just want to make sure before I get off of here, I want to really make sure that you understand my intention was not to offend you at all. I really hope I didn't, and I hope you understand now, like what tether actually means. It's not referring to every single person who is a descendant of an immigrant. I just want to make sure you.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we came to common ground. Like it just takes. Sometimes it takes a minute to understand because you have all these different ways that people will use these concepts that you guys have. Now, I can say it. Being raised by an African woman, I obviously have a very different, like, kind of mindset in terms of like my role as a person, as a woman, versus like someone who probably had an experience in Black culture here. So I can recognize the differences. I'm not trying to like force people to accept me as a Black FBA Black woman. I'm just saying, like, I don't. Sometimes like wanting to separate is just too much. I did see what you said, M. Mills. I was looking for Chanel Simone, but I couldn't find anything.
But here's the thing about why you wouldn't be considered a tether anyway, because you proudly represent your culture and where you're from. You don't try to be something you're not. And look at the second part of this. You don't take anti-Black and white supremacist viewpoints. They do. That's literally what tethers are. They will cosplay as Black, like I said, but with their rhetoric is very anti-Black. And it's dangerous for us. You know why? Because those are the quote unquote Black politicians that a lot of times we see who get put in office and they say, oh, we got a Black president. No, that was a tether. That's why when he got in office, he did not do anything that was beneficial to Black people because he's not one of us.
Yeah.
Same thing with Kamala Harris. They try to cosplay when it's convenient. She's a Black woman. No, she's not. She is not. But if we would have get her in office, we could say, hey, we gave them a Black president. We gave them a Black vice president. It sounds good. It'll shut up most of the Black community if they don't do their really research and understand. No, they're putting tethers in there who are cosplaying you. But when it comes to like implementation of policy or any real change that could benefit the Black community, they will not do it because they don't identify with the Black community. This is all on purpose. So I'm going to put this figurehead there to make you guys think that you have representation. But I know that this tether does not identify with you. They don't care about what actually helps your community because they're not from your community. They care more about assimilating to white culture.
Yeah.
So they're going to do what white supremacy wants them to do. This tether shit runs deep. It's crazy. But I'm going to be talking about it all year because I'm just now figuring out how bad it really is. It's bad.
Yeah, when you put it like that, man, listen, we have to figure out, we need to expose all the tethers. I'm in full support of that. I don't think anybody should be cosplaying that they're some sort of American-born Black person, but they're really some nigga who came here from Africa or who's all their lineage is from Africa, and they have no real Black American experiences, but they're speaking on it. I don't have a problem with those
Especially
people
when they're in powerful positions like politics.
Yeah, politics. Media.
Or like the Shade Room, when you have like the most popular channel that highlights the most popular page that highlights Black culture, Black American culture. The Shade Room is ran by Africans, but 100% of the content is about African American culture. A lot of it in a negative light. Like when I really start breaking down all these tethers and power, because that's what I'm gonna do. this time around with my content. Y'all are gonna be sick. Like, wait, we doing this with just black people. That's why I'm telling you, like, these are not like black American men.
I want to know Tyler Perry's roots now.
Listen,
who's his kin?
I think he might be actually FBA just based on how culturally aware he is. If I could guess.
What if he's not? What if you find out that he's not? Wouldn't that shock you?
I would be shocked because based on just like the nuance in his movies, he gives me he's definitely FBA.
So some of us study well. Like I'm telling you, some people come here from Africa and they take on the whole persona of being black. I'm telling you, the whole persona. I come here and yes, I'm a black person, but no one in my family has ever encouraged me to not acknowledge where I come from, not be
right
of that or anything, right? Like no one, it's always been a form of pride. But I think some people, they do think, oh, I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna learn all of it, I'm gonna elevate myself, but then I'm going to speak down on the culture that I literally have been mimicking my whole life. So
I'm just saying, I would be very surprised if Tyler Perry wasn't FBA, because like I said, just from his movies alone, there are certain things, no shade to y'all, but y'all can study as much as y'all want. The reason we are able to identify you is because there are certain things that a lot of them just never understand. And that
might be true, but like, listen, some people think African women aren't able to do like weave in the same way. There are some stylists that some people don't know are not FBA, right? Because they've understood the hair and culture, and they know how to do it all, and they're in like that's why I'm saying like sometimes people study it enough to be able to like really mimic it that good. And yeah,
I'm trying to tell you, as FBA, that's what they think. But it's 9 times out of 10, I
don't know. Let's look up Tyler. I want to look up Tyler Perry's kid now because
I just looked up his parents. He's from Louisiana, and so are his parents. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, Tyler Perry's parents, Emmett Perry Sr. and Willie Maxine Perry, are both from Louisiana, and he was born in Louisiana. Let's see if we can find out where his great grandparents are from.
Let's hear a little bit more.
But why do you? I'm telling you, as FBA, I could kind of tell he's not. Why do you think he is?
The reason why I'm trying to say is because if the concept, if the idea is that they're putting these figureheads in who don't identify with the struggles, but they present well, right? If that's who they're putting in these positions, because it did take time for people to realize that the people who were running the Shade Room were Africans, right? But once that information was out there, now everyone wants to be like, oh yeah, the people running Shade Room are not FBA, right? But sometimes, right, people can present a certain way. Who's to say that Tyler Perry or any other figures who have, yes, he can capture the pain of Black Americans, but look at how negative some of his imagery is.
Yeah, so me saying tethers are doing a certain thing doesn't mean Black Americans don't have their own issues that they do too. He's not a tether though. Tyler Perry is born in, where was it, Louisiana? So are his parents. As far as I'm not getting any information about his grandparents, but I'm telling you, I can just tell he's not a tether. He knows too much. Yeah, he says he's from Louisiana. His parents are from Louisiana. Yeah, I'm not getting
there's no information on the grandparents.
On the grandparents. Yeah, I could tell. If I had to guess, I do not think he's a tether. Not at all.
What if they are though?
I don't think they are. But until we could prove that, we can't just throw that on people. Flora, now you're doing
we're blaming the tellers for everything. That we have the duty to do our due diligence.
Now you doing the same abuse that the FBA do. You just throwing tether on people.
No,
Perry's not a tether.
I'm just having fun.
It's okay. It's okay. See, you get it. PJ said, to be clear, I wasn't defending Shahrazad Ali. She said things I don't agree with. I do think some of her rhetoric makes for good conversation. Okay. But yeah, I'm here we gotta spread the word, y'all. It has been a big grift against Black women, all this anti-Black rhetoric behind it, at least 8 times out of 10. is not a Black American man, but
I'm
they look like and they sound like Black American men.
I'm over here looking up rappers now.
Yeah, a lot of them are tethers. What is Drake?
Not a tether. Drake is a biracial Black
Drake,
man.
he's
No,
tether.
no, because his father is a Black American man who also has ties to wherever he was a saxophone player, and his mother is a white woman. That's not a tether. He's from this land.
Nah, you're right. His daddy is FBA, probably.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna still throw him in there because his accent changes too much. He clearly has an identity crisis. He's a tether. For what's his name? Some of the worst rappers ever. Kodak Black, tether.
50 Cent. Let me look up 50 Cent.
Nah, 50 Cent is FBA. 50 Cent
Okay.
50 Cent's ours. Okay, he belongs to us. Who was a tether? Biggie Smalls, tether. And I love Biggie. 21 Savage, tether. Kodak Black, tether. What's this dude?
You already said him.
Tether.
Who else?
Most of them are tethers.
There's other rappers. Usher, Diddy, they're not tethers.
Usher's not no damn rapper.
Oh no, but I'm saying like they're influential Black people. They're not tethers. Usher used to talk about STDs in his music, apparently.
No,
That's
okay,
what
so
was about.
see, look, Flora, be careful because we may have to throw you in the tether group. Because look, you don't slander all the Black Americans.
No. I'm just trying to say, like, where do we stop?
Yeah, yo, PhD recorded. No, she caught it. No. You laughing, but I'm not joking. This is
no, but I'm not joking. I'm just saying, like,
I think culturally, I want you to hear what I'm saying. I really mean it. PhD recorded at the same time as me. Culturally, this is also something you guys, for whatever reason, do to.
Wow.
No, listen. What you guys do to Black Americans?
No,
The
reason why I said I'm just joking is because it's like, where do we stop though? You know what I'm saying?
But this is the thing with culturally how we're different, right? I'm gonna tell you. I just gave you a clear definition, Flora. Somebody wrote it on the screen. I put it on the screen. We explained it to death, and you're still trying to put Black Americans in it who don't belong in it.
No. I'm saying because you said that it has a lot to do with using the name and treat. So, are you saying that when Black people disparage other Black people and they're like prove that they're from America, that how are we dealing with that?
They can't be a tether. They're FBA.
Okay, they're not a tether, but what's the name for that? How are we dealing with those people?
We got to deal with them in-house. We just going to drag them and we going to deal with them. They ain't innocent either, but they're not tethers. See what I'm saying? Like we have some problematic FBA. Don't get it twisted. But
absolutely.
They can never be as dangerous as the tether. That's the thing. The tether is way more of a detriment to FBA than FBA to other FBA. It's kind of like family business. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like if I came to, I don't know where you're from. I don't know, and I was like
I'm from the Northeast.
No, like
I'm sorry, born in the Northeast.
Where your parents? Because you're first generation, right?
No, I was born in America. You see, this is that tether talk that gets me, like where you're trying. Now I'm not even a Black American woman. Now I have to be where your parents from. I was born in Washington D.C. That's where I was born. That's where I'm from.
That's why I said you're a first gen, right? Like first generation American.
Yeah.
So where are your parents from?
My parents are from Angola.
So that's why because I don't know. I wanted to say like if I came to Angola with a whole different set of ideologies, ideas, and perspectives, and then let's say there's somebody who already is from there, who lives there, and they're talking shit about your people, who would you deem more of a problem, me or them?
Both of y'all. Wait, hold on. So because you compared a person who's there just talking crap about their people, or just a person who's talking crap, period?
So there's one person who's a native, right?
Yeah.
And then there's me. But I have influence, right? Let's say I have a channel, I have influence, I have similar features. I even can mimic the accent so I could pass as you. But when I get up and speak about the culture, it's all things that are anti the culture. Am I the more dangerous one or the person who's actually in the culture, the more dangerous one.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I can answer that.
That's okay.
Yeah.
So I just don't want to be clear because I'm gonna have to get over here, but I want to say it again. This is not to offend people who are not tethers. Like we don't care about tethers, be offended. But if you are not a person who is disparaging FBA or FBA culture, you're not a tether and we don't have an issue with you. Yes, PhD, but she said it. I couldn't think of it. So those are the people we call coons.
Okay, so there is a name for it. Okay.
Yeah. We call them coons and sambos, which we also have a coon issue and a tether issue.
Yeah. Those are two very, very particular issues.
But very similar. They're just too close to home. But they're very much like the tether. I'm going to tell you why. The coon and the tether are very similar in this way. They uphold white supremacy. They uphold the ideas of anything that is anti-Black. They love to disparage Black culture.
Yeah, when you put it next to Coon, Uncle Tom, all of that, it makes sense.
But why do I have to disparage my own?
No, I'm not saying that you have to disparage your own. I'm saying it makes sense. Like it has its role. A tether has their disparaging role. Like I'm just trying to understand it in general. I'm not trying to say like, oh, I need you to call Black Americans bad too. But I'm just trying to see like the role that tethers play in being detrimental to the Black experience.
Yo, it kind of felt like that because you kept on bringing Black Americans in it, like bringing Tyler Perry in it. And we're trying to say
no, I brought Tyler Perry because I was like, now how do we know who actually is FBA based off of their talking points alone? Because yes, Tyler Perry he has very captivating shows and things like that, but he's also one that I think that he paints very, very negative perspectives of Black people, Black women, elderly Black women, like in general. So that's what I'm saying, like in terms of like their ideology, how do you identify them? I'm not just saying in general, like I want you to find a Black American equivalent. That's not why I mentioned Tyler Perry.
So, okay, the definition is not solely based on talking points, right? Or there's a few
based on their lineage too.
Right. So there's a few check marks you have to meet to be a tether. Where's that definition at? I just had up there. That was like perfect. Let me read it again. So just because you see a Black person who may be doing something disparaging about other Black people, they may not be a tether. They might just be a coon. But the tether is the most dangerous, and then the coon. Actually, they're neck and neck. You know what I'm saying? They're the same. I don't know. But they both bad. But I feel like the coon can be reformed. The tether, I don't know. I'm trying to find that definition. I can't do it. Let me ask the chat. Who's worse, y'all? The coon or the tether? Thank you, PJ, for the $9.99. He said, I appreciate your TED Talks. Yeah, we got to get to the bottom of this, y'all. Thank you, Lena Love, for the Cash App. I appreciate you. We're going to do a whole show on this, Flora, and I need you to really, please come with an open mind and an open heart. I'm not trying to offend you.
No, the same goes for you, though, because you were even just a second ago acting like because I wanted to know how do we identify, you know what I'm saying? Because, Tyler Perry says some really, really harmful, negative things. So based off of this ideology of what a tether is, should I question him, right? Should other Black people, besides myself, question him and his lineage, right? Because if the combination is the lineage that's not Black American and the harmful ideology and cosplaying like you actually are from here, then I'm saying like when we hear certain things, how do we know? Oh no, that's a coon. That's not a tether, which is 10 times more harmful than a coon. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so many labels on ideology. Is my
whoever was in the chat, if you can, please, I can't find that definition. Could you please put it again? Because I don't know what and I'm not trying to be offensive, Flora, but I think this is a part of the cultural difference between us, right? Because we gave you the clearest definition. I explained it to you, and it's like it doesn't. I don't know what's wrong. Like it. I don't know. Like it's like you guys have this like kind of bias where you don't want to see sometimes what some of your people
No,
might be
that's
doing.
not necessarily true. But again, when we start playing the blame game and saying like this is where the tether, just because I'm asking questions, how can we have a dialogue about something that you have to educate me on? Because again, I don't. You just taught me something new about the definition of tethers, right? Because I've listened to Black American men who are not tethers talk about this, and they don't describe it how you do, which you told me that has to do with people trying to weaponize the language and things like that. That makes sense, but I'm saying like, how can my dialogue just be me like?
Okay, PH Diva wants the link. No problem, PH Diva. If do you got like 15 minutes, Flora? Can y'all hold it down? I have to run outside for a second. Is that okay? Or you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You and PH Diva could
You're gonna let people up though, right?
No, just her if you want. I wasn't gonna let nobody.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Because I think maybe I'm not doing a good job explaining. So she's usually a bit better.
Oh, I'm up here alone, guys. Or maybe Venus is still just trying to figure out letting people up.
I got kicked off, but
I'm like, what?
PhD, but okay, I'll be back, y'all. Here she comes.
Oh, hey. So I just wanted to like give an example. So you were there, Venus. The white guy last night, who kept telling us, "Oh, I'm Black American, but I heard his accent. And it turned out to be Dominican, but his whole conversation was about, oh, you know, we need to change our image as Black Americans. But he had nothing to say.
Wait, why you sound so far? Can you put in a car speaker?
Oh yeah, okay, my bad. Can you hear me better now?
Oh, much better, yeah.
Okay. But you know, his whole conversation, he came into the conversation asking about how we can improve our image as Black people. But because I heard his accent, you know, when I stopped and said, "Hey, where you from?" And he even tried to deny it for a while, but
he sure did.
Yeah, he had a clearly Dominican accent. Oh, my mother is Dominican, but that's not the culture that I was raised in at all, right? And then later in the conversation, when somebody told him, I think it was Jay, "Oh, you better than me," and I said, "Okay, now what did she mean by that?" And he said, "I'm a better person than her," right? And so we know by certain cultural things. And so culturally, we have a saying, what's understood don't need to be explained. And so Black people stop doing all this explaining because it can be used by the quote unquote tethers to adjust their behavior, right? So that's why a lot of times there's all this questioning. Well, what does it look like with this? Well, what's this? And then, you know, we all know what it is. And so what's understood don't need to be explained.
Now, I'm usually with you. But I like Flora, and I think she genuinely didn't know the difference.
I didn't. No, I really didn't.
I think she really thought anybody who's foreign or the child of a foreigner is a tether. So just trying to explain to her.
Right. But I'm just saying, I'm speaking generally because, you know, in a lot of spaces, there's always all these questions, right? And so I don't think when you explain to a certain point, then how are you going to be able to tell the difference after they make all these adjustments? Right? Because at one point, people were coming here and were saying, "I'm not Black, I'm Haitian, or I'm Jamaican, or whatever." And now people are trying to like latch on to, "Oh, I'm Black," right? And so they were starting to say like, "Oh, well, we really African American because we directly from Africa." Right. Okay, you could have that. When before they would have said, "I'm Nigerian American or Jamaican American, whatever." And so now there's even an attempt to latch on to Black American. "Oh, I'm Black American. I was born here," but that's not what being a Black American is, right? So ethnically. And so we can see that there's a lot of adjustment, right? When you shine a light on a roach, it runs. right?
Yeah.
So Africans who hold on. This is just my problem sometimes. Like that type of ideology, but you see it like that is going to isolate Black people who fall somewhere in the middle that are like these first gen, second gen, or maybe Shirley Chisholm is your grandmother, right? And she actually has roots in civil rights. Where does the tether conversation really stop if we're gonna do that and say, well, you can't call yourself a Black American because you're African American. So if you do, you're trying to steal a Black American identity.
So, so the definition is here again, right? So when you keep saying where does it stop, we have
what I'm saying is by that definition, I'm not a tether, right? Because I didn't move here. I was born in the United States.
No, you are not. But I told you we're not a tether though already. Like
but there's people in the chat who are saying I actually am, right? Because they're
I told you that Black Americans are going to do. You cannot listen to FBA all the time. They're gonna troll. Like,
yeah, I get it.
Well, but that's the thing. Being born here doesn't prevent you from being a tether, right? Because just being born here, your parents were not born here. You still in your household, and this is what I was trying to explain to the Mike guy, right? You were raised by a Dominican woman. Right, you're gonna be exposed to and live a certain amount of Dominican culture simply by virtue of being raised by somebody who is Dominican. And so, if your parents are not from here, then how would that equate you with us? Because we got some very specific things that are going on in our homes, in our churches, in our culture, and so there's still a distinction. Simply being born here doesn't make you a Black American. Especially when we have people who come here and then say, oh, well, shit, I didn't even know that I was Black until I came here.
Yeah, it gets tricky because, again, by the definition that she pointed out and said you're getting confused, that definition would say I'm not a tether, right? But then people in the chat are saying your parents weren't raised like ours, so they're not going to raise you the same way. Right. So that would mean that you are a tether.
I don't think you are a tether. It just means you're not a Black American, right? And so Venus was right when she said, like, a lot of FBA people have started to generalize the term to anybody who's not FBA, but that's not the original definition, right? That's not the real meaning of it. It's somebody who tries to denigrate Black Americans in our culture while also cosplaying. Right, or trying to step forward and speak on our behalf when they aren't one of us. So
yeah, that makes sense, and I don't have an issue with that. Sometimes I just have questions. I don't want my questions to be taken as like, oh, see, now she's turning into, a tether who might be trying to like manipulate and speak for Black Americans, which again is another distinction from tether, because you're not a tether, but you're also not Black American. So now if I say I'm Black American, if I've said that in the past, someone might have took it like I was trying to take your identity as a Black American person when I just didn't have the understanding at the time.
Right. And so one of the other things that I've noticed, a lot of FBA are like foaming at the mouth now. And from what I see, as a person who was raised very immersed in like Black history and Black culture and having, Black people, tell me weird shit like, oh, you just don't like white people for a very long time, up until very recently, right? It just seems like a lot of Black Americans did not have the necessary self-esteem surrounding being a Black American. And now this whole FBA thing has given them, an injection of self-esteem, and now they foaming at the mouth when we should have been there regardless.
That's true. That's
so
true.
I have a problem with the FBA side too, because this shouldn't be a new thing. Somebody giving you a couple facts about what Black Americans did. You shouldn't have needed that in 2025 or even 2020, right? You should have already known. You should have already been immersed. You should have already been proud.
See, I told you, Flora, FBA don't give a damn. Anybody could get it, even us. There'd be a lot going on at the FBA side.
Yeah, I mean, when you break it down, it's different. It's just when you do have people who are Black Americans, actual FBAs, who, again, yeah, they're using this as a different way of finally accepting their Blackness and all that. You know, yeah, it does cause confusion, but I can respect everything that's being said.
But I love it. I understand what PhD is saying, but I love it because finally, right? It's like, well, shit. It's unfortunate that it took you this long, but I'm just happy that you're finally doing it. Like, stand on something. Be okay and proud of what you are. The fuck?
Well, you know, I think that it's important to, but just because we as Black Americans, even today, we still do a lot for other Black people around the world, right? So I travel quite a bit, and we'll see a lot of these people in these foreign countries trying to disparage us. But there are, you know, Black women in Philadelphia right now, a group of retired Black women who get together to sew, what do they call them? Period pads for women over in Kenya, right? Even when I went to Cuba, I saw it, like, they don't have a lot of paper products. And so that by definition means sanitary napkins, and they only get a ration, right? They once a month, they go to the store, they hand it a box with all they shit for the month, and they go home. And so, again, they're short because of the embargoes that have been in place for decades. They are short on paper products. When you go there, they tell you, bring your own toilet paper. So I know these women don't have feminine products. And so one of the things I wanted to do is start getting donations and having people send like the feminine cups, because you can wash them and reuse them, and then donate them, but only to the Black women. But I'm from Miami, and so I know Black Cubans, period, talk shit about Black people and are very anti-Black. And then a lot of the Black Cubans will be like, I'm not Black. Okay, so bitches, you're gonna have to stay your ass over there and, you know, put a piece of newspaper between your legs if you're waiting on me, right? And so I just think we gotta be, as Black Americans, we have to understand that a lot of these people on that bullshit, and so stop being so helpful to these motherfuckers. Because even when we travel to those countries, we always visit an orphanage or a place for, you know, poor mothers, and they always wanting some type of donation, right? You in Africa, they gonna come with the dancing and the singing and the costumes or whatever, but then they coming around with a bucket, because right? So I just think we have to be aware of what the landscape is and conduct ourselves accordingly. Like, either, you know, we all gonna be on the good foot, or bitches, every man for himself, and we always gonna win that race. Right?
Oh my God, you guys are giving me so many show ideas, because I want to really dig into this. I don't think Black Americans to this day, like you said, truly understand just how disliked you are, and how many groups that, and this is why, to be fair to us, the reason we don't understand it is because we don't even spend our time thinking about these people. But let me tell you something, they're thinking about you.
Absolutely.
Venus, look at Travel One's comment. She said, men are the ones who make up these tariffs against these other countries. How do you guys feel about that?
That's true, but what does it have to do with what we're
talking about, though?
No, I'm saying, like, you think it's mostly men who are causing this issue? Like, I'm saying, like, in general.
No. So when I was in grad school, I used to be, or at least go to the meetings for, in the parties, mainly the parties, for the African Caribbean Student Association, right? And so one of the things that I asked early on is, hey, well, you know, why aren't y'all with, because there was a Black graduate student, you know, union or whatever. I was like, why y'all don't partner with them or whatever? Now, I'll be totally honest and say the Black Americans were not open to that, because when I brought it to them, they just looked at me and then continued on with their sentence. So they paid me dust. But one of the things I noticed was, even me coming in, you know, to the party or whatever, the African and Caribbean women were very nasty to me, right? Because they were very catty surrounding their men. Because I ain't gonna lie, I look better than them hoes. I'm sorry, I couldn't help
her.
But so no, I don't think the men had to do anything, because the men were actually nice to me. Now, they had an incentive to be nice to me, right? But the women were very nasty, even though I always try to make it a point to, you know, go in and I'm gonna talk to the women before I talk to the men, because I understand what the men's motivation is, right? but they were just not very open. They talked shit about Black American women or whatever, and then I would have to cuss them bitches out.
So a lot of people, obsession is with Black Americans, but a lot of these places that we don't even think of, don't talk about, already come in with this vitriol against Black women and Black Americans.
I feel like that's kind of a expired perspective, though.
No, it's not. It is not.
Hear me out. Right? I do think there is a group of Black American. First gen African women who are American born, right? Whatever you want to call it, whatever is the politically correct way of saying it, right? Who fall into a cultural category which they call Americanized, where culturally we're not accepted by people in our culture as well, and other cultures that are outside of Black American, right? Where I will have people from my country, my parents' country, say, "Oh, you're basically American. You're not even African like that." You know what I'm saying? And I've had them.
You know what you guys suffer from?
What is it? Don't even say imposter syndrome.
No. It's kind of like that though. It's like shout out to Marcus White, wherever he is. Marcus White explained this to me, and it made so much sense. It's like a biracial. Let's say a child who's Black and they're white, right? So on the white side, you're not white enough. And on the Black side, you're not Black enough, right? No, that's legit.
Like, you see how this causes confusion, though, amongst people who are well-meaning Black women?
Well, yeah, but if you're truly well-meaning, a lot of what we're talking about would not even apply to you.
No, but I'm saying, like, I can identify, because you just described, I believe it was PhD Diva and yourself, talking about how you dealt with shade and like stereotypes from women from certain countries, right? I dealt with that too, from Angolan women, Nigerian women, Liberian women. Oh, you just a Black American. You just even being like confused, right? Them calling me that because I didn't culturally present the same way that like some people who are African born, who are American born African women like present. You know what I'm saying? So, like, where do we fall in this? And I get it, like, ideologically, we're similar to quote-unquote biracial people, but I'm still saying, like, where do well-meaning people like myself fall in the Black category?
And by embracing exactly what you are, like, hey, I am where you from again? I'm sorry, where's your family from again? Whatever kind of American you are, because you are.
Angola, yeah.
But I think that also shows why the delineation or the distinction is so necessary, because a lot of Black people in these other Black countries, they have a very different mindset than we do. Like, we've always been the we all Black and come together or whatever, but that's not the mindset amongst these other people. If you go to Africa, even within the same country, they are fighting with each other because they're from different tribes. If you go to the Caribbean, they got beef with each other because they from different islands, right? Even the Latinos do that, right? The Cubans don't like the Puerto Ricans don't like the Dominicans. And so we are the only group of Black people who just stand on Blackness, right? We didn't really even make a distinction until recently, when it became very apparent that, okay, these other people ain't on the same stuff that we own. And so it's very necessary for us to maintain those boundaries, because these people can't come together, for their own benefit. And so how with each other, the people who right next to them. And so how can they come together with us? And that is actually what got me out of being a Pan-Africanist. When I was in grad school and was with all those Africans, and I sat up there and told them, hey, well, you don't like this person because they're from this tribe, but y'all in the same country, y'all live right next to each other. And so how are you going to call me your sister when you can't even be brother and sister with the person that's sitting right next to you, who having a very similar experience to you?
Yeah. I mean, that's very true. That's a problem that I think African people have as a whole, like men and women. But I just think like now we start to create pockets of people. But I'm just going to accept and respect what's being said, because I do think it's reasonable. I just think there's a lot of women, especially I've met Haitian women who said this. I've met Nigerian, even some, not a lot, because they tend to be very culturally strong. But I've met other non-Black American women who, like, their parents have other lineage that kind of fall into this Americanized version even of themselves, right? I'm an Angolan American woman, but like even other Angolan women don't connect with some ideology that I have.
But I think you're looking for perfection. The FBA does not agree. Me and PhD but don't even agree on religion, right? Like the idea is not that because you're in a group you agree with every single thing they think for like that. Okay.
No,
Yeah,
I
you know
know.
what I'm saying? Like it is gonna be
I
like that.
feel put out, you know, but that's just me and my own feelings. I can get over that.
But the thing is, like I said, I'm gonna do a whole show on this, but I think tethers are very detrimental because again, like I said, the largest voices about Black American women right now are not Black American men. That's Tommy Sotomayor. That's Angry Man. That's Anton Daniels. That's Fresh and Fit. Those are all.
What about Candace Owens?
Those are all. She's a tether too, right? So there's all tethers cosplaying as Black Americans because nobody's going to really check too much into it. Some of them is obvious, some of them is not, but they're all getting to speak on behalf of Black Americans when they are not Black American identified. They cannot identify with the culture, but they have a big, large influence, and it's very dangerous. The rhetoric they're putting out about us, because you said it earlier yourself. A lot of this stuff translates over into real life treatment. So again, they're not Black. They're not related to Black American women. They don't care about Black American women. They don't care about the damage they're doing to my community. They don't care about ruining relationship dynamics in my community. They don't care, like I said earlier, about our civil rights leaders, about our history. And that's why they disparage our civil rights leaders. They disrespect our lineage. They disrespect our culture, all while stealing from it and cosplaying it. They have no connection to it. That's how we know they're not us, but they're the loudest voices. That's a problem. I'm about to be on these people's asses. I'm going to expose it all. Like, that's an issue for me.
Well,
I don't think he's really thinking about it like that. I just kind of figured it out. Like, oh, these are not even Black Americans.
But I think one thing that we fail to appreciate as Black Americans is when these people come from these other countries, like they coming from some rough ass conditions and backgrounds, right? But one of the things that it gives you the ability to spot an opportunity and exploit it, right? And so any opportunity, even that's why like people talk about Nigerians and all the scamming, because in order to eat every day, you got to be able to find an opportunity and exploit it. And so these people have figured out that you can get a large platform and attention, which translates into money by talking like this, right? By disparaging or denigrating Black people in America. Because it generates eyes. That's why you got people over in Africa who ain't never left Africa. They ain't even left their own country, who sit up there and all they do is make content about Black Americans.
This shit is irritating my soul. Like,
I mean,
our culture.
can I have like, okay. So how, I don't want to be like, I just want to know, like, how do you guys categorize who is the most detrimental? Because like, some of the people that I think are detrimental, like I mentioned Tariq Nasheed, hair-hatted hooligans and stuff like that. I guess you guys informed me that, what's his name? O'Shea is a tether, right? He's from Africa.
I don't think O'Shea is a tether. I think he's FBA.
Yeah, I think he is too.
Yeah.
But some of the messaging that they have too, like, so are those not considered really, really, really bad messages to have about women as well?
So with Tariq Nasheed, now Tariq Nasheed, you know, certainly back in the day was on that bullshit. Now he's kind of like rebranded himself. And I've never heard him call anybody a hair-hatted hooligan. He does talk about the hard wigs and whatnot, but when he is talking about that, he's talking about tether women, right? Because he'll always say, you know, Black American sisters, they gonna keep their hair right. Y'all need to talk to these Black American sisters so they can tell you how to get your weave or your wig right. So I think he has like rebranded himself. O'Shea is also in the process of has already rebranded himself as well, right? Because now he talks a lot about the FBA stuff. He's over in Africa. He talks about, you know, doing business in Africa And so he has kind of moved away from doing as much of that, you know, black women are bad and they sandaling and weaving it up. You know, he's kind of moving away from that.
So is he now considered a positive because he moved away? Because I remember the times when he was very influential in these red pill like, kind of manosphere spaces and being hateful.
Yeah.
So he moved down on the priority list of harmful imagery of black people?
Well, so again,
yes, feathers are at the top, and you can't change it for.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just asking. I wanted more clarification.
Well, so the tethers here would be problematic because that's the thing. They have told us, oh, well, you know, white people like us better, right? And so white people will elevate them because they know they aren't as problematic as a black American, right? We have a very different mindset. And so a lot of times they get elevated to these public facing positions where they're able to speak on our behalf. And so that's much more problematic than somebody who is, you know, just talking shit on the internet.
Yeah. I have a lot of questions.
We are going to cleanse you of your tether ways, Flora, because
ways. Wow,
you got a tether, but you got tether ways. Because I see you keep trying to drag my.
No, I'm not trying to drag it. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to be better so I can move better. I'm not trying to at all, but there has to be a growing phase for me.
You've been doing fine, but like you keep on sneaking my FBA in places they don't belong. I'm noticing, like.
I just know.
Private. We got our own way that we handle FBA people.
But hold on, because I thought Candace Owens was so terrible, but then
she's a tether.
I didn't know that. That's what I'm saying. Like I had no clue. So for me, I'm like, this is like, whoa. I'm finding out these people are working against the black image, black people who I love. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all. I'm just trying to understand. I'm not trying to come in here and like, ooh, everyone's a tether just like me. I just
wait. Thank you to Freezy for the $10. I appreciate you. Okay, look, Flora, you are not you're tether adjacent at this point. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do some
more. No. I'm just questioning. That's all. I'll stop asking them, but I just was curious. Like people that I thought were Black American, like I had no clue. But again, she has Caribbean roots. So you're showing me. Like,
that's how they get away with it. Some of us don't even know, and we sitting there thinking, "Oh, these are the black people for the black community. We're all together." That's how we've been getting tricked. That's why we have to delineate.
Yeah,
they'll go with that
too. I've been getting
go with that, and then they'll work against you while smiling in your face, like, "Yes, we're all for black people," and then we'll get in office and we'll do absolutely nothing to help black people, and we'll do everything to help white supremacy. But we're gonna like, "Yeah, black person, we're together." No, you're not. So it is time for a tether cleanse.
I'll take the cleansing.
I know PhD don't like it, and I understand why she's saying that. But I need, because look, it's not fair to FBA black men. If they're not the ones who are predominantly tarnishing the image of the black woman, why do they get punishment for it? See what I'm saying?
But are they not, though? Because we still haven't proved that these rappers are not super harmful in their FBA. Like,
nah, some of these rappers that are FBA are straight up a problem.
Yeah, so
they're just not a tether, but they're a problem. Like,
yeah, but are they more harmful than a tether? Because a tether has so much reach. FBA, a negative FBA male presence is way more harmful than some tether getting up there and talking about black people.
It's not when you can't tell the difference. Like you're thinking a lot of what you're seeing is FBA male presence, and it's not. Is what
I'm just telling you that I don't think white people are making a distinction, or all these other races that are going to take these images and try to use them like
that's why we have to delineate. Flora, this the tether shit. I ain't gonna lie. Why is it?
No, I'm just saying. I don't think they know the difference either.
It doesn't matter. Like so, and what makes that a tether mindset is that y'all be so focused on what white people think.
No, I'm not focused on what white people think. I'm just saying, like,
We can tell. And so whether they can tell or not makes no difference.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just saying they're going to take a Tether image and use it and say that's Black American. So are you guys going to take the time to, every time they say that, and be like, nope, that's a Tether?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we are, Flora. Unfortunately, with the delineation comes all of that. At this point, whenever you're speaking, we're trying to see where your roots come from at this point, because it's been such an infiltration and misrepresentation that we don't trust nobody. Okay, I just looked into PhD while she was up here just to make sure, you know.
Did I pass the check? But you know, so one thing that I've noticed, because being from Miami, we were dealing with people from other places, and mainly the Caribbean and Latin America, for way before, Black people in most other places, with the exception of like New York. Pretty much New York. And so a lot of times the people, I just don't think a lot of us recognize how people want to exploit us. And so they want to be able to kind of fold in when it's to their benefit, but then step out and, other themselves or differentiate themselves when that is to their benefit. And so I was in a group for African professionals, and this was around George Floyd and all of the protests, and they were in that chat, and I didn't spend a lot of time in the chat. So, I just happened to open it because we were having an event in a couple of days and I was trying to find the address. Anyways, they were in there talking shit about Black Americans and how, they tearing up stuff and da-da-da-da. And so I started responding like, yeah, this is how, social progress is made in this country. And the fact that y'all got y'all asses over here rather than back where the fuck you actually from lets me know that you shouldn't have shit to say about it, right? Because it was this type of behavior that led to a society that you felt was more palatable and more comfortable than the one that your ancestors created. At any point, it was just crazy to me because they talking that shit. But then fast forward, I ended up getting put out the chat, child. But because I reminded them that Nigeria was #1 in the world in public defecation. And so if you motherfuckers know so much, then send some money back so them bitches could get some toilets and they could stop swimming, fishing, and eating in the same body of water. Shout out to Makoko. Nevertheless, they put me out. But fast forward 6 months, December of 2020, when the cops in that SARS police group in Nigeria got the banging on citizens, them motherfuckers was actually in the street talking about where is Black Lives Matter. And so these people, on the one hand, when you actually doing what it takes to make improvement, they want to sit there and judge you and talk shit about you. But then when it can fit them, they expecting you to come to their rescue. And so I just really think a lot of Black Americans, because we're only just now starting to have exposure to these people, a lot of us don't know, how fucked up their mentality is. And so I'm here to tell it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely hearing it. I'm hearing it all.
Yes. Oh my God. I'm so happy. I'm putting together a team because we have to get the community right. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Amen. Amen.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, I said, I'm so happy you're here. I feel like I'm getting my team together because we are going to get these tethers out. We can't deal.
We gonna get the tethers out.
Can't deal with the tether. No, yeah, they're a problem, PhD bud.
Well, I got a lot of experience with them, so.
Me too.
Yeah, right. Being from New York, I'm sure you do.
And what's up, DJ? Is DJ a tether? I don't think he is.
Yes.
Yeah, he a tether.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. No. He doesn't do anything negative.
No, he does. He does.
Yeah, he's a tether.
Yeah, no, he do. Which y'all do?
If I was a white supremacist, I would.
He a tether? Well, I mean, he has G. Never mind.
We don't know yet. But I haven't seen him like cosplaying. First of all, I love that he has the accent, so he can't cosplay, so that's already out. But I don't see him like.
Look at what he said. If I was a white supremacist, and so the tip
wow.
off is they always trying to say, well, white people, because they think their mindset is always what the white man want. Like they always trying to be palatable to white people. And so their first thought is always white people. And they try to use that they try to weaponize white people against us to get in line. He a tether.
Damn, I didn't even see the first keyword.
Yeah, see, I'm telling you,
I was a white supremacist.
Yeah, that's why I need Diva. She,
but you know, black African women who come here, they don't say if I was a white supremacist. Like that's why I was trying to say. Like sometimes it's the men, like their weird instinctual domination, their personalities.
The women say, oh, the white people, can't tell us. They say that type of stuff too. And it was
but they can't tell us apart though. That's why you guys feel the need to delineate.
No, we're delineating because we need to be able to tell us apart. It's not for them. And so that's what I'm talking about. That's the tether mindset where we think everything is about white people.
But I'm saying if you're saying the point is that they weaponize imagery that's not you guys, and so that's why you have to delineate, then whether it's about white people or not, the reason why you need to delineate is because you don't want to be associated with that negative persona that's being put out there.
No, we need to delineate because y'all are the ops and y'all work against us. You are literally damaging. Like I said, you put a tether as the president of the United States and currently
I make the president a tether.
Listen, okay, people put a tether as the president of the United States and tried to cosplay him as a Black American. So what do you get to do when you do that? You get to gaslight Black Americans into saying we're not a racist country. We put a Black man as the president who was not actually one, right? And then they're doing the same thing with the vice president, with Kamala, and then telling, no, we have a Black woman in office. That's not a Black woman. So you get to gaslight the Black American people and pretend as if the place is not as racist as it is. But we know why y'all use tethers. Tethers are always thinking in support of white supremacy. Always. So we can go get someone who can pass as a Black American, put them in power so we can shut the Black Americans up and make them think they have power, while we know the mentality of the tether is always anti-Black and always pro-white supremacy. It's a whole play. That's why I don't play with y'all. Y'all are the devil to me. I don't mess with tethers like that, okay? It's a serious problem. Because I know on the internet it's cool, it's all just talk, but I know in politics and in powerful positions, they're being put there and being passed off as Black American to check off certain quotas and certain boxes that my people fought and died for, right? So they're putting these people there who can play as us, but who are working against us and doing their dirty work, but wearing our skin and getting away with that.
Right. And even I would always say, hey, y'all need to look at these people who are set up in another country, but they always here in our mix, right? What that doesn't make sense. That's actually how Witch Doctor is a tether. But because they understand that there's more money in being in American spaces or talking about Black Americans, and so they're exploiting an opportunity. But a lot of us, until apparently recently, weren't looking at these people with a critical eye and saying, hey, what would be the motivation for you to ignore all the shit that's going on right around you and then come and try to immerse yourself in some shit that ain't got nothing to do with you?
April, I feel the same way. Sorry.
April said, I'm so happy when I speak for those that heard my voice. You can't really tell that I'm West Indian American based off the fact that I'm born and raised in New York. But listen, I have a lot of friends here who are not tethers, and they're Caribbean girls. That's what I keep trying to say. I don't know if it's registering. Just because you are first gen or second gen doesn't mean you're a tether. There's certain things you got to do to be considered a tether.
Yeah, but that comes from that ideology, I'm telling you, where like people weaponize the name and they turn it into something else.
But
And
this
so
is where the cognitive dissonance, because all right, you
I
got
don't know. I just found this out today, to be fair.
Look, at this point, you keep getting the proper definition, but you keep on focusing on what you want to focus on. I don't understand.
No, I still get it, but I'm just saying this is April saying this. Does April have cognitive dissonance? I mean, we just figured this out today. Like, really, that tether has nothing to do with where your parents are from. It has to do with the ideology too. So I don't know if April is saying the ideology from her family might be bad too, but I'm just saying I think a lot of us just assume because we're from a different country that makes us a tether, because that's what they're talking about online. They're not saying, oh, a different country and you have like, they're not making the same delineations as people who are trying to be responsible with the information like yourself.
Okay, so Beige Lives Matter says, well, Tether's winning. I'm effing with the ops. One generation in and they got a president, almost first female president. We should all set flip to Tether. This is what you don't understand. You're not winning. You're being used as a tool against black. Do you understand? Like, you're not winning. Like, Obama didn't get to actually make any real decisions, actually affect any change. He got sat there to serve a certain purpose. Like, where's the win? His wife, from what I can understand, that didn't go so great after a while. Where's the win? This be the delusion of you tethers. Because I noticed the tether. Look at this. I don't want to teach out of culture, but even this name alone lets me know this is a tether, 1,000%.
Mm-hmm.
FBA would never do that. We would never do that. What was I saying earlier, Flora? These things that these people make jokes out of mean something to us. We don't disparage our culture. We don't disparage our civil rights leaders. We don't disparage our lineage, our heritage, our culture. Only outsiders do it, right? So this is how y'all be telling ourselves. FBA truly would not write Beige Lives Matter because we understand what Black Lives Matter really represented. And it wasn't nothing to joke about. We wouldn't do that. Only people who want to disrespect our culture do shit like that. Because it's just a word to them. It's just a title to them. There is no significance behind it to them. The same way they love seeing other people use the N-word. They think it's funny. They try to give people passes because they don't have any ties to the N-word. We do. This is why tethers are a fucking problem. Look. Their favorite word, Beige Lives Matter, said, why would we expect that type of autonomy in a white system? Our collective mind would never create white. This is another number one red flag with the tethers. You guys cannot even formulate a single thought without talking about white supremacy, considering what white people think, what white people do. White. Like, y'all are obsessed with white folk. Obsessed. Y'all gotta get your own identity. That's the problem. You trying to think in the mind of a white person. You are not one. And then you try to come over here and assume the identity of a Black American, which you are also not. God damn. Get some identity. DJ said, I never met an anti-Black person in my 19 years of living in Guyana. So here's how it will work, DJ. I think a lot of times culturally we're raised up in things and we don't even understand that some of the rhetoric we spew is anti-Black, right? There may be some colorism things, right? Some dividing people up based on complexion, right? And a lot of those things you won't hear until they get their ass over here. And then they get around Black Americans and start popping that shit. Just saying. I met a dude from what's the country is called? Dominica, right? Which is a Caribbean country. He told me himself, this man's in his 30s, he's not old. He said growing up in Dominica, he had a crush on this dark-skinned girl when he was a child. And he said when he brought her home, or he told somebody in the family, they told him, you can't talk to that girl. He said, why? But I like her. He looks like Indian, like light skin, the soft curly hair, all that. He said they told him, you can't talk to her. He said, why? They said, that's your cousin. He said, so how the hell am I going to school all around this person all this time, and this is my cousin, and I don't know? The man told me himself that his grandmother was so colorist that when one of the daughters was dark skinned, they completely like freaking, I don't know, like excommunicated this girl. Don't talk to her. Don't mess with her. The kids didn't even know that that's their auntie living right over there, and those are their cousins, because she was dark skinned.
Yeah.
And what did DJ just says? See, look, in Guyana, it's Black Guyanese versus Indian Guyanese. We know, again, complexion. So you saying you never met any anti-Black people, but what does the Indian Guyanese, how do they treat dark-skinned people when they come over here then, DJ? How do they treat dark-skinned people in their own home? But if they over there doing it, what the fuck you think happened when they get into a managerial position? When they somebody boss? Or they somebody doctor? Or somebody anything where they got any little bit of power and they see a little dark-skinned person coming in here, and we don't like dark-skinned people.
Then there's a color hierarchy among the Black people. So that's anti-Black.
See, but look at what I'm not trying to use them, but Beige Lives Matter said I had two.
Listen, stand on it, fight for others. If you want to fight for them, fight for them. What's up, Flora? Say it.
No. Just say, look, they said I had two coon FBA parents from Texas and Louisiana.
Like y'all said, we don't all have to concur to be on the same side. So where were your grandparents from? Because you're giving tether. But I would put you in the coon category if I had to slot you somewhere and I couldn't prove that you was a tether, but I feel like you were a tether. You might just be a third generation or a second generation.
third generation tether. Yeah, that's fair enough.
No, third generation American is what I'm saying. But either way, it's given tether. Two
third generation meaning like great grandmothers is from another country.
Yeah, if your lineage does not date back to slavery or before here, you are technically not considered FBA. Is how we're doing it. If you have one parent though who's FBA, you're still in. Okay, but if you
were raised in here, born and raised here, right? So that's the Drake thing. Drake, is Jewish by culture, right, and socialization, and so no, he is not FBA, despite the fact that his father may be.
See, his levels to it. Tarina, she got a whole website with the definition. That shit is funny. He said, so tether is the new nigga amongst Black people. No, because nigga is still a thing.
Well, see, and that's the other thing, though. Like, I side-eye all of these non-Black Americans who have adopted the use of the word nigga. Like, why? That has no, relevance to you. There's no basis for it in your own culture. And so why do you gravitate to something like that?
I seen a white boy in Park Slope the other day screaming, nigga, wait for me. It wasn't funny, but I almost had to, not run him over on the sidewalk. I felt like it's just the boldness. Like, he was dead serious and he was saying it in the N-word, the regular way. Like, nah, nigga, wait for me.
Yeah, because apparently them niggas up in New York be giving out passes. Remember, it was Pookie. Where Pookie been? Pookie was fighting to the death. Like, no, we say they could use it. They be cool. They grew up with us.
Because he is Heather.
I don't think so.
Oh, he a coon. Okay.
Yeah, right. So, but yeah, I just always side-eye, people from other places or whose, roots are in other cultures. And it's like, why are you so enamored with the word nigga?
But this is what I've seen, kind of nationwide. When you ever see the front row of a rap concert, no matter what city they're in, those white people are nigga, nigga, nigga. Like, a lot of the people just love to say it. And I really think some of it is not always because they're racist. I really think there's an obsession with Black culture in general, and anything that we make too cool, everybody wants to be in on it.
Yeah, well, so and that's a problem with us, right? So we don't do the prerequisite level of gatekeeping. The thing is, though, those people are oftentimes racist, because if you say, oh, well, you know, I don't think that non-Black people should be saying that, they'll have a whole lot of pushback, right? And usually it'll be, well, if y'all say it, why we can't say it, right? And everybody knows that I have a nickname in my family. My family and close friends call me that. People out on the street don't just call me that. And so we can understand with simple shit like that, but then when it comes to maybe you shouldn't have nigga in your lexicon, then it's all this confusion. And so no, those people really don't respect you at all.
Cause look at what I'm saying. He said, ma'am, nigga
cut it out. Yeah.
But look, this is the problem. Nigga is a derogatory term in Guyana, so why are you using it in America if it's derogatory?
But the thing is, that didn't come from their culture. Right? That didn't come from your culture. Show me when y'all were back in the 1700s and they was calling you that before they strung you up to a tree. Like, stop it.
Damn. New York is a landing spot for immigrants, and I feel like I would be in jail because the way my temper's set up, I don't have a lot of like arguing in me, for real, especially when it's something like that would really make me mad. I was feeling in a way when I saw that white boy do that. I really was like sitting there like, yo, I could just turn this car into the sidewalk and I was like, I don't like that. Like, I do not like it. But you know, they say it is what it is. I have to just get over it, because yeah, a lot of people here in New York, everybody says it. Not every single person, but I mean like all ethnic groups. Like, I feel like the little Asian kids be out there doing it. The white kids be out there doing it. Latin community does it.
Right.
It's like I would have to fight everybody. You know what I'm saying?
That's one of the reasons I just don't think Black men are cut out for leadership, because they can't maintain boundaries when it comes to other groups of people. Period. You know, they always go because they want to be, I don't know, maybe accepted or whatever, but they, you know, they prioritize social inclusion over having, you know, boundaries and standards and that type of stuff.
You know what? Now that I gotta dig into if that's the coon bag or the tether bag, because some of that might be the coons, like the FBA. I think the FBA is definitely too passive and too they don't even fucking try. Like, they're just, I don't think it's women who are also accepting and let everybody to the barbecue.
Right.
I think it's them. I gotta do some research.
It is. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. But see, we can look at Witch Doctor, and now again, like I said, if the people from in the culture where the word originated say, hey, we ain't really comfortable with that, and then you say, fuck it, I've been saying it my whole life, they don't respect you. And so that's what I need Black people. Can I between people being willing to come and breathe the same air as you to soak up your culture and figure out a way to exploit it, and them actually respecting you. And so we have to start understanding what respect is, Black American people.
Can I play devil's advocate?
Here go the Tether defense team. What's up? Tell us. Let us.
I'm not a Tether defense squad, but I'm inclined to try to steer the Tethers away from what they're trying to do right now. Right now, how do these Tethers? You know what? I'm not. Never mind.
Let's hear.
No. I'm not doing it. It's not worth it. I wanted to, but no.
It's nothing. What do you mean it's not worth it? Nobody's gonna bite your head off. I want to
hear. I'm
it.
just saying, like, I don't even feel like. Sometimes I feel like there's certain arguments that are worth making. This is not one for me. So
y'all shut up in the chat. Y'all making her not do it. Damn, I wanted to hear it. So she.
Okay, so really quick, I'm gonna do part of it.
Okay.
Now, what if a Guyana person tells you, in Guyana we were picking cotton, beans.
Mm-hmm.
In Guyana we were picking cotton, we were being whipped with the things and called nigga. I believe that too. I can say it too. Now, who are we, or you, or other blacks in this country to say that you're stealing what we use, or a term that was used and delineated by our suffering? What if it was just applied to them because they had similar type of suffering? You know, I just feel like sometimes this is where the conversation becomes like, are we playing struggle Olympics now? Because what if the Guyanese can prove that they were enslaved and they were beat and they were hurt too, right? And they were called these names, and that's why they've tried to redefine. I'm trying to help you, DJ, but I'm also just trying to help the argument, because sometimes I do think it's ill-fated. It comes from a place of like.
Okay, are you done?
The chat is dragging me, so I'm just gonna.
What is the accent? This is what accent is that? If Guyanese were able to say the things that you just said and it was true, we wouldn't have a problem with it. Problem is,
so do we have proof that the Guyanese were never whipped and called names like this? And that's
no. Them being whipped. Okay, they was enslaved over there too. So I'm pretty sure they did get their ass kicked, right?
So what if that's where their connection to the word comes from?
So what the fuck does it have to do with using the word nigger? So what, you were whipped? If that wasn't a part of the culture there, if that word wasn't applied to you, then why do you want to come over to another group of people who were maybe also whipped or whatever and start picking? Because this is the thing. In the Caribbean, they have various words. Okay, go ahead. If you're gonna speak, go ahead. But I'm just
no. I'm sorry. I didn't know they had terminology like that. I don't know.
They have their own derogatory words. Why, if they want to reclaim some shit, why haven't they turned picnic into a positive? You know what I'm saying? Were they calling it all the time, or any of the derogatory words that were actually in their own culture? Why you need to come and tether onto another people's culture and what their experience during slavery was? That doesn't really make sense.
So DJ Witch Doctor says we had harsher slavery, not to be measured. So this is the thing. Right. I don't know. For some reason, it starts to become a competition about who had it worse when that was never what it was about in the first place. We're specifically, so this is the thing when I said like they think about us, we don't think about them. When we're coming up with these things as Black Americans, we're not thinking about who's worse. We're not thinking about none of that. Right. We're trying to figure out how can we take our issue that was unfortunate and turn it into some type of positive. That's literally the only focus behind any of that. It's not about, well, who was it worse than, who was it better? Y'all kind of introduce that stuff into our like stratosphere when we don't be on that. We're not, it doesn't really benefit us to compare who had it worse in other countries. That doesn't serve us no purpose. But you guys, for whatever reason, do that a lot to us. Like you impose inside of things and then like, but we had it worse. It's like nobody said you didn't. Nobody ever said you didn't. Our goal is not to minimize what anybody else went through anywhere. That's never the goal. We understand. But we're over here dealing with how, like, we're coping with our experience. And it's like, that's constantly being taken away because people want to, like, so, well, this person had this happen and that person had, okay, cool. Y'all need to handle that. I don't even know. I don't know the history well enough to argue DB, so I can't say that really. I don't know. What is the purpose of comparing when other items are more important in the now? I don't know. FBA awakening. I always say that backwards. Awakening of the FBA says people view FBA culture as their shared culture that doesn't belong to us. That's a fact. I really hate that too.
Yes.
It's a huge issue with us culturally being exported. That's a fact. Like I would never. I just don't get it. I'm never gonna like, I don't know, try to claim Jamaican culture or Dominican culture or any It just is not mine, and that's cool. Like I really don't be understanding this.
DJ Witch Doctor got the Tether playbook on full display. So now you're saying it's easier to bang on other black people, maybe. And so they try to use that as a tactic to avoid criticism or anything. So then they try to make the argument that, oh, you just fighting other black people. You won't fight white people, when we got a whole history of fighting white people, and we stay fighting white people, which is why all of them bring their black asses over here.
Just don't let us cast strays because DJ Witch Doctor is being dusty.
Well, I put the link if he wants to come defend himself. FBA said they not banging on other black people. Y'all don't.
Right. Show me where y'all banging on white people. Or over in Guyana, it's Indian people. Show me where y'all banging on Indian people, because my experience of the Caribbean is y'all be getting y'all asses kicked by Indian people, right? So cut it out.
Yeah. Well, if DJ's not gonna come up, I wanted to give him a chance to defend himself, but if not, I'm gonna end the show soon because I gotta get something taken care of before Bible study. And if anyone is interested in that, I'm going to Freezy's Bible study, trying to figure out how to get that link in his chat. But we definitely gonna have. Thank you so much for coming, PhD Diva and Flora. This was great, and I'm just letting the tethers know we on your ass. Okay, I'm not for the slandering of the black women. When I come to find out that most of the people with the biggest channels with the biggest black women slander are not even black American men. Okay, that was the biggest discovery I think ever. Like when I really get into the fact that most of these people are not black Americans, but they're making a profit off of solely discussing black American culture and single-handedly destroying the image of black American women. They have a real life effect on us. I'm taking that shit very personal. How dare you? What did you say, PhD? I'm sorry.
I was saying absolutely. I was just co-signing. But let me know when you having the shows. We'll come, step on a few next. So
You're gonna kill me, but I'm gonna ask you one more time. Please put your email in the back chat. It's me. I don't. Please, one more time. I'm not gonna lose. I'm gonna email you today and make sure it's in my. I just want to share Freezy's thing in case anybody wants to come. One would think I would be more computer literate than this. This is sad. Okay, I'm getting it, y'all. I don't know. I work with my hands. I don't do a lot on the internet for real. I'm an esthetician. But I'm getting it. I'm going to send this now. And then I'm going to put it in my shiznats. So if y'all have nothing else to say, this was day one of banging on the tethers. Amen.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming. And thank you for our tether correspondent. Flora, we couldn't have done this without you. We want you to keep fighting a good fight for your people. Okay? Please keep coming. Flora, you there? We might have did too much. Flora done disowned us, y'all. So anybody who wants to come, I think Freezy's having Bible study in like 45 minutes. And that's where I'm going to be. And if anybody's into that, come to Freezy's Discord. Bible study is really nice. It's not like a panel, so don't get that idea in your head. It's very different than that. But if you care about such things. If not, I appreciate everybody.
Oh, sorry. I was away from my computer. But yes, this was a fun show. Did you end already?
No, I didn't end.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I wasn't like, no. I was doing other stuff that I stepped away from the computer for a second. But this was so fun. Like, I feel like I learned something new about tethers and my relation to them. So thank you so much for. No, seriously, I thought it was a fun way, like, of teaching me something different about Black American culture and things like that. So, yes, thank you.
Yes, and thank you. And yes, I want us to still do our the girl shows we talked about because we have a lot to debunk with these men. Okay. and just the community of people. And so, right, thanks for joining, guys. Thank you for everybody who sent a super chat. I wasn't expecting that on day one back, so I appreciate all of you. And you did not teach Flora nothing, Big Draw. You always trying to take credit, Big Draws. Damn. Let me put Freezy's link one more time. Well, oh, damn, I put PhD's email. My bad. I didn't mean to copy that. Don't kill me. But trying to get the freaking link. Copy. Uh-oh, y'all still banging in the chat? Listen, we could come back and do this again later, maybe. If not tomorrow evening. Diva, is that how white folks globalize? If you envy their privilege, study their moves. It's the coonery and buffoonery. God damn. When do y'all let it go? The lesson of today is to let the cooning go. Just let it go. Okay? With that being said, I'm going to talk to you guys later. Thank you for watching. Hit the thumbs up if you don't mind. And bye.